Ulysses. A novel by James Joyce, 1922. Part 1. Stately, plump Buck Mulligan came from the stairhead, bearing a bowl of lather on which a mirror and a razor lay crossed. A yellow dressing gown, ungirdled, was sustained gently behind him on the mild morning air. He held the bowl aloft and intoned, "Introibo ad altered." Halted, he peered down the dark winding stairs and called out coarsely, "Come up, Kinch. Come up, you fearful Jesuit." Solemnly he came forward and mounted the round gun rest. He faced about and blessed gravely thrice the tower, the surrounding land and the awaking mountains. Then, catching sight of Stephen Dedalus, he bent towards him and made rapid crosses in the air, gurgling in his throat and shaking his head. Stephen Dedalus, displeased and sleepy, leaned his arms on the top of the staircase and looked coldly at the shaking gurgling face that blessed him, equine in its length, and at the light untonsured hair, grained and hued like pale oak. Buck Mulligan peeped an instant under the mirror and then covered the bowl smartly. "Back to barracks," he said sternly. He added in a preacher's tone, "For this, O dearly beloved, is the genuine Christine, body and soul and blood and ounce. Slow music, please. Shut your eyes, gents. One moment. A little trouble about those white corpuscles. Silence, all." He peered sideways up and gave a long slow whistle of call, then paused a while in rapt attention, his even white teeth glistening here and there with gold points. "Chrysostomos." Two strong shrill whistles answered through the calm. "Thanks, old chap," he cried briskly. "That will do nicely. Switch off the current, will you?" He skipped off the gun rest and looked gravely at his watcher, gathering about his legs the loose folds of his gown. The plump shadowed face and sullen oval jowl recalled the prelate, patron of arts in the Middle Ages. A pleasant smile broke quietly over his lips. "The mockery of it," he said gaily. "Your absurd name, an ancient Greek." He pointed his finger in friendly jest and went over to the parapet, laughing to himself. Stephen Dedalus stepped up, followed him wearily halfway and sat down on the edge of the gun rest, watching him still as he propped his mirror on the parapet, dipped the brush in the bowl and lathered cheeks and neck. Buck Mulligan's gay voice went on. "My name is absurd too, Malachi Mulligan, two dactyls. But it has a Hellenic ring, hasn't it? Tripping and sunny like the Buck himself. We must go to Athens. Will you come if I can get the aunt to fork out 20 quid? He laid the brush aside and, laughing with delight, cried, "Will he come?" The jejune Jesuit. Ceasing, he began to shave with care. "Tell me, Mulligan," Stephen said quietly. "Yes, my love? How long is Haynes going to stay in this tower?" Buck Mulligan showed a shaven cheek over his right shoulder. "God, isn't he dreadful?" he said frankly. "A ponderous Saxon. He thinks you're not a gentleman. God, these bloody English. Bursting with money and indigestion. Because he comes from Oxford. You know, Dedalus, you have the real Oxford manner. He can't make you out. Oh, my name for you is the best, Kinch, the knife blade." He shaved warily over his chin. "He was raving all night about a Black Panther," Stephen said. "Where is his gun case?" "A woeful lunatic," Mulligan said. "Were you in a funk?" "I was," Stephen said with energy and growing fear. "Out here in the dark with a man I don't know raving and moaning to himself about shooting a Black Panther. You saved men from drowning. I'm not a hero, however. If he stays on here I am off." Buck Mulligan frowned at the lather on his razor blade. He hopped down from his perch and began to search his trouser pockets hastily. "Scudder!" he cried thickly. He came over to the gun rest and, thrusting a hand into Stephen's upper pocket, said, "Lend us a loan of your nose rag to wipe my razor." Stephen suffered him to pull out and hold up on show by its corner a dirty crumpled handkerchief. Buck Mulligan wiped the razor blade neatly. Then, gazing over the handkerchief, he said, "The bard's nose rag. A new art color for our Irish poets, snot green. You can almost taste it, can't you?" He mounted to the parapet again and gazed out over Dublin Bay, his Pharaoh Akpal hair stirring slightly. God, he said quietly. Isn't the sea what Algae calls it, a great sweet mother? The snot-green sea. The scrotum-tightening sea. Ipoinopoponton. Ah, Daedalus, the Greeks. I must teach you. You must read them in the original. Falada. Falada. She is our great sweet mother. Come and look. Stephen stood up and went over to the parapet. Leaning on it, he looked down on the water and on the mailboat clearing the harbour mouth of Kingstown. Our mighty mother. Buck Mulligan said. He turned abruptly his grey searching eyes from the sea to Stephen's face. The ant thinks you killed your mother, he said. That's why she won't let me have anything to do with you. Someone killed her, Stephen said gloomily. You could have knelt down, damn it, Kinch, when your dying mother asked you, Buck Mulligan said. I'm Hyperborean as much as you. But to think of your mother begging you with her last breath to kneel down and pray for her. And you refused. There is something sinister in you, he broke off and lathered again lightly his farther cheek. A tolerant smile curled his lips. But a lovely mummer. He murmured to himself. Kinch, the loveliest mummer of them all. He shaved evenly and with care, in silence, seriously. Stephen, an elbow rested on the jagged granite, leaned his palm against his brow and gazed at the fraying edge of his shiny black coat sleeve. Pain, that was not yet the pain of love, fretted his heart. Silently, in a dream she had come to him after her death, her wasted body within its loose brown grave clothes giving off an odor of wax and rosewood, her breath, that had bent upon him, mute, reproachful, a faint odor of wetted ashes. Across the threadbare cuff he saw the sea hailed as a great sweet mother by the whelped voice beside him. The ring of bay and skyline held a dull green mass of liquid. A bowl of white china had stood beside her deathbed holding the green sluggish bile which she had torn up from her rotting liver by fits of loud groaning vomiting. Buck Mulligan wiped again his razor blade. Ah, poor dog's body. He said in a kind voice. I must give you a shirt and a few nose rags. How are the second-hand breeks? They fit well enough, Stephen answered. Buck Mulligan attacked the hollow beneath his underlip. The mockery of it, he said contentedly. Second leg they should be. God knows what poxy bosey left them off. I have a lovely pair with a hair stripe, grey. You'll look spiffing in them. I'm not joking, Kinch. You look damn well when you're dressed. Thanks, Stephen said. I can't wear them if they are grey. He can't wear them, Buck Mulligan told his face in the mirror. Etiquette is etiquette. He kills his mother but he can't wear grey trousers. He folded his razor neatly and with stroking palps of fingers felt the smooth skin. Stephen turned his gaze from the sea unto the plump face with its smoke-blue mobile eyes. That fellow I was with in the ship last night, said Buck Mulligan, says you have GPI. He's up in Dotterville with Connolly Norman. General paralysis of the insane. He swept the mirror a half-circle in the air to flash the tidings abroad in sunlight now radiant on the sea. His curling shaven lips laughed and the edges of his white glittering teeth. Laughter seized all his strong well-knit trunk. Look at yourself, he said, you dreadful bard. Stephen bent forward and peered at the mirror held out to him, cleft by a crooked crack. Hair on end. As he and others see me. Who chose this face for me? This dog's body to rid of vermin. It asks me to. I pinched it out of the skivvy's room, Buck Mulligan said. It does her all right. The ant always keeps plain-looking servants for Malachi. Lead him not into temptation. And her name is Ursula. Laughing again, he brought the mirror away from Stephen's peering eyes. The rage of Caliban at not seeing his face in a mirror, he said. If Wilde were only alive to see you. Drawing back and pointing, Stephen said with bitterness, it is a symbol of Irish art. The cracked looking-glass of a servant. Buck Mulligan suddenly linked his arm in Stephen's and walked with him round the tower, his razor and mirror clacking in the pocket where he had thrust them. It's not fair to tease you like that, Kinch, is it? He said kindly. God knows you have more spirit than any of them. Parried again. He fears the lancet of my art as I fear that of his. The cold steel pen. Cracked looking glass of a servant. Tell that to the oxy chap downstairs and touch him for a guinea. He's stinking with money and thinks you're not a gentleman. His old fellow made his tin by selling jalap to Zulus or some bloody swindle or other. God, Kinch, if you and I could only work together we might do something for the island. Hellenize it. Cranley's arm. His arm. And to think of your having to beg from these swine. I'm the only one that knows what you are. Why don't you trust me more? What have you up your nose against me? Is it Haynes? If he makes any noise here I'll bring down Seymour and we'll give him a ragging worse than they gave Clive Kempthorpe. Young shouts of moneyed voices in Clive Kempthorpe's rooms. Pale faces, they hold their ribs with laughter, one clasping another. Oh, I shall expire. Break the news to her gently, Aubrey. I shall die. With slit ribbons of his shirt whipping the air he hops and hobbles round the table, with trousers down at heels, chased by aids of Magdalen with the tailor's shears. A scared calf's face gilded with marmalade. I don't want to be debagged. Don't you play the giddy ox with me. Shouts from the open window startling evening in the quadrangle. A deaf gardener, aproned, masked with Matthew Arnold's face, pushes his mower on the somber lawn watching narrowly the dancing motes of grass ulms. To ourselves, new paganism, Omphalos. Let him stay, Stephen said. There's nothing wrong with him except at night. Then what is it? Buck Mulligan asked impatiently. Cough it up. I'm quite frank with you. What have you against me now? They halted, looking towards the blunt gape of Brayhead that lay on the water like the snout of a sleeping whale. Stephen freed his arm quietly. Do you wish me to tell you? He asked. Yes, what is it? Buck Mulligan answered. I don't remember anything. He looked in Stephen's face as he spoke. A light wind passed his brow, fanning softly his fair uncombed hair and stirring silver points of anxiety in his eyes. Stephen, depressed by his own voice, said, Do you remember the first day I went to your house after my mother's death? Buck Mulligan frowned quickly and said, What? Where? I can't remember anything. I remember only ideas and sensations. Why? What happened in the name of God? You were making tea, Stephen said, and went across the landing to get more hot water. Your mother and some visitor came out of the drawing room. She asked you who was in your room. Yes? Buck Mulligan said. What did I say? I forget. You said, Stephen answered, Oh, it's only Daedalus whose mother is beastly dead. A flush which made him seem younger and more engaging rose to Buck Mulligan's cheek. Did I say that? He asked. Well? What harm is that? He shook his constraint from him nervously. And what is death? He asked, your mother's or yours or my own? You saw only your mother die. I see them pop off every day in the Mater and Richmond and cut up into tripes in the dissecting room. It's a beastly thing and nothing else. It simply doesn't matter. You wouldn't kneel down to pray for your mother on her deathbed when she asked you. Why? Because you have the cursed Jesuit strain in you, only it's injected the wrong way. To me it's all a mockery and beastly. Her cerebral lobes are not functioning. She calls the doctor Sir Peter Teasel and picks buttercups off the quilt. Humor her till it's over. You crossed her last wish in death and yet you sulk with me because I don't whinge like some hired mute from Lalouette's. Absurd. I suppose I did say it. I didn't mean to offend the memory of your mother. He had spoken himself into boldness. Stephen, shielding the gaping wounds which the words had left in his heart, said very coldly, I am not thinking of the offense to my mother. Of what then? Buck Mulligan asked. Of the offense to me, Stephen answered. Buck Mulligan swung round on his heel. Oh, an impossible person! He exclaimed. He walked off quickly round the parapet. Stephen stood at his post, gazing over the calm sea towards the headland. Sea and headland now grew dim. Pulses were beating in his eyes, veiling their sight, and he felt the fever of his cheeks. A voice within the tower called loudly, Are you up there, Mulligan? I'm coming, Buck Mulligan answered. He turned towards Stephen and said, "Look at the sea. What does it care about offenses? Chuck Loyola, Kinch, and come on down. The Sassenach wants his morning rashers." His head halted again for a moment at the top of the staircase, level with the roof. "Don't mope over it all day," he said. "I'm inconsequent. Give up the moody brooding." His head vanished, but the drone of his descending voice boomed out of the stairhead, "And no more turn aside and brood upon love's bitter mystery, for Fergus rules the brazen cars." Wood shadows floated silently by through the morning peace from the stairhead seaward where he gazed. Inshore and farther out the mirror of water whitened, spurned by light zod hurrying feet. White breast of the dim sea. The twining stresses, 2 by 2. A hand plucking the harp strings, merging their twining chords. Wave white-wedded words shimmering on the dim tide. A cloud began to cover the sun slowly, wholly, shadowing the bay in deeper green. It lay beneath him, a bowl of bitter waters. Fergus' song, I sing it alone in the house, holding down the long dark chords. Her door was open, she wanted to hear my music. Silent with awe and pity I went to her bedside. She was crying in her wretched bed. For those words, Stephen, love's bitter mystery. Where now? Her secrets, old feather fans, tasselled dance cards, powdered with musk, a gaud of amber beads in her locked drawer. A birdcage hung in the sunny window of her house when she was a girl. She heard old Roy sing in the pantomime of Turco the Terrible and laughed with others when he sang, "I am the boy that can enjoy invisibility." Phantasmal mirth, folded away, musk-perfumed. And no more turn aside and brood. Folded away in the memory of nature with her toys. Memories beset his brooding brain. Her glass of water from the kitchen tap when she had approached the sacrament. A cored apple, filled with brown sugar, roasting for her at the hob on a dark autumn evening. Her shapely fingernails reddened by the blood of squashed lice from the children's shirts. In a dream, silently, she had come to him, her wasted body within its loose grave clothes giving off an odor of wax and rosewood, her breath, bent over him with mute secret words, a faint odor of wetted ashes. Her glazing eyes, staring out of death, to shake and bend my soul. On me alone. The ghost candle to light her agony. Ghostly light on the tortured face. Her hoarse loud breath rattling in horror, while all prayed on their knees. Her eyes on me to strike me down. Liliata rutilantium te confessorum tremus circumdet, ubilantium te virginum chorus excipiat. Ghoul. Cure of corpses. No, mother. Let me be and let me live. Kinch ahoy! Buck Mulligan's voice sang from within the tower. It came nearer up the staircase, calling again. Stephen, still trembling at his soul's cry, heard warm running sunlight and in the air behind him friendly words. Daedalus, come down, like a good mosey. Breakfast is ready. Haynes is apologizing for waking us last night. It's all right. I'm coming, Stephen said, turning. Do, for Jesus' sake, Buck Mulligan said. For my sake and for all our sakes. His head disappeared and reappeared. I told him your symbol of Irish art. He says it's very clever. Touch him for a quid, will you? A guinea, I mean. I get paid this morning, Stephen said. The school kip? Buck Mulligan said. How much? 4 quid. Lend us one. If you want it, Stephen said. 4 shining sovereigns, Buck Mulligan read with delight. We'll have a glorious drunk to astonish the Druidy druids. 4 omnipotent sovereigns. He flung up his hands and tramped down the stone stairs, singing out of tune with a Cockney accent, "Oh, won't we have a merry time, drinking whiskey, beer and wine. On Coronation Day. Oh, won't we have a merry time on Coronation Day. Warm sunshine merrying over the sea. The nickel shaving bowl shone, forgotten, on the parapet. Why should I bring it down? Or leave it there all day, forgotten friendship?" He went over to it, held it in his hands a while, feeling its coolness, smelling the clammy slaver of the lather in which the brush was stuck. "So I carried the boat of incense the neck long hours. I am another now and yet the same. A servant too. A server of a servant. In the gloomy domed living room of the tower, Buck Mulligan's gowned form moved briskly to and fro about the hearth, hiding and revealing its yellow glow. Two shafts of soft daylight fell across the flagged floor from the high barbicans, and at the meeting of their rays a cloud of coal smoke and fumes of fried grease floated, turning. "We'll be choked," Buck Mulligan said. "Haynes, open that door, will you?" Stephen laid the shaving bowl on the locker. A tall figure rose from the hammock where it had been sitting, went to the doorway and pulled open the inner doors. "Have you the key?" a voice asked. "Daedalus has it," Buck Mulligan said. "Janie Mac, I'm choked," he howled, without looking up from the fire. "Kinch." "It's in the lock," Stephen said, coming forward. The key scraped round harshly twice and, when the heavy door had been set ajar, welcome light and bright air entered. Haynes stood at the doorway, looking out. Stephen hailed his upended valise to the table and sat down to wait. Buck Mulligan tossed the fry onto the dish beside him. Then he carried the dish and a large teapot over to the table, set them down heavily and sighed with relief. "I'm melting," he said, as the candle remarked but, hush. Not a word more on that subject. Kinch, wake up. Bread, butter, honey. Haynes, come in. The grub is ready. Bless us, O Lord, and these thy gifts. Where's the sugar? Oh, Jay, there's no milk. Stephen fetched the loaf and the pot of honey and the butter cooler from the locker. Buck Mulligan sat down in a sudden pet. "What sort of a kip is this?" he said. "I told her to come after 8. "We can drink it black," Stephen said thirstily. "There's a lemon in the locker." "Oh, damn you and your Paris fads," Buck Mulligan said. "I want Sandy Cove milk." Haynes came in from the doorway and said quietly, "That woman is coming up with the milk." "The blessings of God on you," Buck Mulligan cried, jumping up from his chair. "Sit down. Pour out the tea there. The sugar is in the bag. Here, I can't go fumbling at the damned eggs." He hacked through the fry on the dish and slapped it out on 3 plates, saying, "In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti." Haynes sat down to pour out the tea. "I'm giving you 2 lumps each," he said. "But, I say, Mulligan, you do make strong tea, don't you?" Buck Mulligan, hewing thick slices from the loaf, said in an old woman's wheedling voice, "When I makes tea, as old Mother Grogan said. And when I makes water. By Jove, it is tea," Haynes said. Buck Mulligan went on hewing and wheedling. "So I do, Mrs. Cahill," says she. "Begob, ma'am," says Mrs. Cahill, "God send you don't make them in the one pot." He lunged towards his messmates in turn a thick slice of bread, impaled on his knife. "That's folk," he said very earnestly, "for your book, Haynes. 5 lines of text and 10 pages of notes about the folk and the fish gods of Dundrum. Printed by the Weird Sisters in the year of the Big Wind." He turned to Stephen and asked in a fine puzzled voice, lifting his brows, "Can you recall, brother, is Mother Grogan's tea and water pot spoken of in the Mabinogion or is it in the Upanishads?" "I doubt it," said Stephen gravely. "Do you now?" Buck Mulligan said in the same tone. "Your reasons, Bray?" "I fancy," Stephen said as he ate, "it did not exist in or out of the Mabinogion. Mother Grogan was, one imagines, a kinswoman of Mary Ann." Buck Mulligan's face smiled with delight. "Charming," he said in a finical sweet voice, showing his white teeth and blinking his eyes pleasantly. "Do you think she was?" "Quite charming." Then, suddenly overclouding all his features, he growled in a hoarse and rasping voice as he hewed again vigorously at the loaf, "For old Mary Ann she doesn't care a damn." But, hissing up her petticoats, he crammed his mouth with fry and munched and droned. The doorway was darkened by an entering form. "The milk, sir." "Come in, ma'am," Mulligan said. "Kinch, get the jug." An old woman came forward and stood by Stephen's elbow. "That's a lovely morning, sir," she said. "Glory be to God." "To whom?" Mulligan said, glancing at her. "Ah, to be sure. Stephen reached back and took the milk jug from the locker. "The Islanders," Mulligan said to Haynes casually, "speak frequently of the collector of prepuces." "How much, sir?" asked the old woman. "A quart," Stephen said. He watched her pour into the measure and thence into the jug rich white milk, not hers. Old shrunken paps. She poured again a measureful and a tilly. Old and secret, she had entered from a morning world, maybe a messenger. She praised the goodness of the milk, pouring it out. Crouching by a patient cow at daybreak in the lush field, a witch on her toadstool, her wrinkled fingers quick at the squirting dugs. They lowed about her whom they knew, Duzlki cattle. Silk of the kine and poor old woman, names given her in old times. A wandering crone, lowly form of an immortal serving her conqueror and her gay betrayer, their common Kakwian, a messenger from the secret morning. To serve or to upbraid, whether he could not tell, but scorned to beg her favor. "It is indeed, ma'am," Buck Mulligan said, pouring milk into their cups. "Taste it, sir," she said. He drank at her bidding. "If we could live on good food like that," he said to her somewhat loudly, "we wouldn't have the country full of rotten teeth and rotten guts. Living in a bog swamp, eating cheap food and the streets paved with dust, horsey dung and consumptive spits." "Are you a medical student, sir?" the old woman asked. "I am, ma'am," Buck Mulligan answered. "Look at that now," she said. Stephen listened in scornful silence. She bows her old head to a voice that speaks to her loudly, her bone setter, her medicinaman, me she slights. To the voice that will shrive and oil for the grave all there is of her but her woman's unclean loins, of man's flesh made not in God's likeness, the serpent's prey. And to the loud voice that now bids her be silent with wondering unsteady eyes. "Do you understand what he says?" Stephen asked her. "Is it French you are talking, sir?" the old woman said to Haynes. Haynes spoke to her again, a longer speech, confidently. "Irish," Buck Mulligan said. "Is there Gaelic on you?" "I thought it was Irish," she said, "by the sound of it." "Are you from the West, sir?" "I am an Englishman," Haynes answered. "He's English," Buck Mulligan said, "and he thinks we ought to speak Irish in Ireland." "Sure we ought to," the old woman said, "and I'm ashamed I don't speak the language myself. I'm told it's a grand language by them that knows." "Grand is no name for it," said Buck Mulligan. "Wonderful entirely. Fill us out some more tea, Kinch. Would you like a cup, ma'am?" "No, thank you, sir," the old woman said, slipping the ring of the milk can on her forearm and about to go. Haynes said to her, "Have you your bill? We had better pay her, Mulligan, hadn't we?" Stephen filled again the 3 cups. "Bill, sir?" she said, halting. "Well, it's 7 mornings a pint at 2pence is 7 twos is a shilling and 2pence over, and these 3 mornings a quart at 4pence is 3 quarts is a shilling. That's a shilling and 1 and 2 is 2 and 2, sir." Buck Mulligan sighed and, having filled his mouth with a crust thickly buttered on both sides, stretched forth his legs and began to search his trouser pockets. "Pay up and look pleasant," Haynes said to him, smiling. Stephen filled a 3rd cup, a spoonful of tea coloring faintly the thick rich milk. Buck Mulligan brought up a florin, twisted it round in his fingers and cried, "A miracle!" He passed it along the table towards the old woman, saying, "Ask nothing more of me, sweet. All I can give you I give." Stephen laid the coin in her uneager hand. "We'll owe 2pence," he said. "Time enough, sir," she said, taking the coin. "Time enough. Good morning, sir." She curtsied and went out, followed by Buck Mulligan's tender chant, "Heart of my heart, were it more, more would be laid at your feet." He turned to Stephen and said, seriously, "Daedalus. I'm stony. Hurry out to your school kip and bring us back some money. Today the bards must drink and junket. Ireland expects that every man this day will do his duty. That reminds me," Haynes said, rising, "that I have to visit your National Library today." "Our swim first," Buck Mulligan said. He turned to Stephen and asked blandly, "Is this the day for your monthly wash, Kinch?" Then he said to Haynes, The unclean bard makes a point of washing once a month. All Ireland is washed by the Gulf Stream, Stephen said as he let honey trickle over a slice of the loaf. Haynes from the corner where he was knotting easily a scarf about the loose collar of his tennis shirt spoke. I intend to make a collection of your sayings if you will let me. Speaking to me. They wash and tub and scrub. Age and bite of Inuit. Conscience. Yet here's a spot. That one about the cracked looking glass of a servant being the symbol of Irish art is deuced good. Buck Mulligan kicked Stephen's foot under the table and said with warmth of tone, wait till you hear him on Hamlet, Haynes. Well, I mean it, Haynes said, still speaking to Stephen. I was just thinking of it when that poor old creature came in. Would I make any money by it? Stephen asked. Haynes laughed and, as he took his soft grey hat from the holdfast of the hammock, said, I don't know, I'm sure. He strolled out to the doorway. Buck Mulligan bent across to Stephen and said with coarse vigor, you put your hoof in it now. What did you say that for? Well? Stephen said. The problem is to get money. From whom? From the milkwoman or from him? It's a toss-up, I think. I blow him out about you, Buck Mulligan said, and then you come along with your lousy leer and your gloomy Jesuit jibes. I see little hope, Stephen said, from her or from him. Buck Mulligan sighed tragically and laid his hand on Stephen's arm. From me, Kinch, he said. In a suddenly changed tone he added, to tell you the God's truth I think you're right. Damn all else they are good for. Why don't you play them as I do? To hell with them all. Let us get out of the kip. He stood up, gravely ungirdled and disrobed himself of his gown, saying resignedly, Mulligan is stripped of his garments. He emptied his pockets onto the table. There's your snot rag, he said. And putting on his stiff collar and rebellious tie he spoke to them, chiding them, and to his dangling watch chain. His hands plunged and rummaged in his trunk while he called for a clean handkerchief. God, we'll simply have to dress the character. I want puce gloves and green boots. Contradiction. Do I contradict myself? Very well then, I contradict myself. Mercurial Malachi. A limp black missile flew out of his talking hands. And there's your Latin Quarter hat, he said. Stephen picked it up and put it on. Haynes called to them from the doorway, are you coming, you fellows? I'm ready, Buck Mulligan answered, going towards the door. Come out, Kinch. You have eaten all we left, I suppose. Resigned he passed out with grave words and gait, saying, well nigh with sorrow, and going forth he met Butterly. Stephen, taking his ash plant from its leaning place, followed them out and, as they went down the ladder, pulled to the slow iron door and locked it. He put the huge key in his inner pocket. At the foot of the ladder Buck Mulligan asked, did you bring the key? I have it, Stephen said, preceding them. He walked on. Behind him he heard Buck Mulligan club with his heavy bath towel the leader shoots of ferns or grasses. Down, sir. How dare you, sir? Haynes asked, do you pay rent for this tower? 12 quid, Buck Mulligan said. To the Secretary of State for War, Stephen added over his shoulder. They halted while Haynes surveyed the tower and said at last, rather bleak in winter time, I should say. Martello you call it? Billy Pitt had them built, Buck Mulligan said, when the French were on the sea. But ours is the Omphalos. What is your idea of Hamlet? Haynes asked Stephen. No, no, Buck Mulligan shouted in pain. I'm not equal to Thomas Aquinas and the 55 reasons he has made out to prop it up. Wait till I have a few pints in me first. He turned to Stephen, saying, as he pulled down neatly the peaks of his primrose waistcoat, you couldn't manage it under 3 pints, Kinch, could you? It has waited so long, Stephen said listlessly, it can wait longer. You pique my curiosity, Haynes said amiably. Is it some paradox? Pooh. Buck Mulligan said. We have grown out of wild and paradoxes. It's quite simple. He proves by algebra that Hamlet's grandson is Shakespeare's grandfather and that he himself is the ghost of his own father. What? Haynes said, beginning to point at Stephen. He himself? Buck Mulligan slung his towel stolewise round his neck and, bending in loose laughter, said to Stephen's ear, "Oh, shade of Kench the elder. Japhet in search of a father. We're always tired in the morning," Stephen said to Haynes. "And it is rather long to tell." Buck Mulligan, walking forward again, raised his hands. "The sacred pint alone can unbind the tongue of Daedalus," he said. "I mean to say," Haynes explained to Stephen as they followed, "this tower and these cliffs here remind me somehow of Elsinore. That beetles or his face into THC, isn't it?" Buck Mulligan turned suddenly. For an instant towards Stephen but did not speak. In the bright silent instant Stephen saw his own image in cheap dusty mourning between their gay attires. "It's a wonderful tale," Haynes said, bringing them to halt again. Eyes, pale as the sea the wind had freshened, paler, firm and prudent. The sea's ruler, he gazed southward over the bay, empty save for the smoke plume of the mailboat vague on the bright skyline and a sail tacking by the Muglins. "I read a theological interpretation of it somewhere," he said bemused. "The father and the son idea. The son striving to be atoned with the father." Buck Mulligan at once put on a blithe broadly smiling face. He looked at them, his well-shaped mouth open happily, his eyes, from which he had suddenly withdrawn all shrewd sense, blinking with mad gaiety. He moved a doll's head to and fro, the brims of his Panama hat quivering, and began to chant in a quiet happy foolish voice, "I'm the queerest young fellow that ever you heard. My mother's a Jew, my father's a bird. With Joseph the joiner I cannot agree. So here's to disciples and Calvary." He held up a forefinger of warning. "If anyone thinks that I am divine he'll get no free drinks when I'm making the wine but have to drink water and wish it were plain that I make when the wine becomes water again." He tugged swiftly at Stephen's ash plant in farewell and, running forward to a brow of the cliff, fluttered his hands at his sides like fins or wings of one about to rise in the air, and chanted, "Goodbye, now, goodbye. Write down all I said and tell Tom, Dick and Harry I rose from the dead. What's bred in the bone cannot fail me to fly and I'll live it breezy. Goodbye, now, goodbye." He capered before them down towards the 40-foot hole, fluttering his wing-like hands, leaping nimbly, Mercury's hat quivering in the fresh wind that bore back to them his brief bird-sweet cries. Haynes, who had been laughing guardedly, walked on beside Stephen and said, "We oughtn't to laugh, I suppose. He's rather blasphemous. I'm not a believer myself, that is to say. Still his gaiety takes the harm out of it somehow, doesn't it? What did he call it? Joseph the Joiner?" "The Ballad of Joking Jesus," Stephen answered. "Oh," Haynes said, "you have heard it before?" "3 times a day, after meals," Stephen said dryly. "You're not a believer, are you?" Haynes asked. "I mean, a believer in the narrow sense of the word. Creation from nothing and miracles and a personal God. There's only one sense of the word, it seems to me," Stephen said. Haynes stopped to take out a smooth silver case in which twinkled a green stone. He sprang it open with his thumb and offered it. "Thank you," Stephen said, taking a cigarette. Haynes helped himself and snapped the case to. He put it back in his side pocket and took from his waistcoat pocket a nickel tinderbox, sprang it open too, and, having lit his cigarette, held the flaming spunk towards Stephen in the shell of his hands. "Yes, of course," he said, as they went on again. "Either you believe or you don't, isn't it? Personally I couldn't stomach that idea of a personal God. You don't stand for that, I suppose?" "You behold in me," Stephen said with grim displeasure, "a horrible example of free thought." He walked on, waiting to be spoken to, trailing his ash plant by his side. Its ferrule followed lightly on the path, squealing at his heels. "My familiar, after me, calling, Stephen." A wavering line along the path. "They will walk on it tonight, coming here in the dark. He wants that key. It is mine. I paid the rent. Now I eat his salt bread. Give him the key too. All. He will ask for it." That was in his eyes. After all, Haynes began. Stephen turned and saw that the cold gaze which had measured him was not all unkind. After all, I should think you are able to free yourself. You are your own master, it seems to me. I am a servant of two masters, Stephen said, an English and an Italian. Italian? Haynes said. A crazy queen, old and jealous. Kneel down before me. And a third, Stephen said, there is who wants me for odd jobs. Italian? Haynes said again. What do you mean? The Imperial British State, Stephen answered, his color rising, and the Holy Roman Catholic and Apostolic Church. Haynes detached from his underlip some fibers of tobacco before he spoke. I can quite understand that, he said calmly. An Irishman must think like that, I dare say. We feel in England that we have treated you rather unfairly. It seems history is to blame. The proud potent titles clanged over Stephen's memory, the triumph of their brazen bells, et unum sanctam Catholicam et Apostolicam Ecclesiam, the slow growth and change of rite and dogma like his own rare thoughts, a chemistry of stars. Symbol of the apostles in the Mass for Pope Marcellus, the voices blended, singing alone loud in affirmation, and behind their chant the vigilant angel of the Church militant disarmed and menaced her heresiarchs. A horde of heresies fleeing with mitres awry, Photius and the brood of mockers of whom Mulligan was one, and Arius, warring his life long upon the consubstantiality of the Son with the Father, and Valentine, spurning Christ's terrene body, and the subtle African heresiarch Sabellius who held that the Father was himself his own Son. Words Mulligan had spoken a moment since in mockery to the stranger. Idle mockery. The void awaits surely all them that weave the wind, a menace, a disarming and a worsting from those embattled angels of the Church, Michael's host, who defend her ever in the hour of conflict with their lances and their shields. Hear, hear. Prolonged applause. Zit. Nom de Dieu. Of course I'm a Britisher, Haynes's voice said, and I feel as one. I don't want to see my country fall into the hands of German Jews either. That's our national problem, I'm afraid, just now. Two men stood at the verge of the cliff, watching, businessman, boatman. She's making for Bullock Harbor. The boatman nodded towards the north of the bay with some disdain. There's 5 fathoms out there, he said. It'll be swept up that way when the tide comes in about 1. It's 9 days today. The man that was drowned. A sail veering about the blank bay waiting for a swollen bundle to bob up, roll over to the sun, a puffy face, salt white. Here I am. They followed the winding path down to the creek. Buck Mulligan stood on a stone, in shirt sleeves, his unclipped tie rippling over his shoulder. A young man clinging to a spur of rock near him, moved slowly frogwise, his green legs in the deep jelly of the water. Is the brother with you, Malachi? Down in Westmeath. With the Bannons. Still there? I got a card from Bannon. Says he found a sweet young thing down there. Photo girl he calls her. Snapshot, eh? Brief exposure. Buck Mulligan sat down to unlace his boots. An elderly man shot up near the spur of rock, a glowing red face. He scrambled up by the stones, water glistening on his pate and on its garland of gray hair, water rilling over his chest and paunch and spilling jets out of his black sagging loincloth. Buck Mulligan made way for him to scramble past and, glancing at Haynes and Stephen, crossed himself piously with his thumbnail at brow and lips and breastbone. Seymour's back in town, the young man said, grasping again his spur of rock. Chucked medicine and going in for the army. Ah, go to God. Buck Mulligan said. Going over next week to stew. You know that Red Carlisle girl, Lily? Yes. Spooning with him last night on the pier. The father is Rotto with money. Is she up the pole? Better ask Seymour that. Seymour a bleeding officer. Buck Mulligan said. He nodded to himself as he drew off his trousers and stood up, saying tritely, red-headed women buck like goats. He broke off in alarm, feeling his side under his flapping shirt. My 12th rib is gone, he cried. I'm the Ibermensch. Toothless Kenj and I, the Supermen. He struggled out of his shirt and flung it behind him to where his clothes lay. "Are you going in here, Malachi?" "Yes." "Make room in the bed." The young man shoved himself backward through the water and reached the middle of the creek in 2 long clean strokes. Haynes sat down on a stone, smoking. "Are you not coming in?" Buck Mulligan asked. Later on, Haynes said. "Not on my breakfast." Stephen turned away. "I'm going, Mulligan," he said. "Give us that key, Kinch," Buck Mulligan said, "to keep my chemise flat." Stephen handed him the key. Buck Mulligan laid it across his heaped clothes. "And 2pence," he said, "for a pint." "Throw it there." Stephen threw 2 pennies on the soft heap. "Dressing, undressing." Buck Mulligan, erect, with joined hands before him, said solemnly, "He who stealeth from the poor lendeth to the Lord." Thus spake Zarathustra. His plump body plunged. "We'll see you again," Haynes said, turning as Stephen walked up the path and smiling at Wild Irish. "Horn of a bull, hoof of a horse, smile of a Saxon." "The ship," Buck Mulligan cried. 12:30. "Good," Stephen said. He walked along the upward curving path. "Liliata rutilantium. Trama circumdet. Ubilandium te virginum." The priest's gray nimbus in a niche where he dressed discreetly. "I will not sleep here tonight. Home also I cannot go." A voice, sweetened and sustained, called to him from the sea. Turning the curve, he waved his hand. It called again. A sleek brown head, a seal's, far out on the water, round. "Usurper. You, Cochrane, what city sent for him?" "Tarentum, sir." "Very good. Well?" "There was a battle, sir." "Very good. Where?" The boy's blank face asked the blank window. "Fabled by the daughters of memory." And yet it was in some way, if not as memory fabled it. A phrase, then, of impatience, thought of Blake's wings of excess. "I hear the ruin of all space, shattered glass and toppling masonry, and time one livid final flame. What's left us then?" "I forget the place, sir." 279 B.C. "Asculum," Stephen said, glancing at the name and date in the Gorse card book. "Yes, sir." And he said, "Another victory like that and we are done for." That phrase the world had remembered. A dull ease of the mind. From a hill above a corpse-strewn plain, a general speaking to his officers, leaned upon his spear. Any general to any officers. They lend ear. "You, Armstrong," Stephen said. "What was the end of Pyrrhus?" "End of Pyrrhus, sir? I know, sir." "Ask me, sir," Common said. "Wait. You, Armstrong. Do you know anything about Pyrrhus?" A bag of fig rolls lay snugly in Armstrong's satchel. He curled them between his palms at whiles and swallowed them softly. Crumbs adhered to the tissue of his lips. A sweetened boy's breath. Well-off people, proud that their eldest son was in the Navy. Vico Road, Dalkey. "Pyrrhus, sir? Pyrrhus, a peer." All laughed. Mirthless, high, malicious laughter. Armstrong looked round at his classmates, silly glee in profile. "In a moment they will laugh more loudly, aware of my lack of rule and of the fees their papas pay." "Tell me now," Stephen said, poking the boy's shoulder with the book, "what is a pier?" "A pier, sir," Armstrong said. "A thing out in the water. A kind of a bridge." "Kingstown Pier, sir." Some laughed again, mirthless but with meaning. 2 in the back bench whispered. Yes. They knew, had never learned nor ever been innocent. All. With envy he watched their faces, Edith, Ethel, Gertie, Lily. Their likes, their breaths, too, sweetened with tea and jam, their bracelets tittering in the struggle. "Kingstown Pier," Stephen said. "Yes, a disappointed bridge." The words troubled their gaze. "How, sir?" Cameron asked. "A bridge is across a river." For Haynes's chapbook. "No one here to hear." Tonight deftly amid wild drink and talk, to pierce the polished mail of his mind. What then? A jester at the court of his master, indulged and disesteemed, winning a clement master's praise. Why had they chosen all that part? Not wholly for the smooth caress. For them too history was a tale like any other too often heard, their land a pawnshop. Had Paris not fallen by a beldame's hand in Argos or Julius Caesar not been knifed to death? They are not to be thought away. Time has branded them and fettered, they are lodged in the room of the infinite possibilities they have ousted. But can those have been possible seeing that they never were? Or was that only possible which came to pass? Weaver of the wind. Tell us a story, sir. Oh, do, sir. A ghost story. Where do you begin in this? Stephen asked, opening another book. Weep no more, Common said. Go on then, Talbot. And the story, sir? After, Stephen said. Go on, Talbot. A swarthy boy opened a book and propped it nimbly under the breastwork of his satchel. He recited jerks of verse with odd glances at the text. Weep no more, woeful shepherds, weep no more for Lystus, your sorrow is not dead, sunk though he be beneath the watery floor. It must be a movement then, an actuality of the possible as possible. Aristotle's phrase formed itself within the gabbled verses and floated out into the studious silence of the library of Saint Genevieve, where he had read, sheltered from the sin of Paris, night by night. By his elbow a delicate Siamese Conde handbook of strategy. Fed and feeding brains about me, under glow lamps, impaled, with faintly beating feelers, and in my mind's darkness a sloth of the underworld, reluctant, shy of brightness, shifting her dragon scaly folds. Thought is the thought of thought. Tranquil brightness. The soul is in a manner all that is, the soul is the form of forms. Tranquility sudden, vast, candescent, form of forms. Talbot repeated, through the dear might of him that walked the waves, through the dear might, turn over, Stephen said quietly. I don't see anything. What, sir? Talbot asked simply, bending forward. His hand turned the page over. He leaned back and went on again, having just remembered. Of him that walked the waves. Here also over these craven hearts his shadow lies, and on the scoffer's heart and lips, and on mine. It lies upon their eager faces who offered him a coin of the tribute. To Caesar what is Caesar's, to God what is God's. A long look from dark eyes, a riddling sentence to be woven and woven on the church's looms. Riddle me, Randy Rowe. My father gave me seeds to sow. Talbot slid his closed book into his satchel. Have I heard all? Stephen asked. Yes, sir. Hockey at 10, sir. Half day, sir. Thursday. Who can answer a riddle? Stephen asked. They bundled their books away, pencils clacking, pages rustling. Crowding together they strapped and buckled their satchels, all gabbling gaily. A riddle, sir? Ask me, sir. Oh, ask me, sir. A hard one, sir. This is the riddle, Stephen said. The cock crew, the sky was blue, the bells in heaven were striking 11. 'Tis time for this poor soul to go to heaven. What is that? What, sir? Again, sir. We didn't hear. Their eyes grew bigger as the lines were repeated. After a silence Cochrane said, What is it, sir? We give it up. Stephen, his throat itching, answered, the fox burying his grandmother under a high bush. He stood up and gave a shout of nervous laughter to which their cries echoed dismay. A stick struck the door and a voice in the corridor called, Hockey. They broke asunder, sidling out of their benches, leaping them. Quickly they were gone, and from the lumber room came the rattle of sticks and clamor of their boots and tongues. Sergeant, who alone had lingered, came forward slowly, showing an open copybook. His thick hair and scraggy neck gave witness of unreadiness, and through his misty glasses weak eyes looked up pleading. On his cheek, dull and bloodless, a soft stain of ink lay, date-shaped, recent and damp as a snail's bed. He held out his copybook. The word sums was written on the headline. Beneath were sloping figures, and at the foot a crooked signature with blind loops and a blot. Cyril Sargent, his name and seal. Mr. D.C. told me to write them out all again, he said, and show them to you, sir. Stephen touched the edges of the book. Futility. Do you understand how to do them now? He asked. Numbers 11 to 15, Sargent answered. Mr. DC said I was to copy them off the board, sir. Can you do them yourself? Stephen asked. No, sir. Ugly and futile, lean neck and thick hair and a stain of ink, a snail's bed. Yet someone had loved him, borne him in her arms and in her heart. But for her the race of the world would have trampled him underfoot, a squashed boneless snail. She had loved his weak watery blood drained from her own. Was that then real? The only true thing in life? His mother's prostrate body the fiery Columbanus in holy zeal bestrode. She was no more, the trembling skeleton of a twig burnt in the fire, an odor of rosewood and wetted ashes. She had saved him from being trampled underfoot and had gone, scarcely having been. A poor soul gone to heaven, and on a heath beneath winking stars a fox, red reek of rapine in his fur, with merciless bright eyes scraped in the earth, listened, scraped up the earth, listened, scraped and scraped. Sitting at his side Stephen solved out the problem. He proves by algebra that Shakespeare's ghost is Hamlet's grandfather. Sergeant peered askance through his slanted glasses. Hockey sticks rattled in the lumber room, the hollow knock of a ball and calls from the field. Across the page the symbols moved in grave Morris, in the mummery of their letters, wearing quaint caps of squares and cubes. Give hands, traverse, bow to partner, so, imps of fancy of the moors. Gone too from the world, of Rose and Moses Maimonides, dark men in mien and movement, flashing in their mocking mirrors the obscure soul of the world, a darkness shining in brightness which brightness could not comprehend. Do you understand now? Can you work the second for yourself? Yes, sir. In long shaky strokes Sergeant copied the data. Waiting always for a word of help his hand moved faithfully the unsteady symbols, a faint hue of shame flickering behind his dull skin. Amor mattress, subjective and objective genitive. With her weak blood unwaysar milk she had fed him and hid from sight of others his swaddling bands. Like him was I, these sloping shoulders, this gracelessness. My childhood bends beside me. Too far for me to lay a hand there once or lightly. Mine is far and his secret as our eyes. Secrets, silent, stony sit in the dark palaces of both our hearts, secrets weary of their tyranny, tyrants, willing to be dethroned. The sum was done. It is very simple, Stephen said as he stood up. Yes, sir. Thanks, Sergeant answered. He dried the page with a sheet of thin blotting paper and carried his copybook back to his bench. You had better get your stick and go out to the others, Stephen said as he followed towards the door the boy's graceless form. Yes, sir. In the corridor his name was heard, called from the playfield. Sergeant. Run on, Stephen said. Mr. DC is calling you. He stood in the porch and watched the laggard hurry towards the scrappy field where sharp voices were in strife. They were sorted in teams and Mr. DC came away stepping over wisps of grass with gaitered feet. When he had reached the schoolhouse voices again contending called to him. He turned his angry white mustache. What is it now? He cried continually without listening. Cochrane and Halliday are on the same side, sir, Stephen said. Will you wait in my study for a moment, Mr. DC said, till I restore order here. And as he stepped fussily back across the field his old man's voice cried sternly, What is the matter? What is it now? Their sharp voices cried about him on all sides, their many forms closed round him, the garish sunshine bleaching the honey of his ill-dyed head. Stale smoky air hung in the study with the smell of drab abraded leather of its chairs. As on the first day he bargained with me here. As it was in the beginning, is now. On the sideboard the tray of Stuart coins, base treasure of a bog, and ever shall be. And snug in their spoon case of purple plush, faded, the 12 apostles having preached to all the Gentiles, world without end. A hasty step over the stone porch and in the corridor. Blowing out his rare mustache Mr. DC halted at the table. First, our little financial settlement, he said. He brought out of his coat a pocketbook bound by a leather thong. It slapped open and he took from it 2 notes, one of joined halves, and laid them carefully on the table. 2, he said, strapping and stowing his pocketbook away. And now his strong room for the gold. Stephen's embarrassed hand moved over the shells heaped in the cold stone mortar, whelks and money cowries and leopard shells, and this, whirled as an emir's turban, and this, the scallop of St. James. An old pilgrim's hoard, dead treasure, hollow shells. A sovereign fell, bright and new, on the soft pile of the tablecloth. 3. Mr. Deasy said, turning his little savings box about in his hand. These are handy things to have. See. This is for sovereigns. This is for shillings. Sixpences, half-crowns. And here crowns. See. He shot from it 2 crowns and 2 shillings. 3.12, he said. I think you'll find that's right. Thank you, sir, Stephen said, gathering the money together with shy haste and putting it all in a pocket of his trousers. No thanks at all, Mr. Deasy said. You have earned it. Stephen's hand, free again, went back to the hollow shells. Symbols too of beauty and of power. A lump in my pocket, symbols soiled by greed and misery. Don't carry it like that, Mr. Deasy said. You'll pull it out somewhere and lose it. You just buy one of these machines. You'll find them very handy. Answer something. Mine would be often empty, Stephen said. The same room and hour, the same wisdom, and I the same. 3 times now. 3 nooses round me here. Well? I can break them in this instant if I will. Because you don't save, Mr. Deasy said, pointing his finger. You don't know yet what money is. Money is power. When you have lived as long as I have. I know, I know. If youth but knew. But what does Shakespeare say? Put but money in thy purse, Iago, Stephen murmured. He lifted his gaze from the idle shells to the old man's stare. He knew what money was, Mr. Deasy said. He made money. A poet, yes, but an Englishman too. Do you know what is the pride of the English? Do you know what is the proudest word you will ever hear from an Englishman's mouth? The sea's ruler. His sea-cold eyes looked on the empty bay. It seems history is to blame, on me and on my words, unhating. That on his empire, Stephen said, the sun never sets. Bah! Mr. Deasy cried. That's not English. A French Celt said that. He tapped his savings box against his thumbnail. I will tell you, he said solemnly, what is his proudest boast. I paid my way. Good man, good man. I paid my way. I never borrowed a shilling in my life. Can you feel that? I owe nothing. Can you? Mulligan, £9, 3 pairs of socks, 1 pair brogues, ties. Curran, 10 guineas. McCann, 1 guinea. Fred Ryan, 2 shillings. Temple, 2 lunches. Russell, 1 guinea. Cousins, 10 shillings. Bob Reynolds, half a guinea. Kohler, 3 guineas. Mrs. McKernan, 5 weeks' board. The lump I have is useless. For the moment, no, Stephen answered. Mr. Deasy laughed with rich delight, putting back his savings box. I knew you couldn't, he said joyously. But one day you must feel it. We are a generous people, but we must also be just. I fear those big words, Stephen said, which make us so unhappy. Mr. Deasy stared sternly for some moments over the mantelpiece at the shapely bulk of a man in tartan philibug's, Albert Edward, Prince of Wales. You think me an old fogey and an old Tory, his thoughtful voice said. I saw 3 generations since O'Connell's time. I remember the famine in '46. Do you know that the Orange Lodges agitated for repeal of the Union 20 years before O'Connell did, or before the prelates of your communion denounced him as a demagogue? You Fenians forget some things. Glorious, pious and immortal memory. The Lodge of Diamond in Armagh the Splendid behung with corpses of papishes. Horse, masked and armed, the Planter's Covenant. The Black North and True Blue Bible. Cries lie down. Stephen sketched a brief gesture. I have rebel blood in me too, Mr. Deasy said. On the spindle side. But I am descended from Sir John Blackwood, who voted for the Union. We are all Irish, all king's sons. Alas, Stephen said. Pervi as rectus, Mr. DC said firmly, was his motto. He voted for it and put on his top boots to ride to Dublin from the Ards of Down to do so. Low the raw the rocky road to Dublin. A gruff squire on horseback with shiny top boots. Soft day, Sir John. Soft day, Your Honour, day, 2 top boots jogged dangling on to Dublin. Low the raw. Low the ratty. That reminds me, Mr. DC said. You can do me a favor, Mr. Daedalus, with some of your literary friends. I have a letter here for the press. Sit down a moment. I have just to copy the end. He went to the desk near the window, pulled in his chair twice and read off some words from the sheet on the drum of his typewriter. Sit down. Excuse me, he said over his shoulder, the dictates of common sense. Just a moment. He peered from under his shaggy brows at the manuscript by his elbow and, muttering, began to prod the stiff buttons of the keyboard slowly, sometimes blowing as he screwed up the drum to erase an error. Stephen seated himself noiselessly before the princely presence. Framed around the walls images of vanished horses stood in homage, their meek heads poised in air, Lord Hastings' Repulse, the Duke of Westminster's Châteauver, the Duke of Beaufort's Salon, Prix de Paris, 1866. Elfin riders sat them, watchful of a sign. He saw their speeds, backing king's colors, and shouted with the shouts of vanished crowds. Full stop, Mr. DC bade his keys. But prompt ventilation of this all-important question, where Cranley led me to get rich quick, hunting his winners among the mud-splashed brakes, amid the balls of bookies on their pitches and reek of the canteen, over the motley slush. Fair rebel. Fair rebel. Even money the favorite, 10-1 the field. Dicers and thimble-riggers we hurried by after the hoofs, the vying caps and jackets and past the meat-faced woman, a butcher's dame, nuzzling thirstily her clove of orange. Shouts rang shrill from the boys' playfield and a whirring whistle. Again, a goal. I am among them, among their battling bodies in a medley, the joust of life. You mean that knock-kneed mother's darling who seems to be slightly crossic? Jousts. Time-shocked rebounds, shock by shock. Jousts, slush and uproar of battles, the frozen death spew of the slain, a shout of spear spikes baited with men's bloodied guts. Now then, Mr. DC said, rising. He came to the table, pinning together his sheets. Stephen stood up. I have put the matter into a nutshell, Mr. DC said. It's about the foot and mouth disease. Just look through it. There can be no two opinions on the matter. May I trespass on your valuable space? That doctrine of laissez-faire which so often in our history. Our cattle trade. The way of all our old industries. Liverpool ring which jockeyed the Galway harbour scheme. European conflagration. Grain supplies through the narrow waters of the Channel. The pluter-perfect imperturbability of the Department of Agriculture. Pardoned a classical allusion. Cassandra. By a woman who was no better than she should be. To come to the point at issue. I don't mince words, do I? Mr. DC asked as Stephen read on. Foot and mouth disease. Known as Koch's preparation. Serum and virus. Percentage of salted horses. Rinderpest. Emperor's horses at Merzstag, Lower Austria. Veterinary surgeons. Mr. Henry Blackwood Price. Courteous offer of fair trial. Dictates of common sense. Ill-important question. In every sense of the word take the bull by the horns. Thanking you for the hospitality of your columns. I want that to be printed and read, Mr. DC said. You will see at the next outbreak they will put an embargo on Irish cattle. And it can be cured. It is cured. My cousin, Blackwood Price, writes to me it is regularly treated and cured in Austria by cattle doctors there. They offer to come over here. I am trying to work up influence with the department. Now I'm going to try publicity. I am surrounded by difficulties, by intrigues, by backstairs influence, by. He raised his forefinger and beat the air oldly before his voice spoke. Mark my words, Mr. Daedalus, he said. England is in the hands of the Jews. In all the highest places, her finance, her press. And they are the signs of a nation's decay. Wherever they gather they eat up the nation's vital strength. I have seen it coming these years. As sure as we are standing here the Jew merchants are already at their work of destruction. Old England is dying. He stepped swiftly off, his eyes coming to blue life as they passed a broad sunbeam. He faced about and back again. Dying, he said again, if not dead by now. The harlot's cry from street to street shall weave old England's winding sheet. His eyes open wide and vision stared sternly across the sunbeam in which he halted. A merchant, Stephen said, is one who buys cheap and sells dear, Jew or Gentile, is he not? They sinned against the light, Mr. Deasy said gravely. And you can see the darkness in their eyes. And that is why they are wanderers on the earth to this day. On the steps of the Paris Stock Exchange the gold-skinned men quoting prices on their gemmed fingers. Gabble of geese. They swarmed loud, uncouth about the temple, their heads thick plodding under maladroit silk hats. Not theirs, these clothes, this speech, these gestures. Their full slow eyes belied the words, the gestures eager and unoffending, but knew the rancors massed about them and knew their zeal was vain. Vain patience to heap and hoard. Time surely would scatter all. A hoard heaped by the roadside, plundered and passing on. Their eyes knew their years of wandering and, patient, knew the dishonors of their flesh. Who has not? Stephen said. What do you mean? Mr. Deasy asked. He came forward a pace and stood by the table. His underjaw fell sideways open uncertainly. Is this old wisdom? He waits to hear from me. History, Stephen said, is a nightmare from which I am trying to awake. From the playfield the boys raised a shout. A whirring whistle, goal. What if that nightmare gave you a back kick? The ways of the Creator are not our ways, Mr. Deasy said. All human history moves towards one great goal, the manifestation of God. Stephen jerked his thumb towards the window, saying, that is God. Hooray. Were we? What? Mr. Deasy asked. A shout in the street, Stephen answered, shrugging his shoulders. Mr. Deasy looked down and held for a while the wings of his nose tweaked between his fingers. Looking up again he set them free. I am happier than you are, he said. We have committed many errors and many sins. A woman brought sin into the world. For a woman who was no better than she should be, Helen, the runaway wife of Menelaus, 10 years the Greeks made war on Troy. A faithless wife first brought the strangers to our shore here, MacMurrough's wife and her leman, O'Rourke, Prince of Breffni. A woman too brought Parnell low. Many errors, many failures but not the one sin. I am a struggler now at the end of my days. But I will fight for the right till the end. For Ulster will fight and Ulster will be right. Stephen raised the sheets in his hand. Well, sir, he began, I foresee, Mr. Deasy said, that you will not remain here very long at this work. You were not born to be a teacher, I think. Perhaps I am wrong. A learner rather, Stephen said. And here what will you learn more? Mr. Deasy shook his head. Who knows? He said. To learn one must be humble. But life is the great teacher. Stephen rustled the sheets again. As regards these, he began. Yes, Mr. Deasy said. You have 2 copies there. If you can have them published at once. Telegraph. Irish Homestead. I will try, Stephen said, and let you know tomorrow. I know 2 editors slightly. That will do, Mr. Deasy said briskly. I wrote last night to Mr. Field, Northern Mariana Islands. There is a meeting of the Cattle Traders Association today at the City Arms Hotel. I asked him to lay my letter before the meeting. You see if you can get it into your 2 papers. What are they? The Evening Telegraph. That will do, Mr. Deasy said. There is no time to lose. Now I have to answer that letter from my cousin. Good morning, sir, Stephen said, putting the sheets in his pocket. Thank you. Not at all, Mr. Deasy said as he searched the papers on his desk. I like to break a lance with you, old as I am. Good morning, sir, Stephen said again, bowing to his bent back. He went out by the open porch and down the gravel path under the trees, hearing the cries of voices and crack of sticks from the playfield. The lions couchant on the pillars as he passed out through the gate, toothless terrors. Still I will help him in his fight. Mulligan will dub me a new name, the bullock befriending bard. Mr. Daedalus. Running after me. No more letters, I hope. Just one moment. Yes, sir, Stephen said, turning back at the gate. Mr. DC halted, breathing hard and swallowing his breath. I just wanted to say, he said. Ireland, they say, has the honor of being the only country which never persecuted the Jews. Do you know that? No. And do you know why? He frowned sternly on the bright air. Why, sir? Stephen asked, beginning to smile. Because she never let them in, Mr. DC said solemnly. A cough ball of laughter leaped from his throat, dragging after it a rattling chaw-in of phlegm. He turned back quickly, coughing, laughing, his lifted arms waving to the air. She never let them in, he cried again through his laughter as he stamped on gaitered feet over the gravel of the path. That's why. On his wise shoulders through the checkerwork of leaves the sun flung spangles, dancing coins. Ineluctable modality of the visible, at least that if no more, thought through my eyes. Signatures of all things I am here to read, sea spawn and sea wreck, the nearing tide, that trusty boot. Snot green, blue as silver, rust, colored signs. Limits of the diaphane. But he adds, in bodies. Then he was aware of them bodies before of them colored. How? By knocking his sconce against them, sure. Go easy. Bald he was and a millionaire, maestro di color chase and no. Limit of the diaphane in. Why in? Diaphane, atiaphane. If you can put your 5 fingers through it, it is a gate, if not a door. Shut your eyes and see. Stephen closed his eyes to hear his boots crush crackling rack and shells. You're walking through it howsomever. I am, a stride at a time. A very short space of time through very short times of space. 5, 6, the knock-and-under. Exactly, and that is the ineluctable modality of the audible. Open your eyes. No. Jesus. If I fell over a cliff, that Beatles or his bass fell through the nebenander ineluctably. I am getting on nicely in the dark. My ash sword hangs at my side. Tap with it, they do. My 2 feet in his boots are at the ends of his legs, nebenander. Sounds solid, made by the mallet of lost Amiergos. Am I walking into eternity along sandy Mount Strand? Crush, crack, crick, crick. Wild sea money. Domini dicens thema. Won't you come to Sandy Mount, Madeline the mare? Rhythm begins, you see. I hear. A catalectic tetrameter of iams marching. No, Agalop, Delini the mare. Open your eyes now. I will. One moment. Has all vanished since? If I open and am forever in the black atiaphane. Basta. I will see if I can see. See now. There all the time without you, and ever shall be, world without end. They came down the steps from Leahy's terrace prudently, Frey and Zymer, and down the shelving shore flabbily, their splayed feet sinking in the silted sand. Like me, like algae, coming down to our mighty mother. Number 1 swung lurdily he our midwife's bag, the other scamp poked in the beach. From the Liberties, out for the day. Mrs. Florence McCabe, relict of the late Pat McCabe, deeply lamented, of Bright Street. One of her sisterhood lugged me squealing into life. Creation from nothing. What has she in the bag? A misbirth with a trailing navel cord, hushed in ruddy wool. The cords of all link back, strand entwining cable of all flesh. That is why mystic monks. Will you be as gods? Gaze in your omphalos. Hello. Kinch here. Put me onto it and vil. Aleph, Alpha, naught, 1. Spouse and helpmate of Adam Cadman, Heva, naked Eve. She had no navel. Gaze. Belly without blemish, bulging big, a buckler of taut vellum, no, white heaped corn, orient and immortal, standing from everlasting to everlasting. Womb of sin. Wombed in sin darkness I was too, made not begotten. By them, the man with my voice and my eyes and a ghost woman with ashes on her breath. They clasped and sundered, did the coupler's will. From before the ages he willed me and now may not will me away or ever. A lex aeterna stays about him. Is that then the divine substance wherein Father and Son are consubstantial? Where is poor dear Arius to try conclusions? Warring his life long upon the transmagnificandspangdontiality. Ill-starred heresiarch in a Greek water closet he breathed his last, euthanasia. With beaded mitre and with crozier, stalled upon his throne, widower of a widowed sea, with upstiff Timophorian, with clotted hinder parts. Airs romped round him, nipping and eager airs. They are coming, waves. The white-maned sea-horses, champing, bright wind-bridled, the steeds of Mananan. I mustn't forget his letter for the press. And after? The ship, 12:30. By the way, go easy with that money like a good young imbecile. Yes, I must. His pace slackened. Here. Am I going to Aunt Sarah's or not? My consubstantial father's voice. Did you see anything of your artist brother Stephen lately? No. Sure he's not down in Strasbourg Terrace with his Aunt Sally? Couldn't he fly a bit higher than that, eh? And tell us, Stephen, how is Uncle C? Oh, weeping God, the things I married into. The boys up in the hayloft. The drunken little cost drayer and his brother, the cornet player. Highly respectable gondoliers. And sky-eyed Walter sirring his father, no less. Sir. Yes, sir. No, sir. Jesus wept, and no wonder, by Christ. I pull the wheezy bell of their shuttered cottage, and wait. They take me for a dun, peer out from a coign of vantage. It's Stephen, sir. Let him in. Let Stephen in. A bolt drawn back and Walter welcomes me. We thought you were someone else. In his broad bed Uncle Richie, pillowed and blanketed, extends over the hillock of his knees a sturdy forearm. Clean-chested. He has washed the upper moiety. Morrow, nephew. He lays aside the lapboard whereon he drafts his bills of costs for the eyes of Master Goff and Master Chaplain Tandy, filing consents and common searches and a writ of duces tecum. A bog oak frame over his bald head, whilst requiescat. The drone of his misleading whistle brings Walter back. Yes, sir. Malt for Richie and Stephen, tell mother. Where is she? Bathing Chrissy, sir. Papa's little bedbull. Lump of love. No, Uncle Richie, call me Richie. Damn your lithia water. It lowers. Wusky. Uncle Richie, really, sit down or by the law Harry I'll knock you down. Walter squints vainly for a chair. He has nothing to sit down on, sir. He has nowhere to put it, you mug. Bring in our Chippendale chair. Would you like a bite of something? None of your damned la-dee-da airs here. The rich of a rasher fried with a herring? Sure? So much the better. We have nothing in the house but backache pills. Alerta. He drones bars of Ferrando's aria di sordida. The grandest number, Stephen, in the whole opera. Listen. His tuneful whistle sounds again, finely shaded, with rushes of the air, his fists spy drumming on his padded knees. This wind is sweeter. Houses of decay, mine, his and all. You told the Clongowes gentry you had an uncle a judge and an uncle a general in the army. Come out of them, Stephen. Beauty is not there. Nor in the stagnant bay of Marcia's library where you read the fading prophecies of Joachim Abbas. For whom? The hundreded rabble of the cathedral close. A hater of his kind ran from them to the wood of madness, his mane foaming in the moon, his eyeballs stars. Howin, horse nostrilled. The oval equine faces, Temple, Buck Mulligan, Foxy Campbell, Lantern Jaws. Abba's father, Furious-Steen, what offence laid fire to their brains? Path. Descend, Cav, Utney Amplius de Calvaris. A garland of grey hair on his comminated head see him me clambering down to the footbase, descend, clutching a monstrance, basilisk-eyed. Get down, bald pole. A choir gives back menace and echo, assisting about the altar's horns, The snorted Latin of Jack priests moving burly in their albs, tonsured and oiled and gelded, fat with the fat of kidneys of wheat. And at the same instant perhaps a priest round the corner is elevating it. Dring-dring. And 2 streets off another locking it into a pyx. Dring-a-dring. And in a lady chapel another taking housel all to his own cheek. Dring-dring. Down, up, forward, back. Dan Ockham thought of that, invincible doctor. A misty English morning the imp hypostasis tickled his brain. Bringing his host down and kneeling he heard twine with his second bell, the first bell in the transept. He is lifting his, and, rising, heard, now I am lifting, there 2 bells, he is kneeling, twang in diphthong. Cousin Stephen, you will never be a saint. I love saints. You were awfully holy, weren't you? You prayed to the Blessed Virgin that you might not have a red nose. You prayed to the devil in Serpentine Avenue that the fubsy widow in front might lift her clothes still more from the wet street. Oh see, Cherdo. Sell your soul for that, do, dyed rags pinned round a squaw. More tell me, more still. On the top of the Howth tram alone crying to the rain, naked women. Naked women. What about that, eh? What about what? What else were they invented for? Reading 2 pages apiece of 7 books every night, eh? I was young. You bowed to yourself in the mirror, stepping forward to applause earnestly, striking face. Hooray for the goddamned idiot. Ray. No one saw, tell no one. Books you were going to write with letters for titles. Have you read his F? Oh yes, but I prefer Q. Yes, but W is wonderful. Oh yes. W. Remember your epiphanies written on green oval leaves, deeply deep, copies to be sent if you died to all the great libraries of the world, including Alexandria. Someone was to read them there after a few thousand years, a Mahamanvantara. Pico della Mirandola like. Eh? Very like a whale. When one reads these strange pages of one long gone one feels that one is at one with one who once, the grainy sand had gone from under his feet. His boots trod again a damp crackling mast, razor shells, squeaking pebbles, that on the unnumbered pebbles beats, wood sieved by the shipworm, lost armada. Unwholesome sand flats waited to suck his treading soles, breathing upward sewage breath, a pocket of seaweed smoldered in sea fire under a midden of man's ashes. He coasted them, walking warily. A porter bottle stood up, stugged to its waist, in the cakey sand dough. A sentinel, I love dreadful thirst. Broken hoops on the shore, at the land a maze of dark cunning nets, farther away chalks crawled back doors and on the higher beach a drying line with 2 crucified shirts. Ringsend, wigwams of brown steersmen and master mariners. Human shells. He halted. I have passed the way to Aunt Sarah's. Am I not going there? Seems not. No one about. He turned northeast and crossed the firmer sand towards the pigeon house. Qui vous amis dans cette fichu position? Sail a pigeon, Joseph. Patrice, home on furlough, lapped warm milk with me in the bar McMahon. Son of the wild goose, Kevin Egan of Paris. My father's a bird, he lapped the sweet lay chawed with pink young tongue, plump bunny's face. Lappin'. He hopes to win in the gross lots. About the nature of women he read in Michelet. But he must send me La Vie de Jesus by M. Leotuxel. Lend it to his friend. C'est tordant, vous savez. Moi, je suis socialiste. Je n'y crois pas en l'existence de Dieu. Faut pas le dire à mon père. Il croit. Mon père, oui. Schloss. He laps. My Latin quarter hat. God, we simply must dress the character. I want puce gloves. You were a student, weren't you? Of what in the other devil's name? Payson. P.C.N., you know, physiques, chimiques et naturals. Aha. Eating your groat's worth of mancivet, flesh pots of Egypt, elbowed by belching cabmen. Just say in the most natural tone, when I was in Paris, Michigan, I used to. Yes, used to carry punch tickets to prove an alibi if they arrested you for murder somewhere. Justice. On the night of the 17th of February 1904 the prisoner was seen by two witnesses. Other fellow did it, other me. Hat, tie, overcoat, nose. Louis, same moi. You seem to have enjoyed yourself. Proudly walking. Whom were you trying to walk like? Forget, a dispossessed. With mother's money order, 8 shillings, the banging door of the post office slammed in your face by the usher. Hunger toothache. Encore 2 minutes. Look clock. Must get. Firm. Hired dog. Shoot him to bloody bits with a bang shotgun, bits man spattered walls all brass buttons. Bits all clock in place clack back. Not hurt? Oh, that's all right. Shake hands. See what I meant, see? Oh, that's all right. Shake a shake. Oh, that's only all right. You were going to do wonders, what? Missionary to Europe after fiery Columbanus. Fiacre and SCOTUS on their creepest tools in heaven spilled from their pint pots, lowlit and laughing, huge. Huge. Pretending to speak broken English as you dragged your valise, porter threepence, across the slimy pier at New Haven. Comment? Rich booty you brought back, La Tutu, 5 tattered numbers of Pantalon Blanc at Culotte Rouge, a blue French telegram, curiosity to show, mother dying come home father. The aunt thinks you killed your mother. That's why she won't. Then here's a health to Mulligan's aunt and I'll tell you the reason why. She always kept things decent in the Hannigan family. His feet marched in sudden proud rhythm over the sand furrows, along by the boulders of the south wall. He stared at them proudly, piled stone mammoth skulls. Gold light on sea, on sand, on boulders. The sun is there, the slender trees, the lemon houses. Paris Raleigh waking, crude sunlight on her lemon streets. Moist pith of farls of bread, the frog green wormwood, her matin incense, court the air. Belmo rises from the bed of his wife's lover's wife, the kerchiefed housewife is astir, a saucer of acetic acid in her hand. In Rodot Sivan and Madeline New make their tumbled beauties, shattering with gold teeth chaussons of pastry, their mouths yellowed with the pus of flan-breton. Faces of Paris men go by, their well-pleased pleasers, curled conquistadors. Noon slumbers. Kevin Egan rolls gunpowder cigarettes through fingers smeared with printer's ink, sipping his green fairy as Patrice his white. About a scobbler's fork spiced beans down their gullets. Under me setier. A jet of coffee steam from the burnished cauldron. She serves me at his beck. Il estate Irlandise. Hollandise? Non-fromage. Du Irlandise, New Ireland, vous savez ça, oui. She thought you wanted a cheese hollandaise. Your postprandial, do you know that word? Postprandial. There was a fellow I knew once in Barcelona, queer fellow, used to call it his postprandial. Well, slainty. Around the slab tables the tangle of wined breaths and grumbling gorges. His breath hangs over our sauce-stained plates, the green fairy's fang thrusting between his lips. Of Ireland, the Dalcatians, of hopes, conspiracies, of Arthur Griffith now, A.E., commander, good shepherd of men. To yoke me as his yokefellow, our crimes are common cause. You're your father's son. I know the voice. His fustian shirt, sanguine-flowered, trembles its Spanish tassels at his secrets. M. Drumont, famous journalist, Drumont, know what he called Queen Victoria? Old hag with the yellow teeth. Viogress with the dense jawns. Maud gone, beautiful woman, La Patrie, Emma Levo, Felix IV, know how he died? Licentious men. The Froecan, bonnet out fair, who rubs male nakedness in the bath at Uppsala. Moi fair, she said, tous les messieurs. Not this monsieur, I said. Most licentious custom. Bath a most private thing. I wouldn't let my brother, not even my own brother, most lascivious thing. Green eyes, I see you. Fang, I feel. Lascivious people. The blue fuse burns deadly between hands and burns clear. Loose tobacco shreds catch fire, a flame and acrid smoke light our corner. Raw face bones under his peep of day boy's hat. How the head center got away, Authentic version. Got up as a young bride, man, veil, orange blossoms, drove out the road to Malahide. Did, faith. Of lost leaders, the betrayed, wild escapes. Disguises, clutched at, gone, not here. Spurned lover. I was a strapping young gossoon at that time, I tell you. I'll show you my likeness one day. I was, faith. Lover, for her love he prowled with Colonel Richard Burke, Danist of his sept, under the walls of Clerkenwell and, crouching, saw a flame of vengeance hurl them upward in the fog. Shattered glass and toppling masonry. In gapery he hides, Egan of Paris, unsought by any save by me. Making his days stations, the dingy printing case, his 3 taverns, the Montmartre lair he sleeps short night in, Rue de Log outdoor, damascened with fly-blown faces of the gone. Loveless, landless, wifeless. She is quite nicey comfy without her outcast man, Madame in Rue Git Liqueur, canary and 2 buck lodgers. Peachy cheeks, a zebra skirt, frisky as a young thing's. Spurned and undespairing. Tell Pat you saw me, won't you? I wanted to get poor Pat a job one time. Moan Phils, soldier of France. I taught him to sing The Boys of Kilkenny are stout roaring blades. Know that old lay? I taught Patrice that. Old Kilkenny, St. Canis, Strongbow's Castle on the Nore. Goes like this. Oh, oh, he takes me, Napper Tanty, by the hand. Oh, oh the boys of Kilkenny, weak wasting hand on mine. They have forgotten Kevin Egan, not he them. Remembering thee, O Sion. He had come nearer the edge of the sea and wet sand slapped his boots. The new air greeted him, harping in wild nerves, wind of wild air of seeds of brightness. Here, I am not walking out to the Kish lightship, am I? He stood suddenly, his feet beginning to sink slowly in the quaking soil. Turn back. Turning, he scanned the shore south, his feet sinking again slowly in new sockets. The cold domed room of the tower waits. Through the barbicans the shafts of light are moving ever, slowly ever as my feet are sinking, creeping duskward over the dial floor. Blue dusk, nightfall, deep blue night. In the darkness of the dome they wait, their pushed back chairs, my obelisk valise, around a board of abandoned platters. Who to clear it? He has the key. I will not sleep there when this night comes. A shut door of a silent tower, entombing there, blind bodies, the panther sahib and his pointer. Call, no answer. He lifted his feet up from the suck and turned back by the mole of boulders. Take all, keep all. My soul walks with me, form of forms. So in the moon's mid-watches I pace the path above the rocks, in sable silvered, hearing Elsinore's tempting flood. The flood is following me. I can watch it flow past from here. Get back then by the pool bag road to the strand there. He climbed over the sedge and deli or weeds and sat on a stool of rock, resting his ash plant in a grike. A bloated carcass of a dog lay lolled on bladder rack. Before him the gunwale of a boat, sunk in sand. Unconscionable Louisville lot called Gauthier's prose. These heavy sands are language tide and wind have silted here. And these, the stone heaps of dead builders, a warren of weasel rats. Hide gold there. Try it. You have some. Sands and stones. Heavy of the past. Sir Lout's toys. Mind you don't get one bang on the ear. I'm the bloody well Gigan trolls all them bloody well boulders, bones for my stepping stones. Fief off 'em. I smells the blood's odes in iridsman. A point, live dog, grew into sight running across the sweep of sand. Lord, is he going to attack me? Respect is liberty. You will not be master of others or their slave. I have my stick. Sit tight. From farther away, walking shoreward across from the crested tide, figures, too. The 2 Marys. They have tucked it safe among the bulrushes. Peekaboo. I see you. No, the dog. He is running back to them. Who? Galleys of the Lachlands ran here to beach, in quest of prey, their blood-beaked prows riding low on a molten pewter surf. Dane Vikings, torques of tomahawks a-glitter on their breasts when Malachi wore the collar of gold. A school of turtle-hide whales stranded in hot noon, spouting, hobbling in the shallows. Then from the starving cagework city a horde of jerkin dwarfs, my people, with flayers' knives, running, scaling, hacking in green blubbery whale meat. Famine, plague and slaughters. Their blood is in me, their lusts my waves. I moved among them on the frozen Liffey, that I, a changeling, among the spluttering resin fires. I spoke to no one, none to me. The dog's bark ran towards him, stopped, ran back. Dog of my enemy. I just simply stood pale, silent, bayed about. Terribilium editans. A primrose doublet, fortune's knave, smiled on my fear. For that are you pining, the bark of their applause. Pretenders, live their lives. The Bruce's brother, Thomas Fitzgerald, Silken Knight, Perkin Warbeck, York's false scion, in breeches of silk of white rose ivory, wonder of a day, and Lambert Simnel, with a tale of nans and sutlers, a scullion crowned. All king's sons. Paradise of pretenders then and now. He saved men from drowning and you shake at a cur's yelping. But the courtiers who mocked Guido in or San Michel were in their own house. House of, we don't want any of your medieval abstrusiosities. Would you do what he did? A boat would be near, a life buoy. Naturlich, put there for you. Would you or would you not? The man that was drowned 9 days ago off Maiden's Rock. They are waiting for him now. The truth, spit it out. I would want to. I would try. I am not a strong swimmer. Water cold soft. When I put my face into it in the basin at Clongowes. Can't see. Who's behind me? Out quickly, quickly. Do you see the tide flowing quickly in on all sides, sheeting the lows of sand quickly, shell cocoa colored? If I had land under my feet. I want his life still to be his, mine to be mine. A drowning man. His human eyes scream to me out of horror of his death. I, with him together down, I could not save her. Waters, bitter death, lost. A woman and a man. I see her skirties. Pinned up, I bet. Their dog ambled about a bank of dwindling sand, trotting, sniffing on all sides. Looking for something lost in a past life. Suddenly he made off like a bounding hare, ears flung back, chasing the shadow of a low-skimming gull. The man shrieked, whistle struck his limp ears. He turned, bounded back, came nearer, trotted on twinkling shanks. On a field tinny a buck, trippant, proper, unattired. At the lace fringe of the tide he halted with stiff forehoofs, seaward-pointed ears. His snout lifted barked at the wave and eyes, herds of sea morse. They serpented towards his feet, curling, unfurling many crests, every ninth, breaking, plashing, from farther out, waves and waves. Cockily pickers. They waded a little way in the water and, stooping, soused their bags and, lifting them again, waded out. The dog yelped running to them, reared up and pawed them, dropping on all fours, again reared up at them with mute bearish fawning. Unheeded he kept by them as they came towards the drier sand, a rag of wolf's tongue red ponting from his jaws. His speckled body ambled ahead of them and then loped off at a calf's gallop. The carcass lay on his path. He stopped, sniffed, stalked round it, brother, nosing closer, went round it, sniffling rapidly like a dog all over the dead dog's bedraggled fell. Dog skull, dog sniff, eyes on the ground, moves to one great goal. Ah, poor dog's body. Here lies poor dog's body's body. Tatters. Out of that, you mongrel. The cry brought him skulking back to his master and a blunt bootless kick sent him unscathed across a spit of sand, crouched in flight. He slunk back in a curve. Doesn't see me. Along by the edge of the mole he lolloped, dawdled, smelt a rock. And from under a cocked hindle egg pissed against it. He trotted forward and, lifting again his hindle egg, pissed quick short at an unsmelt rock. The simple pleasures of the poor. His hind paws then scattered the sand, then his fore paws dabbled and delved. Something he buried there, his grandmother. He rooted in the sand, dabbling, delving and stopped to listen to the air, scraped up the sand again with a fury of his claws, soon ceasing, A pard, a panther, got in spouse breach, vulturing the dead. After he woke me last night, same dream, or was it? Wait. Open hallway. Street of harlots. Remember. Hurrah now, Raskid. I am almosting it. That man led me, spoke. I was not afraid. The melon he held against my face. Smiled, cream fruit smell. That was the rule, said. In. Come. Red carpet spread. You will see who. Shouldering their bags they trudged, the red Egyptians. His blued feet out of turned-up trousers slapped the clammy sand, a dull brick muffler strangling his unshaven neck. With woman's steps she followed, the ruffian and his strolling mort. Spoils slung at her back. Loose sand and shell grit crusted her bare feet. About her wind-raw face hair trailed. Behind her lord, his helpmate, being a was to Romeville. When night hides her body's flaws, calling under her brown shawl from an archway where dogs have mired. Her fancyman is treating two royal Dublins in O'Loughlin's of black pits. Bus her, wop in rogues rum lingo, for, oh, my dimmer whopping dell. A she-fiend's whiteness under her ransa drags. Fumbae's lane that night, the tan-yard smells. White thy fambles, red thy gan and thy quarren's dainty is. Couch a hogshead with me then. In the darkman's clip and kiss. Morose delectation Aquinas Tunbly calls this, freight porcus pino. Unfallen Adam rode and not rutted. Call away let him, thy quarren's dainty is. Language no whit worse than his. Monk words, merry beads jabber on their girdles, rogue words, tough nuggets patter in their pockets. Passing now. A side-eye at my Hamlet hat. If I were suddenly naked here as I sit? I am not. Across the sands of all the world, followed by the sun's flaming sword, to the west, trekking to evening lands. She trudges, schleps, trains, drags, trasines her load. A tide westering, moon-drawn, in her wake. Tides, myriad islanded, within her, blood not mine, Oinopaponton, a wine a dark sea. Behold the handmaid of the moon. In sleep the wet sign calls her hour, bids her rise. Bride bed, child bed, bed of death, ghost candled. Omnis caro ad tavi night. He comes, pale vampire, through storm his eyes, his bat sails bloodying the sea, mouth to her mouth's kiss. Here. Put a pin in that chap, will you? My tablets. Mouth to her kiss. No. Must be two of 'em. Glue 'em well. Mouth to her mouth's kiss. His lips lipped and mouthed fleshless lips of air, mouth to her moom. Alwaming tomb. His mouth molded issuing breath, unspeeched, oeea, roar of cataractic planets, globed, blazing, roaring why away. Paper. The banknotes, blast them. Old DC's letter. Here. Thanking you for the hospitality, tear the blank end off. Turning his back to the sun he bent over far to a table of rock and scribbled words. That's twice I forgot to take slips from the library counter. His shadow lay over the rocks as he bent, ending. Why not endless till the farthest star? Darkly they are there behind this light, darkness shining in the brightness, delta of Cassiopeia, worlds. Me sits there with his auger's rod of ash, in borrowed sandals, by day beside a livid sea. Unbeheld, in violet night walking beneath a rain of uncouth stars. I throw this ended shadow from me, man-shape ineluctable, call it back. Endless, would it be mine, form of my form? Who watches me here? Whoever anywhere will read these written words. Signs on a white field. Somewhere to someone in your flutiest voice. The good Bishop of Cloyne took the veil of the temple out of his shovel hat, veil of space with colored emblems hatched on its field. Hold hard. Colored on a flat, yes, that's right. Flat I see, then think distance, near, far, flat I see, east, back. Ah, see now. Falls back suddenly, frozen in stereoscope. Click does the trick. You find my words dark. Darkness is in our souls, do you not think? Flutier. Our souls, shame wounded by our sins, cling to us yet more, A woman to her lover clinging, the more the more. She trusts me, her hand gentle, the lawnlish ties. Now where the blue hell am I bringing her beyond the veil? Into the ineluctable modality of the ineluctable visuality. She. What she? The Virgin at Hodge's Figgis window on Monday looking in for one of the alphabet books you were going to write. Keen glance you gave her. Wrist through the braided jessie of her sunshade. She lives in Gleason Park with a grief and kickshaws, a lady of letters. Talk that to someone else, Stevie, a pick-me-up. Bet she wears those curse of God stays suspenders and yellow stockings, darned with lumpy wool. Talk about apple dumplings, pie tosto. Where are your wits? Touch me. Soft eyes. Soft hand. I am lonely here. Oh, touch me soon, now. What is that word known to all men? I am quiet here alone. Sad too. Touch me. He lay back at full stretch over the sharp rocks, cramming the scribbled note and pencil into a pocket hat. His hat down on his eyes. That is Kevin Egan's movement I made, nodding for his nap, Sabbath sleep. Et vidit Deus. Ederant Valdebona. Hello. Bonjour. Welcome as the flowers in May. Under its leaf he watched through peacock twittering lashes the southing sun. I am caught in this burning scene. Pan's hour, the faunal noon. Among gummy serpent plants, milk-oozing fruits, whereon the tawny water's leaves lie wide. Pain is far. And no more turn aside and brood. His gaze brooded on his broad-toed boots, a buck's cast-offs, Nebuchadnezzar. He counted the creases of rucked leather wherein another's foot had nested warm. The foot that beat the ground in tripudium, foot I dislove. But you were delighted when Esther Oswald's shoe went on you, girl I knew in Paris. Sheens, quell petty pied. Staunch friend, a brother soul, wild's love that dare not speak its name. His arm, Cranley's arm. He now will leave me. And the blame? As I am. All or not at all. In long lassos from the cock lake the water flowed full, covering green goldenly lagoons of sand, rising, flowing. My ash plant will float away. I shall wait. No, they will pass on, passing, chafing against the low rocks, swirling, passing. Better get this job over quick. Listen, a forwarded wave speech, Sisu, HRSS, Merceus, Oos. Vehement breath of waters amid sea snakes, rearing horses, rocks. In cups of rocks it slops, flop, slop, slap, bounded in barrels. And, spent, its speech ceases. It flows purling, widely flowing, floating foam pool, flower unfurling. Under the upswelling tide he saw the writhing weeds lift languidly and sway reluctant arms, hissing up their petticoats, in whispering water swaying and upturning coy silver fronds. Day by day, night by night, lifted, flooded and let fall. Lord, they are weary, and, whispered too, they sigh. St. Ambrose heard it, sigh of leaves and waves, waiting, awaiting the fullness of their times, debus ac noctibus in Uria's patience ingemissit. To no end gathered, vainly then released, forth flowing, winding back. Loom of the moon. Weary too in sight of lovers, lascivious men, a naked woman shining in her courts, she draws a toil of waters. 5 fathoms out there. Full fathom 5 thy father lies. At 1, he said. Found drowned. High water at Dublin Bar. Driving before it a loose drift of rubble, fan shoals of fishes, silly shells. A corpse rising salt white from the undertow. Bobbing apace a porpoise landward. There he is. Hook it quick. Pull. Sunk though he be beneath the watery floor. We have him. Easy now. Bag of corpsegas sopping in foul brine. A quiver of minnows, fat of a spongy titbit, flash through the slits of his buttoned trouser fly. God becomes man becomes fish becomes barnacle goose becomes featherbed mountain. Dead breaths I living breathe. Dread dead dust, devour Uranus awful from all dead. Hauled stark over the gunwale he breathes upward the stench of his green grave, his leprous nose a hole snoring to the sun. A sea change this, brown eyes salt blue. Seethe, mildest of all deaths known to man. Old Father Ocean. Brie de Paris, beware of imitations. Just you give it a fair trial. We enjoyed ourselves immensely. Come. I thirst. Clouding over. No black clouds anywhere, are there? Thunderstorm. All bright he falls, proud lightning of the intellect, Lucifer, Dico, Kinetic Ham. No. My cockle hat and staff and his sandal shoon. Where? To evening lands. Evening will find itself. He took the hilt of his ash plant, lunging with it softly, dallying still. Yes, evening will find itself in me, without me. All days make their end. By the way, next when is it? Tuesday will be the longest day of all the glad new year, mother, the rum-tum tiddly-tum. Lon Tennyson, gentleman poet. J.A. For the old hag with the yellow teeth. And Monsieur Drumont, gentleman journalist. J.A. My teeth are very bad. Why, I wonder. Feel. That one is going to. Shells. Ought I go to a dentist, I wonder, with that money? That one. This. Toothless Kinch, the Superman. Why is that, I wonder, or does it mean something perhaps? My handkerchief. He threw it. I remember. Did I not take it up? His hand groped vainly in his pockets. No, I didn't. Better buy one. He laid the dry snot picked from his nostril on a ledge of rock, carefully. For the rest let look who will. Behind. Perhaps there is someone. He turned his face over a shoulder, regardant. Moving through the air high spars of a three-master, her sails brailed up on the cross trees, homing, upstream, silently moving, a silent ship. Part 2. Mr. Leopold Bloom ate with relish the inner organs of beasts and fowls. He liked thick giblet soup, nutty gizzards, a stuffed roast heart, liver slices fried with crust crumbs, fried hen cod's roes. Most of all he liked grilled mutton kidneys, which gave to his palate a fine tang of faintly scented urine. Kidneys were in his mind as he moved about the kitchen softly, riding her breakfast things on the humpy tray. Gelid light and air were in the kitchen, but out of doors gentle summer morning everywhere made him feel a bit peckish. The coals were reddening. Another slice of bread and butter, 3, 4, right. She didn't like her plate full. Right. He turned from the tray, lifted the kettle off the hob and set it sideways on the fire. It sat there, dull and squat, its spout stuck out. Cup of tea soon. Good. Mouth dry. The cat walked stiffly round a leg of the table with tail on high. Now. Oh, there you are, Mr. Bloom said, turning from the fire. The cat mewed in answer and stalked again stiffly round a leg of the table, mewing. Just how she stalks over my writing table. PRR. Scratch my head. PRR. Mr. Bloom watched curiously, kindly the lithe black form. Clean to see, the gloss of her sleek hide, the white button under the butt of her tail, the green flashing eyes. He bent down to her, his hands on his knees. Milk for the pussins, he said. No. The cat cried. They call them stupid. They understand what we say better than we understand them. She understands all she wants to. Vindictive too. Cruel. Her nature. Curious mice never squeal. Seem to like it. Wonder what I look like to her. Height of a tower? No, she can jump me. Afraid of the chickens she is, he said mockingly. Afraid of the chook-chooks. I never saw such a stupid pussins as the pussins. Cruel. Her nature. Curious mice never squeal. Seem to like it. Now. The cat said loudly. She blinked up out of her avid shame-closing eyes, mewing plaintively and long, showing him her milk-white teeth. He watched the dark eye slits narrowing with greed till her eyes were green stones. Then he went to the dresser, took the jug Hanlon's milkman had just filled for him, poured warm bubbled milk on a saucer and set it slowly on the floor. Grr! She cried, running to lap. He watched the bristles shining wirily in the weak light as she tipped 3 times and licked lightly. Wonder is it true if you clip them they can't mouse after? Why? They shine in the dark, perhaps, the tips. Or kind of feelers in the dark, perhaps. He listened to her licking lap. Ham and eggs, no. No good eggs with this drought. Want pure fresh water. Thursday, not a good day either for a mutton kidney at Buckley's. Fried with butter, a shake of pepper. Better a pork kidney at Blue Gotch's. While the kettle is boiling. She lapped slower, then licking the saucer clean. Why are their tongues so rough? To lap better, all porous holes. Nothing she can eat? He glanced round him. No. On quietly creaky boots he went up the staircase to the hall, paused by the bedroom door. She might like something tasty. Thin bread and butter she likes in the morning. Still perhaps, once in a way. He said softly in the bare hall, I'm going round the corner. Be back in a minute. And when he had heard his voice say it he added, You don't want anything for breakfast? A sleepy soft grunt answered, Amen. No. She didn't want anything. He heard then a warm heavy sigh, softer, as she turned over and the loose brass quoits of the bedstead jingled. Must get those settled really. Pity. All the way from Gibraltar. Forgotten any little Spanish she knew. Wonder what her father gave for it. Old style. Ah yes. Of course. Bought it at the governor's auction. Got a short knock. Hard as nails at a bargain, old Tweedy. Yes, sir. At Plevna that was. I rose from the ranks, sir, and I'm proud of it. Still he had brains enough to make that corner in stamps. Now that was far-seeing. His hand took his hat from the peg over his initialed heavy overcoat and his lost property office second-hand waterproof. Stamps, sticky back pictures. Dare say lots of officers are in the swim too. Course they do. The sweated legend in the crown of his hat told him mutely, Plasto's high-grade ha. He peeped quickly inside the leather headband. White slip of paper. Quite safe. On the doorstep he felt in his hip pocket for the latchkey. Not there. In the trousers I left off. Must get it. Potato I have. Creaky wardrobe. No use disturbing her. She turned over sleepily that time. He pulled the hall door to after him very quietly, more, till the fuda leaf dropped gently over the threshold, a limp lid. Looked shut. All right till I come back anyhow. He crossed to the bright side, avoiding the loose cellar flap of number 75. The sun was nearing the steeple of George's church. Be a warm day I fancy. Specially in these black clothes feel it more. Black conducts, refracts is it? The heat. But I couldn't go in that light suit. Make a picnic of it. His eyelids sank quietly often as he walked in happy warmth. Boland's bread van delivering with trays are daily but she prefers yesterday's loaves turnovers crisp crowns hot. Makes you feel young. Somewhere in the east, early morning, set off at dawn. Travel round in front of the sun, steal a day's march on him. Keep it up forever never grow a day older technically. Walk along a strand, strange land, come to a city gate, sentry there, old drank or two, old Tweedy's big mustaches, leaning on a long kind of a spear. Wander through on streets. Turbaned faces going by. Dark caves of carpet shops, big man, Turco the Terrible, seated cross-legged, smoking a coiled pipe. Cries of sellers in the streets. Drink waters scented with fennel, sherbet. Dander along all day. Might meet a robber or two. Well, meet him. Getting on to sundown. The shadows of the mosques among the pillars, priest with a scroll rolled up. A shiver of the trees, signal, the evening wind. I pass on. Fading gold sky. A mother watches me from her doorway. She calls her children home in their dark language. High wall, beyond strings twanged. Night sky, moon, violet, color of Molly's new garters. Strings. Listen. A girl playing one of those instruments, what do you call them, dulcimers? I pass. Probably not a bit like it really. Kind of stuff you read, in the track of the sun. Sunburst on the title page. He smiled, pleasing himself. What Arthur Griffith said about the headpiece over the Freeman leader, a Home Rule sun rising up in the northwest from the laneway behind the Bank of Ireland. He prolonged his pleased smile. Icky touch that, Home Rule sun rising up in the northwest. He approached Larry O'Rourke's. From the cellar grating floated up the flabby gush of porter. Through the open doorway the bar squirted out whiffs of ginger, dead dust, biscuit mush. Good house, however, just the end of the city traffic. For instance, Molly's down there, N.G. as position. Of course, if they ran a tramline along the North Circular from the Cattley Market to the Quays, value would go up like a shot. Bald head over the blind. Cute old codger. No use canvassing him for an ad. Still, he knows his own business best. There he is, sure enough, my bold Larry, leaning against the sugar bin in his shirt sleeves, watching the aproned curate swab up with mop and bucket. Simon Dedalus takes him off to a tee with his eyes screwed up. Do you know what I'm going to tell you? What's that, Mr. O'Rourke? Do you know what? The Russians, they'd only be an 8 o'clock breakfast for the Japanese. Stop and say a word, about the funeral perhaps. Sad thing about poor Dignam, Mr. O'Rourke. Turning into Dorset Street, he said freshly in greeting through the doorway, "Good day, Mr. O'Rourke." "Good day to you. Lovely weather, sir." "'Tis all that. Where do they get the money?" Coming up, red-headed curates from the county Leitrim, rinsing empties and old man in the cellar. Then, lo and behold, they blossom out as Adam find ladders or Dantons. Then thin of the competition. General thirst. Good puzzle would be cross Dublin without passing a pub. Save it they can't. Off the drunks perhaps. Put down 3 and carry 5. What is that, a bob here and there, dribs and drabs. On the wholesale orders perhaps. Doing a double shuffle with the town travellers. Square it you with the boss and we'll split the job, see? How much would that tot off the porter in the month? Say 10 barrels of stuff. Say he got 10% off. Oh, more. 15. He passed St. Joseph's National School. Brats clamor. Windows open. Fresh air helps memory. Or a lilt. Abizi de Fiji Kelaman OPQ Rusty UVW. Boys are they? Yes. Inishtrick. Inishark. Inishboffin. At their jaw free. Mine. Sleeve bloom. He halted before Dlugach's window, staring at the hanks of sausages, Polonese, black and white. 15 multiplied by. The figures whitened in his mind, unsolved, displeased, he let them fade. The shiny links, packed with forcemeat, fed his gaze and he breathed in tranquilly the lukewarm breath of cooked spicy pig's blood. A kidney oozed blood gouts on the willow-patterned dish, the last. He stood by the next-door girl at the counter. Would she buy it too, calling the items from a slip in her hand? Chapped, washing soda. And a pound and a half of Denny's sausages. His eyes rested on her vigorous hips. What's his name is? Wonder what he does. Wife is oldish. New blood. No followers allowed. Strong pair of arms. Whacking a carpet on the clothesline. She does whack it, by George. The way her crooked skirt swings at each whack. The ferret-eyed pork butcher folded the sausages he had snipped off with blotchy fingers, sausage pink. Sound meat there, like a stuffed heifer. He took a page up from the pile of cut sheets. The model farm at Kinnereth on the lakeshore of Tiberias. Can become ideal winter sanatorium. Moses Montefiore. I thought he was. Farmhouse, wall round it, blurred cattle cropping. He held the page from him, interesting, read it nearer, the title, The Blurred Cropping Cattle, the page rustling. A young white heifer. Those mornings in the Cattley market, the beasts lowing in their pens, branded sheep, flop and full of dung, the breeders in hobnailed boots trudging through the litter, slapping a palm on a ripey-meated hind quarter. There's a prime one, unpeeled switches in their hands. He held the page aslant patiently, bending his senses and his will, his soft subject gaze at rest. The crooked skirt swinging, whack by whack by whack. The pork butcher snapped 2 sheets from the pile, wrapped up her prime sausages and made a red grimace. "Now, my miss," he said. She tendered a coin, smiling boldly, holding her thick wrist out. "Thank you, my miss. And 1 shilling threepence change. For you, please." Mr. Bloom pointed quickly to catch up and walk behind her if she went slowly, behind her moving hams. "Pleasant to see first thing in the morning. Hurry up, damn it. Make hay while the sun shines." She stood outside the shop in sunlight and sauntered lazily to the right. He sighed down his nose. They never understand. Soda-chapped hands. Crusted toenails too. Brown scapulars in tatters, defending her both ways. The sting of disregard glowed to weak pleasure within his breast. For another, a constable off-duty cuddling her in Eccles Lane. They like them sizable. Prime sausage. "Oh please, Mr. Policeman, I'm lost in the wood. Threepence, please." His hand accepted the moist tender gland and slid it into a side pocket. Then it fetched up 3 coins from his trousers pocket and laid them on the rubber prickles. They were read quickly and quickly slid, disc by disc, into the till. "Thank you, sir. Another time." A speck of eager fire from Folk's eyes thanked him. He withdrew his gaze after an instant. "Number better not, another time." "Good morning," he said, moving away. "Good morning, sir." No sign. Gone. What matter? He walked back along Dorset Street, reading gravely. Agent F. Nedham, Planters Company. To purchase waste sandy tracts from Turkish government and plant with eucalyptus trees. Excellent for shade, fuel and construction. Orange groves and immense melon fields north of Jaffa. You pay 80 marks and they plant a dunam of land for you with olives, oranges, almonds or citrons. Olives cheaper, oranges need artificial irrigation. Every year you get a sending of the crop. Your name entered for life as owner in the Book of the Union. Can pay 10 down and the balance in yearly installments. Blibtra Ustris 34, Berlin, W. 15. Nothing doing. Still an idea behind it. He looked at the cattle, blurred in silver heat. Silver powdered olive trees. Quiet long days, pruning, ripening. Olives are packed in jars, eh? I have a few left from Andrew's. Molly spitting them out. Knows the taste of them now. Oranges in tissue paper packed in crates. Citrons too. Wonder is poor citron still in St. Kevin's Parade. And Mastiansky with the old zither. Pleasant evenings we had then. Molly in Citron's basket chair. Nice to hold, cool wax and fruit, hold in the hand, lift it to the nostrils and smell the perfume. Like that, heavy, sweet, wild perfume. Always the same, year after year. They fetched high prices too, Moisel told me. Arbutus Place, Pleasant Street, pleasant old times. Must be without a flaw, he said. Coming all that way, Spain, Gibraltar, Mediterranean, the Levant. Crates lined up on the quayside at Jaffa, chap ticking them off in a book, navvies handling them barefoot in soiled dungarees. There's what do call 'em out of. How do you? Doesn't see. Chap you know just to salute bit of a bore. His back is like that Norwegian captain's. Wonder if I'll meet him today. Watering cart. To provoke the rain. On earth as it is in heaven. A cloud began to cover the sun slowly, wholly. Gray. Far. No, not like that. A barren land, bare waste. Volcanic lake, the Dead Sea, no fish, weedless, sunk deep in the earth. No wind could lift those waves, gray metal, poisonous foggy waters. Brimstone they called it raining down, the cities of the plain, Sodom, Gomorrah, Edom. All dead names. A dead sea in a dead land, grey and old. Old now. It bore the oldest, the first race. A bent hag crossed from Cassidy's, clutching an end bottle by the neck. The oldest people. Wandered far away over all the earth, captivity to captivity, multiplying, dying, being born everywhere. It lay there now. Now it could bear no more. Dead, an old woman's, the grey sunken cunt of the world. Desolation. Grey horror seared his flesh. Folding the page into his pocket, he turned into Eccles Street, hurrying homeward. Cold oil slid along his veins, chilling his blood, crusting him with a salt cloak. Well, I am here now. Yes, I am here now. Morning mouth bad images. Got up wrong side of the bed. Must begin again those Sandoz exercises. On the hands down. Blotchy brown brick houses. Number 80 still unlet. Why is that? Valuation is only 28. Towers, Battersby, North, MacArthur, parlor windows plastered with bills. Plasters on a sore eye. To smell the gentle smoke of tea, fume of the pan, sizzling butter. Be near her ample bed-warmed flesh. Yes, yes. Quick warm sunlight came running from Berkeley Road, swiftly, in slim sandals, along the brightening footpath. She runs to meet me, a girl with gold hair on the wind. 2 letters and a card lay on the hall floor. He stooped and gathered them. Mrs. Marion Bloom. His quickened heart slowed at once. Bold hand. Mrs. Marion. Poldy. Entering the bedroom, he half closed his eyes and walked through warm yellow twilight towards her tousled head. Who are the letters for? He looked at them. Mullinger. Millie. A letter for me from Millie, he said carefully, and a card to you. And a letter for you. He laid her card and letter on the twill bedspread near the curve of her knees. Do you want the blind up? Letting the blind up by gentle tugs halfway his backward, I saw her glance at the letter and tuck it under her pillow. That do? He asked, turning. She was reading the card, propped on her elbow. She got the things, she said. He waited till she had laid the card aside and curled herself back slowly with a snug sigh. Hurry up with that tea, she said. I'm parched. The kettle is boiling, he said. But he delayed to clear the chair, her striped petticoat, tossed soiled linen, and lifted all in an armful onto the foot of the bed. As he went down the kitchen stairs, she called, Poldy. What? Scald the teapot. On the boil, sure enough, a plume of steam from the spout. He scalded and rinsed out the teapot and put in 4 full spoons of tea, tilting the kettle then to let the water flow in. Having set it to draw, he took off the kettle, crushed the pan flat on the live coals and watched the lump of butter slide and melt. While he unwrapped the kidney, the cat mewed hungrily against him. Give her too much meat, she won't mouse. Say they won't eat pork. Kosher. Here. He let the blood-smeared paper fall to her and dropped the kidney amid the sizzling butter sauce. Pepper. He sprinkled it through his fingers ringwise from the chipped egg cup. Then he slit open his letter, glancing down the page and over. Thanks, Newtam, Mr. Coghlan, Loch Owl Picnic, young student, Blazes Boylan's Seaside Girls. The tea was drawn. He filled his own mustache cup, sham crown derby, smiling. Silly Millie's birthday gift. Only 5 she was then. No, wait, 4. I gave her the amberoid necklace she broke. Putting pieces of folded brown paper in the letterbox for her. He smiled, pouring. Oh, Millie Bloom, you are my darling. You are my looking glass from night to morning. I'd rather have you without a farthing than Katie Keogh with her ass and garden. Poor old Professor Goodwin. Dreadful old case. Still, he was a courteous old chap. Old-fashioned way he used to bow Molly off the platform. And the little mirror in his silk hat. The night Millie brought it into the parlor. Oh, look what I found in Professor Goodwin's hat. All we laughed. Sex breaking out even then. Pert little piece she was. He prodded a fork into the kidney and slapped it over, then fitted the teapot on the tray. Its hump bumped as he took it up. Everything on it? Bread and butter, 4, sugar, spoon, her cream. Yes. He carried it upstairs, his thumb hooked in the teapot handle. Nudging the door open with his knee, he carried the tray in and set it on the chair by the bedhead. What a time you were, she said. She set the brasses jingling as she raised herself briskly, an elbow on the pillow. He looked calmly down on her bulk and between her large soft bubs, sloping within her nightdress like a shagot's udder. The warmth of her couched body rose on the air, mingling with the fragrance of the tea she poured. A strip of torn envelope peeped from under the dimpled pillow. In the act of going, he stayed to straighten the bedspread. "Who was the letter from?" he asked. "Bold hand. Marion." "Oh, Boylan," she said. "He's bringing the program." "What are you singing?" "La Sidaram with J.C. Doyle," she said, "and Love's Old Sweet Song." Her full lips, drinking, smiled. "Rather stale smell that incense leaves next day. Like foul flower water. Would you like the window open a little?" She doubled a slice of bread into her mouth, asking, "What time is the funeral?" 11, I think," he answered. "I didn't see the paper." Following the pointing of her finger, he took up a leg of her soiled drawers from the bed. "No?" Then, a twisted gray garter looped round a stocking, rumpled, shiny sole. "Number that book." "Other stocking." "Her petticoat." "It must have fell down," she said. He felt here and there. "Voglio e non vorrei." Wonder if she pronounces that right, voglio. "Not in the bed." Must have slid down. He stooped and lifted the valance. The book, fallen, sprawled against the bulge of the orangutai chamber pot. "Show here," she said. "I put a mark in it. There's a word I wanted to ask you." She swallowed a draught of tea from her cup held by Knoth handle and, having wiped her fingertips smartly on the blanket, began to search the text with the hairpin till she reached the word. "Met him what?" he asked. "Here," she said. "What does that mean?" He leaned downward unread near her polished thumbnail. "Metempsychosis?" "Yes. Who's he when he's at home?" "Metempsychosis," he said, frowning. "It's Greek, from the Greek. That means the transmigration of souls." "Oh, rocks," she said. "Tell us in plain words." He smiled, glancing askance at her mocking eyes. The same young eyes. The first night after the charades. Dolphin's Barn. He turned over the smudged pages. "Ruby, the pride of the ring." "Hello." Illustration. "Fierce Italian with carriage whip. Must be Ruby, pride of the on the floor naked." She'd kindly lent. The monster Mathai desisted and flung his victim from him with an oath. Cruelty behind it all. Doped animals. Trapeze at Hengelers. Had to look the other way. Mob gaping. "Break your neck and we'll break our sides." Families of them. Bone them young so they metempsychosis. That we live after death. Our souls. That a man's soul after he dies. "Dignam soul, did you finish it?" he asked. "Yes," she said. "There's nothing smutty in it." "Is she in love with the first fellow all the time?" "Never read it." "Do you want another?" "Yes." "Get another of Paul de Kock's. Nice name he has." She poured more tea into her cup, watching it flow sideways. "Must get that Capel Street Library book renewed or they'll write to Carney, my guarantor. Reincarnation, that's the word. Some people believe," he said, "that we go on living in another body after death, that we lived before. They call it reincarnation. That we all lived before on the Earth thousands of years ago or some other planet. They say we have forgotten it. Some say they remember their past lives." The sluggish scream wound-curdling spirals through her tea. Bet remind her of the word, metempsychosis. An example would be better. An example? The bath of the nymph over the bed. Given away with the Easter number of photo bits, splendid masterpiece in art colors. Tea before you put milk in. Not unlike her with her hair down, slimmer. 3 and 6 I gave for the frame. She said it would look nice over the bed. Naked nymphs, Greece, and for instance all the people that lived then. He turned the pages back. "Metempsychosis," he said, "is what the ancient Greeks called it. They used to believe you could be changed into an animal or a tree, for instance. What they called nymphs, for example." Her spoon ceased to stir up the sugar. She gazed straight before her, inhaling through her arched nostrils. "There's a smell of burn," she said. "Did you leave anything on the fire?" "The kidney," he cried suddenly. He fitted the book roughly into his inner pocket and, stubbing his toes against the broken commode, hurried out towards the smell, stepping hastily down the stairs with a flurried stork's legs. Pungent smoke shot up in an angry jet from a side of the pan. By prodding a prong of the fork under the kidney, he detached it and turned it turtle on its back. Only a little burnt. He tossed it off the pan onto a plate and let the scanty brown gravy trickle over it. Cup of tea now. He sat down, cut and buttered a slice of the loaf. He shore away the burnt flesh and flung it to the cat. Then he put a forkful into his mouth, chewing with discernment the tooth-suppliant meat. Done to a turn. A mouthful of tea. Then he cut away dice of bread, sopped one in the gravy and put it in his mouth. What was that about some young student and a picnic? He creased out the letter at his side, reading it slowly as he chewed, sopping another die of bread in the gravy and raising it to his mouth. Dearest Papley, thanks ever so much for the lovely birthday present. It suits me splendid. Everyone says I am quite the belle in my new tam. I got Mummy's Ively box of creams and am writing. They are lovely. I am getting on swimming in the photo business now. Mr. Coghlan took one of me and Mrs. Wilson when developed. We did great biz yesterday. Fair day and all the beef to the heels were in. We are going to Loch Owl on Monday with a few friends to make a scrap picnic. Give my love to Mummy and to yourself a big kiss and thanks. I hear them at the piano downstairs. There is to be a concert in the Greville Arms on Saturday. There is a young student comes here some evenings named Bannon, his cousins or something are big swells and he sings Boylan's. I was on the pop of writing Blazes Boylan's song about those seaside girls. Tell him Silly Millie sends my best respects. I must now close with fondest love your fond daughter, Millie. P.S. Excuse bad writing, am in hurry. Bye bye. M15 yesterday. Curious, 15th of the month too. Her first birthday away from home. Separation. Remember the summer morning she was born, running to knock up Mrs. Thornton in Dempsey Street. Jolly old woman. Lot of babies she must have helped into the world. She knew from the first poor little Rudy wouldn't live. Well, God is good, sir. She knew at once. He would be 11 now if he had lived. His vacant face stared pityingly at the postscript. Excuse bad writing. Hurry. Piano downstairs. Coming out of her shell. Row with her in the XL cafe about the bracelet. Wouldn't eat her cakes or speak or look. Sauce box. He sopped other dies of bread in the gravy and ate piece after piece of kidney. 12 and 6 a week. Not much. Still, she might do worse. Music hall stage. Young student. He drank a draught of cooler tea to wash down his meal. Then he read the letter again, twice. Oh, well, she knows how to mind herself. But if not? No, nothing has happened. Of course it might. Wait in any case till it does. A wild piece of goods. Her slim legs running up the staircase. Destiny. Ripening now. Vain, very. He smiled with troubled affection at the kitchen window. Day I caught her in the street pinching her cheeks to make them red. Anemic a little. Was given milk too long. On the errands king that day round the Kish. Damned old tub pitching about. Not a bit funky. Her pale blue scarf loose in the wind with her hair. All dimpled cheeks and curls, your head it simply swirls. Seaside girls. Torn envelope. Hands stuck in his trousers pockets, Jarvey off for the day, singing. Friend of the family. Swirls, he says. Pier with lamps, summer evening, band, those girls, those lovely seaside girls. Millie too. Young kisses, the first. Far away now past. Mrs. Marion. Reading, lying back now, counting the strands of her hair, smiling, braiding. A soft qualm, regret, flowed down his backbone, increasing. Will happen, yes. Prevent. Useless, can't move. Girl's sweet light lips. Will happen too. He felt the flowing qualm spread over him. Useless to move now. Lips kissed, kissing, kissed. Full gluey woman's lips. Better where she is down there, away. Occupy her. Wanted a dog to pass the time. Might take a trip down there. August bank holiday, only 2 and 6 return. 6 weeks off, however. Might work a press pass. Or through Mkoy. The cat, having cleaned all her fur, returned to the meat-stained paper, nosed at it and stalked to the door. She looked back at him, mewing. Wants to go out. Wait before a door, sometime it will open. Let her wait. Has the fidgets. Electric. Thunder in the air. Was washing at her ear with her back to the fire too. He felt heavy, full, then a gentle loosening of his bowels. He stood up, undoing the waistband of his trousers. The cat mewed to him. Meow. He said in answer. Wait till I'm ready. Heaviness, hot day coming. Too much trouble to fag up the stairs to the landing. A paper. He liked to read at stool. Hope no ape comes knocking just as I'm. In the table drawer he found an old number of Titbits. He folded it under his armpit, went to the door and opened it. The cat went up in soft bounds. Wanted to go upstairs, curl up in a ball on the bed. Listening, he heard her voice, come, pussy. Come. He went out through the back door into the garden, stood to listen towards the next garden. No sound. Perhaps hanging clothes out to dry. The maid was in the garden. Fine morning. He bent down to regard a lean file of spearmint growing by the wall. Make a summer house here. Scarlet runners. Virginia creepers. Want to manure the whole place over, scabby soil. A coat of liver of sulfur. All soil like that without dung. Household slops. Loam, what is this that is? The hens in the next garden, their droppings are very good top dressing. Best of all though are the cattle, especially when they are fed on those oil cakes. Mulch of dung? Best thing to clean ladies' kid gloves. Dirty cleans. Ashes too. Reclaim the whole place. Grow peas in that corner there. Lettuce. Always have fresh greens then. Still gardens have their drawbacks. That bee or blue bottle here with Monday. He walked on. Where is my hat, by the way? Must have put it back on the peg. Or hanging up on the floor. Funny I don't remember that. Hall stand too full. 4 umbrellas, her rain cloak. Picking up the letters. Drago's Shaw bell ringing. Queer, I was just thinking that moment. Brown brilliant hair over his collar. Just had a wash and brush up. Wonder have I time for a bath this morning. Tara Street. Chap in the pay box there got away, James Stevens, they say. O'Brien. Deep voice that fellow Lugotch has. Agent F, what is it? Now, my miss. Enthusiast? He kicked open the crazy door of the Jakes. Better be careful not to get these trousers dirty for the funeral. He went in, bowing his head under the low lintel. Leaving the door ajar, amid the stench of moldy lime wash and stale cobwebs, he undid his braces. Before sitting down he peered through a chink up at the next door windows. The king was in his counting house. Nobody. Squat on the cockstool he folded out his paper, turning its pages over on his bared knees. Something new and easy. No great hurry. Keep it a bit. Our prize titbit, Matcham's master stroke. Written by Mr. Philip Beaufoy, Playgoers Club, London. Payment at the rate of 1 guinea a column has been made to the writer. 3.5. £3 3. £3, 13 and 6. Quietly he read, restraining himself, the first column and, yielding but resisting, began the second. Midway, his last resistance yielding, he allowed his bowels to ease themselves quietly as he read, reading still patiently. That slight constipation of yesterday quite gone. Hope it's not too big, bring on piles again. No, just right. So. Costive. One tabloid of Cascara Sagrada. Life might be so. It did not move or touch him, but it was something quick and neat. Print anything now. Silly season. He read on, seated calm above his own rising smell. Neat certainly. Matcham often thinks of the masterstroke by which he won the Laughing Wit, who now begins and ends morally. Hand in hand. Smart. He glanced back through what he had read and, While feeling his water flow quietly, he envied kindly Mr. Beaufoy, who had written it and received payment of £3, 13 and 6. Might manage a sketch. By Mr. and Mrs. L. M. Bloom. Invent a story for some proverb. Which time I used to try jotting down on my cuff what she said dressing. Dislike dressing together. Nicked myself shaving. Biting her nether lip, hooking the placket of her skirt. Timing her. 9.L5. Did Roberts pay you yet? 9.20. What had Greta Conroy on? 9.23. What possessed me to buy this comb? 9.24. I'm swelled after that cabbage. A speck of dust on the patent leather of her boot. Rubbing smartly in turn each welt against her stockinged calf. Morning after the bizarre dance when May's band played Ponchielli's Dance of the Hours. Explain that, morning hours, noon, then evening coming on, then night hours. Washing her teeth. That was the first night. Her head dancing. Her fan sticks clicking. Is that Boylan well off? He has money. Why? I noticed he had a good rich smell off his breath dancing. No use humming then. Allude to it. Strange kind of music that last night. The mirror was in shadow. She rubbed her hand glass briskly on her woolen vest against her full wagging bub. Peering into it. Lines in her eyes. It wouldn't pan out somehow. Evening hours, girls in grey gauze. Night hours then, black with daggers and eye masks. Poetical idea, pink, then golden, then grey, then black. Still, true to life also. Day, then the night. He tore away half the prize story sharply and wiped himself with it. Then he girded up his trousers, braced and buttoned himself. He pulled back the jerky shaky door of the jakes and came forth from the gloom into the air. In the bright light, lightened and cooled in limb, he eyed carefully his black trousers, the ends, the knees, the hows of the knees. What time is the funeral? Better find out in the paper. A creak and a dark were in the air high up. The bells of George's church. They tolled the hour, loud dark iron. Hi-oh. 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 1:45. There again, the overtone following through the air, third. Poor Dignam. By lorries along Sir John Rogerson's quay Mr. Bloom walked soberly, past Windmill Lane, Leask's the linseed crusher, the postal telegraph office. Could have given that address too. And past the sailor's home. He turned from the morning noises of the quayside and walked through Lime Street. By Brady's cottages a boy for the skins lolled, his bucket of offal linked, smoking a chewed fag butt. A smaller girl with scars of X-Men on her forehead eyed him, listlessly holding her battered cask hoop. Tell him if he smokes he won't grow. Oh, let him. His life isn't such a bed of roses. Waiting outside pubs to bring to home. Come home to ma, da. Slack hour, won't be many there. He crossed Townsend Street, past the frowning face of Bethel. Yes, house of, Olaf, Beth. And past Nichols the undertaker. At 11 it is. Time enough. Dare say Corny Kelleher bagged the job for O'Neill's. Singing with his eyes shut. Corny. Met her once in the park. In the dark. What a lark. Policed out. Her name and address she then told with my ta'er alum te. Oh, surely he bagged it. Bury him cheap in a ka. With my ta'er alum. In West Londrow he halted before the window of the Belfast and Oriental Tea Company and read the legends of lead-papered packets, choice blend, finest quality, family tea. Rather warm. Tea. Must get some from Tom Kernan. Couldn't ask him at a funeral, though. While his eyes still read blandly he took off his hat quietly inhaling his hair oil and sent his right hand with slow grace over his brow and hair. Very warm morning. Under their dropped lids his eyes found the tiny bow of the leather headband inside his high-grade ha. Just there. His right hand came down into the bowl of his hat. His fingers found quickly a card behind the headband and transferred it to his waistcoat pocket. So warm. His right hand once more slowly went over his brow and hair. Then he put on his hat again, relieved, and read again, choice blend, made of the finest Ceylon brands. The Far East. Lovely spot it must be, the garden of the world, big lazy leaves to float about on, cactuses, flowery meads, snaky lianas they call them. Wonder is it like that? Those Singhalees lobbing about in the sun in dolce far niente, not doing a handstand all day. Sleep 6 months out of 12. Too hot to quarrel. Influence of the climate. Lethargy. Flowers of idleness. The air feeds most. Azotes. Hothouse in botanic gardens. Sensitive plants. Water lilies. Petals too tired to. Sleeping sickness in the air. Walk on rose leaves. Imagine trying to eat tripe and cow eel. Where was the chap I saw in that picture somewhere? Ah yes, in the Dead Sea floating on his back, reading a book with a parasol open. Couldn't sink if you tried, so thick with salt. Because the weight of the water, no, the weight of the body in the water is equal to the weight of the what? Or is it the volume is equal to the weight? It's a law something like that. Vance in high school cracking his finger joints, teaching. The college curriculum. Cracking curriculum. What is weight really when you say the weight? 32 feet per second. Law of falling bodies, per second. They all fall to the ground. The earth. It's the force of gravity of the earth is the weight. He turned away and sauntered across the road. How did she walk with her sausages? Like that something. As he walked he took the folded Freeman from his side pocket, unfolded it, rolled it lengthwise in a baton and tapped it at each sauntering step against his trouser leg. Careless air, just drop into sea. Per second. Per second for every second it means. From the curbstone he darted a keen glance through the door of the post office. Too late box. Post here. No one. In. He handed the card through the brass grill. Are there any letters for me? He asked. While the postmistress searched a pigeonhole he gazed at the recruiting poster with soldiers of all arms on parade, and held the tip of his baton against his nostrils, smelling fresh printed rag paper. No answer probably. Went too far last time. The postmistress handed him back through the grill his card with a letter. He thanked her and glanced rapidly at the typed envelope. Henry Flower Esquire, C.O.P. O West Lindrow, City. Answered anyhow. He slipped card and letter into his side pocket, reviewing again the soldiers on parade. Where's old Tweedy's regiment? Cast-off soldier. There, bearskin cap and hackle plume. No, he's a grenadier. Pointed cuffs. There he is, Royal Dublin Fusiliers. Red coats. Too showy. That must be why the women go after them. Uniform. Easier to enlist and drill. Maud Gonne's letter about taking them off O'Connell Street at night, disgrace to our Irish capital. Griffith's paper is on the same tack now, an army rotten with venereal disease, overseas or half-seas over empire. Half-baked they look, hypnotized like. Eyes front. Mark time. Table, able. Bed, ed. The king's own. Never see him dressed up as a fireman or a bobby. A mason, yes. He strolled out of the post office and turned to the right. Talk, as if that would mend matters. His hand went into his pocket and a forefinger felt its way under the flap of the envelope, ripping it open in jerks. Women will pay a lot of heed, I don't think. His fingers drew forth the letter and crumpled the envelope in his pocket. Something pinned on, photo perhaps. Hair? No. Mcoy. Get rid of him quickly. Take me out of my way. Hate company when you. Hello, Bloom. Where are you off to? Hello, Mcoy. Nowhere in particular. How's the body? Fine. How are you? Just keeping alive, McCoy said. His eyes on the black tie and clothes he asked with low respect, is there no trouble I hope? I see you're, oh, no, Mr. Bloom said. Poor Dignam, you know. The funeral is today. To be sure, poor fellow. So it is. What time? A photo it isn't. A badge maybe. 11, Mr. Bloom answered. I must try to get out there, McCoy said. 11, is it? I only heard it last night. Who was telling me? Holohan. You know Hoppy? I know. Mr. Bloom gazed across the road at the outsider drawn up before the door of the Grosvenor. The porter hoisted the valise up on the well. She stood still, waiting, while the man, husband, brother, like her, searched his pockets for change. Stylish kind of coat with that roll collar, warm for a day like this, looks like blanket cloth. Careless stand of her with her hands in those patch pockets. Like that haughty creature at the polo match. Women all forecast till you touch the spot. Handsome isn't handsome does. Reserved about to yield. The Honorable Mrs. and Brutus is an honorable man. Possess her once take the starch out of her. I was with Bob Doran, he's on one of his periodical bends, and what do you call him Bantam Lions? Just down there in Conway's we were. Doran Lions in Conway's. She raised a gloved hand to her hair. In came Hoppy. Having a wet. Drawing back his head and gazing far from beneath his veiled eyelids he saw the bright fawn skin shine in the glare, the braided drums. Clearly I can see today. Moisture about gives long sight perhaps. Talking of one thing or another. Lady's hand. Which side will she get up? And he said, sad thing about our poor friend Paddy. What Paddy? I said. Poor little Paddy Dignam, he said. Off to the country, Broadstone probably. High brown boots with laces dangling. Well-turned foot. What is he foostering over that change for? Sees me looking. Eye out for other fellow always. Good fallback. 2 strings to her bow. Why? I said. What's wrong with him? I said. Proud, rich, silk stockings. Yes, Mr. Bloom said. He moved a little to the side of McCoy's talking head. Getting up in a minute. What's wrong with him? He said. He's dead, he said. And, faith, he filled up. Is it Paddy Dignam? I said. I couldn't believe it when I heard it. I was with him no later than Friday last or Thursday was it in the Arch. Yes, he said. He's gone. He died on Monday, poor fellow. Watch. Watch. Silk flash rich stockings white. Watch. A heavy tramcar honking its skung slewed between. Lost it. Curse your noisy pugnose. Feels locked out of it. Paradise and the Beery. Always happening like that the very moment. Girl in Eustace Street hallway Monday was it settling her garter. Her friend covering the display of esprit de corps. Well, what are you gaping at? Yes, yes, Mr. Bloom said after a dull sigh. Another gone. One of the best, McCoy said. The tram passed. They drove off towards the Loop Line Bridge, her rich gloved hand on the steel grip. Flicker, flicker, the lace flare of her hat in the sun, flicker, flick. Wife well, I suppose? McCoy's changed voice said. Oh, yes, Mr. Bloom said. Tip-top, thanks. He unrolled the newspaper baton idly and read idly, what is home without Plumtree's potted meat? Incomplete with it an abode of bliss. My missus has just got an engagement. At least it's not settled yet. Valise tack again. By the way no harm. I'm off that, thanks. Mr. Bloom turned his large-lidded eyes with unhasty friendliness. My wife too, he said. She's going to sing at a swagger affair in the Ulster Hall, Belfast, on the 25th. That so? McCoy said. Glad to hear that, old man. Who's getting it up? Mrs. Marion Bloom. Not up yet. Queen was in her bedroom eating bread and no book. Blackened court cards laid along her thigh by sevens. Dark lady and fair man. Letter. Cat furry black ball. Torn strip of envelope. Love's old sweet song comes low oves old, it's a kind of a tour, don't you see, Mr. Bloom said thoughtfully. Sweet song. There's a committee formed. Part shares and part profits. McCoy nodded, picking at his mustache stubble. Oh, well, he said. That's good news. He moved to go. Well, glad to see you looking fit, he said. Meet you knocking around. Yes, Mr. Bloom said. Tell you what, McCoy said. You might put down my name at the funeral, will you? I'd like to go, but I mightn't be a bull, you see. There's a drowning case at Sandy Cove may turn up, and then the coroner and myself would have to go down if the body is found. You just shove in my name if I'm not there, will you? I'll do that, Mr. Bloom said, moving to get off. That'll be all right. Right, McCoy said brightly. Thanks, old man. I'd go if I possibly could. Well, Tolol. Just see. P. McCoy will do. That will be done, Mr. Bloom answered firmly. Didn't catch me napping that wheeze. The quick touch. Soft mark. I'd like my job. The lease I have a particular fancy for. Leather. Capped corners, riveted edges, double action lever lock. Bob Kelly lent him his for the Wicklow Regatta concert last year and never heard tidings of it from that good day to this. Mr. Bloom, strolling towards Brunswick Street, smiled. My missus has just got in. Reedy freckled soprano. Cheese-paring nose. Nice enough in its way, for a little ballad. No guts in it. You and me, don't you know, in the same boat. Soft soaping. Give you the needle that would. Can't he hear the difference? Think he's that way inclined a bit. Against my grain somehow. Thought that Belfast would fetch him. I hope that smallpox up there doesn't get worse. Suppose she wouldn't let herself be vaccinated again. Your wife and my wife. Wonder is he pimping after me? Mr. Bloom stood at the corner, his eyes wandering over the multicolored hoardings. Cantrill and Cochrane's ginger ale, aromatic. Clary's summer sale. No, he's going on straight. Hello. Leah tonight. Mrs. Bandman Palmer. Like to see her again in that Hamlet she played last night. Male impersonator. Perhaps he was a woman. Why Ophelia committed suicide. Poor Papa. How he used to talk of Kate Bateman in that. Outside the Adelphi in London waited all the afternoon to get in. Year before I was born that was, 6-5. And Ristori in Vienna. What is this the right name is? By Mosenthal it is. Rachel, is it? No. The scene he was always talking about where the old blind Abraham recognizes the voice and puts his fingers on his face. Nathan's voice. His son's voice. I hear the voice of Nathan who left his father to die of grief and misery in my arms, who left the house of his father and left the God of his father. Every word is so deep, Leopold. Poor Papa. Poor man. I'm glad I didn't go into the room to look at his face. That day. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Phoo. Well, perhaps it was best for him. Mr. Bloom went round the corner and past the drooping nags of the hazard. No use thinking of it anymore. Nosebag time. Wish I hadn't met that McCoy fellow. He came nearer and heard a crunching of gilded oats, the gently champing teeth. Their full buck eyes regarded him as he went by, amid the sweet oaten reek of horsepiss. Their Eldorado. Poor Jenses. Damn all they know or care about anything with their long noses stuck in nose bags. Too full for words. Still they get their feed all right and their doss. Gelded too, a stump of black gutta percha wagging limp between their haunches. Might be happy all the same that way. Good poor brutes they look. Still their neck can be very irritating. He drew the letter from his pocket and folded it into the newspaper he carried. Might just walk into her here. The lane is safer. He passed the cabman's shelter. Curious the life of drifting cabbies. All weathers, all places, time or sat down, no will of their own. Voglio e non. Like to give them an odd cigarette. Sociable. Shout a few flying syllables as they pass. He hummed, La Siderum la mano la 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 la. He turned into Cumberland Street and, going on some paces, halted in the lee of the station wall. No one. Mead's timber yard. Piled box. Ruins and tenements. With careful tread he passed over a hopscotch court with its forgotten picky stone. Not a sinner. Near the timber yard a squatted child at marbles, alone, shooting the taw with a cunny thumb. A wise tabby, a blinking sphinx, watched from her warm sill. Pity to disturb them. Mohammed cut a piece out of his mantle not to wake her. Open it. And once I played marbles when I went to that old dame's school. She liked mignonette. Mrs. Ulysses. And Mr.? He opened the letter within the newspaper. A flower. I think it's a yellow flower with flattened petals. Not annoyed then? What does she say? Dear Henry, the first got your last letter to me and thank you very much for it. I am sorry you did not like my last letter. Why did you enclose the stamps? I am awfully angry with you. I do wish I could punish you for that. I called you naughty boy because I do not like that other world. Please tell me what is the real meaning of that word? Are you not happy in your home, you poor little naughty boy? I do wish I could do something for you. Please tell me what you think of poor me. I often think of the beautiful name you have. Dear Henry, when will we meet? I think of you so often you have no idea. I have never felt myself so much drawn to a man as you. I feel so bad about. Please write me a long letter and tell me more. Remember, if you do not, I will punish you. So now you know what I will do to you, you naughty boy, if you do not wrote. Oh, how I long to meet you. Henry dear, do not deny my request before my patience are exhausted. Then I will tell you all. Goodbye now, naughty darling, I have such a bad headache today. And right by, return to your longing Martha. P.S. Do tell me, what kind of perfume does your wife use? I want to know. He tore the flower gravely from its pinhold, smelt its almost no smell, and placed it in his heart pocket. Language of flowers. They like it because no one can hear. Or a poison bouquet to strike him down. Then walking slowly forward, he read the letter again, murmuring here and there a word. Angry tulips with you, darling man, flower punisher cactus, if you don't please pour, forget not how I long violets to dear roses, when we soon anemone meet, all naughty nightstock wife Martha's perfume. Having read it all, he took it from the newspaper and put it back in his side pocket. Weak joy opened his lips. Changed since the first letter. Wonder did she wrote it herself? Doing the indignant, a girl of good family like me, respectable character. Could meet one Sunday after the rosary. Thank you, not having any. Usual love scrimmage. Then running round corners. Bad as a row with Molly. Cigar has a cooling effect. Narcotic. Go further next time. Naughty boy, punish, afraid of words, of course. Brutal, why not? Try it anyhow. A bit at a time. Fingering still the letter in his pocket, he drew the pin out of it. Cam pin, eh? He threw it on the road. Out of her clothes somewhere, pinned together. Queer the number of pins they always have. No roses without thorns. Flat Dublin voices bawled in his head. Those two sluts that night in the combe, linked together in the rain. Oh, Mary lost the pin of her drawers. She didn't know what to do to keep it up. It. Them. Such a bad headache. Has her roses probably. Or sitting all day typing. Eye focus bad for stomach nerves. What perfume does your wife use? Now could you make out a thing like that? To keep it up. Martha, Mary. I saw that picture somewhere, I forget now, old master or faked for money. He is sitting in their house, talking. Mysterious. Also the two sluts in the combe would listen. To keep it up. Nice kind of evening feeling. No more wandering about. Just loll there, quiet dusk, let everything rip. Forget. Tell about places you have been, strange customs. The other one, jar on her head, was getting the supper, fruit, olives, lovely cool water out of a well, stone echoed like the hole in the wall at Ashtown. Must carry a paper goblet next time I go to the trotting matches. She listens with big dark soft eyes. Tell her, more and more, all. Then a sigh, silence. Long rest. Going under the railway arch, he took out the envelope, tore it swiftly in shreds and scattered them towards the road. The shreds fluttered away, sank in the dank air, a white flutter, then all sank. Henry Flower. You could tear up a check for £100 in the same way. Simple bit of paper. Lord Ida once cashed a 7-figure check for £1 million in the Bank of Ireland. Shows you the money to be made out of porter. Still the other brother Lord Ardilaun has to change his shirt 4 times a day, they say. Skin breeds lice or vermin. £1 million, wait a moment. 2p a pint, 4p a quart, 8p a gallon of porter, no, 1 and 4p a gallon of porter. 1 and 4 into 20, 15 about. Yes, exactly. 15 millions of barrels of porter. What am I saying, barrels? Gallons. About 1 million barrels all the same. An incoming train clanked heavily above his head, coach after coach. Barrels bumped in his head, dull porter slopped and churned inside. The bunghole sprang open and a huge dull flood leaked out, flowing together, winding through mudflats all over the level land, a lazy pooling swirl of liquor bearing along wide-leaved flowers of its froth. He had reached the open back door of All Hallows. Stepping into the porch, he doffed his hat, took the card from his pocket and tucked it again behind the leather headband. Damn it. I might have tried to work McCoy for a pass to Mullingar. Same notice on the door. Sermon by the Very Reverend John Conmee S.J. on St. Peter Claver S.J. and the African Mission. Prayers for the conversion of Gladstone they had too when he was almost unconscious. The Protestants are the same. Convert Dr. William J. Walsh D.D. to the true religion. Save China's millions. Wonder how they explain it to the heathen Chinese. Prefer an ounce of opium. Celestials? Rank heresy for them. Buddha their god lying on his side in the museum. Taking it easy with hand under his cheek. Jaw sticks burning. Not like Ecce Homo. Crown of thorns and cross. Clever idea, St. Patrick the Shamrock. Chopsticks? Conmee, Martin Cunningham knows him, distinguished looking. Sorry I didn't work him about getting Molly into the choir instead of that Father Farley who looked a fool but wasn't. They're taught that. He's not going out in bluey specs with the sweat rolling off him to baptize blacks, is he? The glasses would take their fancy, flashing. Like to see them sitting round in a ring with blub lips, entranced, listening. Still life. Lap it up like milk, I suppose. The cold smell of sacred stone called him. He trod the worn steps, pushed the swing door and entered softly by the river. Something going on, some sodality. Pity so empty. Nice discreet place to be next some girl. Who is my neighbor? Jammed by the hour to slow music. That woman at midnight mass. Seventh heaven. Women knelt in the benches with crimson halters round their necks, heads bowed. A batch knelt at the altrails. The priest went along by them, murmuring, holding the thing in his hands. He stopped at each, took out a communion, shook a drop or two. Are they in water? Off it and put it neatly into her mouth. Her hat and head sank. Then the next one. Her hat sank at once. Then the next one, a small old woman. The priest bent down to put it into her mouth, murmuring all the time. Latin. The next one. Shut your eyes and open your mouth. What? Corpus, body. Corpse. Good idea, the Latin. Stupefies them first. Hospice for the dying. They don't seem to chew it, only swallow it down. Rum idea, eating bits of a corpse. Why the cannibals cotton to it. He stood aside watching their blind masks pass down the aisle, one by one, and seek their places. He approached a bench and seated himself in its corner, nursing his hat and newspaper. These pots we have to wear. We ought to have hats modeled on our heads. They were about him here and there, with heads still bowed in their crimson halters, waiting for it to melt in their stomachs. Something like those matzeth, it's that sort of bread, unleavened show bread. Look at them. Now I bet it makes them feel happy. Lollipop. It does. Yes, bread of angels it's called. There's a big idea behind it, kind of kingdom of God is within you feel. First communicants. Hokey pokey penny a lump. Then feel all like one family party, same in the theater, all in the same swim. They do. I'm sure of that. Not so lonely. in our confraternity. Then come out a bit spree-ish. Let off steam. Thing is, if you really believe in it. Lord Cure, waters of oblivion, and the knock apparition, statues bleeding. Old fellow asleep near that confession box. Hence those snores. Blind faith. Safe in the arms of kingdom come. Lulls all pain. Wake this time next year. He saw the priest stow the communion cup away, well in, and kneel an instant before it, showing a large grey boot sole from under the lace affair he had on. Suppose he lost the pin of his. He wouldn't know what to do to. Bald spot behind. Letters on his back, INRI? Number IHS. Molly told me one time I asked her. I have sinned, or number I have suffered, it is. And the other one? Iron nails ran in. Meet one Sunday after the rosary. Do not deny my request. Turn up with a veil and black bag. Dusk and the light behind her. She might be here with a ribbon round her neck and do the other thing all the same on the sly. Their character. That fellow that turned Queen's evidence on the Invincibles he used to receive the, Carey was his name, the communion every morning. This very church. Peter Carey, yes. No, Peter Claver I am thinking of. Dennis Carey. And just imagine that. Wife and 6 children at home. And plotting that murder all the time. Those craw thumpers, now that's a good name for them, there's always something shifty-looking about them. They're not straight men of business either. Oh, no, she's not here, the flower, no, no. By the way, did I tear up that envelope? Yes, under the bridge. The priest was rinsing out the chalice, then he tossed off the dregs smartly. Wine. Makes it more aristocratic than, for example, if he drank what they are used to Guinness's porter or some temperance beverage, Wheatley's Dublin hop bitters or Canterland Cochrane's ginger ale, aromatic. Doesn't give them any of it, show wine, only the other. Cold comfort. Pious fraud, but quite right, otherwise they'd have one old boozer worse than another coming along, catching for a drink. Queer the whole atmosphere of the. Quite right. Perfectly right, that is. Mr. Bloom looked back towards the choir. Not going to be any music. Pity. Who has the organ here, I wonder? Old Glyn, he knew how to make that instrument talk, the vibrato. £50 a year they say he had in Gardner Street. Molly was in fine voice that day, the Stabat Mater of Rossini. Father Bernard von Sermon first. Christ or Pilate? Christ, but don't keep us all night over it. Music they wanted. Foot drill stopped. Could hear a pin drop. I told her to pitch her voice against that corner. I could feel the thrill in the air, the people looking up, 'twas a state homo. Some of that old sacred music splendid. Mercadante, 7 last words. Mozart's 12th Mass, Gloria in that. Those old popes keen on music, on art and statues and pictures of all kinds. Palestrina for example too. They had a gay old time while it lasted. Healthy too, chanting, regular hours, then Brule occurs. Benedictine. Green chartreuse. Still, having eunuchs in their choir, that was coming it a bit thick. What kind of voice is it? Must be curious to hear after their own strong basses. Connoisseurs. Suppose they wouldn't feel anything after. Kind of a placid. No worry. Fall into flesh, don't they? Gluttons, tall, long legs. Who knows? Eunuch. One way out of it. He saw the priest bend down and kiss the altar and then face about and bless all the people. All crossed themselves and stood up. Mr. Bloom glanced about him and then stood up, looking over the risen hats. Stand up at the gospel, of course. Then all settled down on their knees again and he sat back quietly on his bench. The priest came down from the altar, holding the thing out from him, and he and the mass boy answered each other in Latin. Then the priest knelt down and began to read off a card. "O God, our refuge and our strength." Mr. Bloom put his face forward to catch the words. English. "Throw them the bone." I remember slightly. "How long since your last Mass?" "Glorious and Immaculate Virgin." "Joseph, her spouse." "Peter and Paul." More interesting if you understood what it was all about. Wonderful organization certainly, goes like clockwork. Confession. Everyone wants to. Then I will tell you all. Penance. Punish me, please. Great weapon in their hands. More than doctor or solicitor. Woman dying too. And ISCH. And did you check? And why did you? Look down at her ring to find an excuse. Whispering gallery walls have ears. Husband learned to his surprise. God's little joke. Then out she comes. Repentance skin deep. Lovely shame. Pray at an altar. Hail Mary and Holy Mary. Flowers, incense, candles melting. Hide her blushes. Salvation Army blatant imitation. Reformed prostitute will address the meeting. How I found the Lord. Square-headed chaps those must be in Rome, they work the whole show. And don't they rake in the money too? Bequests also, to the PP for the time being in his absolute discretion. Masses for the repose of my soul to be said publicly with open doors. Monasteries and convents. The priest in that Firmana will case in the witness box. No browbeating him. He had his answer pat for everything. Liberty and exaltation of our Holy Mother the Church. The doctors of the Church, they mapped out the whole theology of it. The priest prayed, "Blessed Michael, Archangel, defend us in the hour of conflict. Be our safeguard against the wickedness and snares of the devil, may God restrain him, we humbly pray, and do thou, O Prince of the heavenly host, by the power of God thrust Satan down to hell and with him those other wicked spirits who wander through the world for the ruin of souls." The priest and the mass boy stood up and walked off. All over. The women remained behind, Thanksgiving. Better be shoving along. Brother Buzz. Come around with the plate perhaps. Pay your Easter duty. He stood up. Hello. Were those 2 buttons of my waistcoat open all the time? Women enjoy it. Never tell you. But we. Excuse, miss, there's a, WHH, just a, WHH, fluff. Or their skirt behind, placket unhooked. Glimpses of the moon. Annoyed if you don't. Why didn't you tell me before? Still like you better untidy. Good job it wasn't farther south. He passed, discreetly buttoning, down the aisle and out through the main door into the light. He stood a moment unseeing by the cold black marble bowl while before him and behind 2 worshippers dipped furtive hands in the low tide of holy water. Trams, a car of Prescott's Daewoo Works, a widow in her weeds. Notice because I'm in mourning myself. He covered himself. How goes the time? 1:15. Time enough yet. Better get that lotion made up. Where is this? Ah yes, the last time. Swinney's in Lincoln Place. Chemists rarely move. Their green and gold beacon jars too heavy to stir. Hamilton Long's, founded in the year of the flood. Huguenot churchyard near there. Visit someday. He walked southward along Westland Row. But the recipe is in the other trousers. Oh, and I forgot that latchkey too. Bore this funeral affair. Oh well, poor fellow, it's not his fault. When was it I got it made up last? Wait. I changed a sovereign I remember. 1st of the month it must have been or the 2nd. Oh, he can look it up in the prescriptions book. The chemist turned back page after page. Sandy shriveled smell he seems to have. Shrunken skull. And old. Quest for the philosopher's stone. The alchemists. Drugs age you after mental excitement. Lethargy then. Why? Reaction. A lifetime in a night. Gradually changes your character. Living all the day among herbs, ointments, disinfectants. All his alabaster lily pots. Mortar and pestle. Just. Fall. Lore. Tavy rid. Smell almost cure you like the dentist's store bell. Dr. Whack. He ought to physic himself a bit. Electuary or emulsion. The first fellow that picked an herb to cure himself had a bit of block. Simples. Want to be careful. Enough stuff here to chloroform you. Test, turns blue litmus paper red. Chloroform. Overdose of laudanum. Sleeping drafts. Lovafilters. Paragraph poppy syrup bad for cough. Clogs the pores or the phlegm. Poison's the only cures. Remedy where you least expect it. Clever of nature. About a fortnight ago, sir? Yes, Mr. Bloom said. He waited by the counter, inhaling slowly the keen reek of drugs, the dusty dry smell of sponges and loofahs. Lot of time taken up telling your aches and pains. Sweet almond oil and tincture of benzoin, Mr. Bloom said, and then orange flower water. It certainly did make her skin so delicate white like wax. And white wax also, he said. Brings out the darkness of her eyes. Looking at me, the sheet up to her eyes, Spanish, smelling herself, when I was fixing the links in my cuffs. Those homely recipes are often the best, strawberries for the teeth, nettles and rainwater, oatmeal they say steeped in buttermilk. Skin food. One of the old Queen's sons, Duke of Albany was it? Had only one skin. Leopold, yes. 3 we have. Warts, bunions and pimples to make it worse. But you want a perfume too. What perfume does your Despaigne? That orange flower water is so fresh. Nice smell these soaps have. Pure curd soap. Time to get a bath round the corner. Hammam. Turkish. Massage. Dirt gets rolled up in your navel. Nicer if a nice girl did it. Also I think I do it in the bath. Curious longing I water to water. Combine business with pleasure. Pity no time for massage. Feel fresh then all the day. Funeral be rather glum. Yes, sir, the chemist said. That was 2 and 9. Have you brought a bottle? No, Mr. Bloom said. Make it up, please. I'll call later in the day and I'll take one of these soaps. How much are they? 4pence, sir. Mr. Bloom raised a cake to his nostrils. Sweet lemony wax. I'll take this one, he said. That makes 3 and a penny. Yes, sir, the chemist said. You can pay all together, sir, when you come back. Good, Mr. Bloom said. He strolled out of the shop, the newspaper baton under his armpit, the cool wrappered soap in his left hand. At his armpit Bantam Lyon's voice and hand said, "Hello, Bloom. What's the best news? Is that today's? Show us a minute." Shaved off his mustache again, by Jove. Long cold upper lip. To look younger. He does look balmy. Younger than I am. Bantam Lyon's yellow black-nailed fingers unrolled the baton. Wants a wash too. Take off the rough dirt. Good morning, have you used Pear's soap? Dandruff on his shoulders. Scalp wants oiling. I want to see about that French horse that's running today, Bantam Lyons said. Where the bugger is it? He rustled the pleated pages, jerking his chin on his high collar. Barber's itch. Tight collar he'll lose his hair. Better leave him the paper and get shut of him. You can keep it, Mr. Bloom said. Ask it. Gold cup. Wait, Bantam Lyons muttered. Half a mo. Maximum a second. I was just going to throw it away, Mr. Bloom said. Bantam Lyons raised his eyes suddenly and leered weakly. What's that? His sharp voice said. I say you can keep it, Mr. Bloom answered. I was going to throw it away that moment. Bantam Lyons doubted an instant, leering, then thrust the outspread sheets back on Mr. Bloom's arms. I'll risk it, he said. Here, thanks. He sped off towards Conway's corner. Godspeed, Scott. Mr. Bloom folded the sheets again to a neat square and lodged the soap in it, smiling. Silly lips of that chap. Betting. Regular hotbed of it lately. Messenger boys stealing to put on 6pence. Raffle for large tender turkey. Your Christmas dinner for 3pence. Jack Fleming embezzling to gamble then smuggled off to America. Keeps a hotel now. They never come back. Fleshpots of Egypt. He walked cheerfully towards the Mosque of the Baths. Remind you of a mosque, red-baked bricks, the minarets. College sports today I see. He eyed the horseshoe poster over the gate of College Park, cyclist doubled up like a cod in a pot. Damn bad ad. Now if they had made it round like a wheel. Then the spokes, sports, 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 and the hub big, college. Something to catch the eye. There's Hornblower standing at the porter's lodge. Keep him on hands, might take a turn in there on the nod. How do you do, Mr. Hornblower? How do you do, sir? Heavenly weather really. If life was always like that. Cricket weather. Sit around under sunshades. Over after over. Out. They can't play it here. Duck for 6 wickets. Still Captain Culler broke a window in the Kildare Street Club with a slog to square leg. Donnybrook Fairmore in their line. And the skulls we were cracking when McCarthy took the floor. Heat wave. Won't last. Always passing, the stream of life, which in the stream of life we trace is dearer than them all. Enjoy a bath now, clean trough of water, cool enamel, the gentle tepid stream. This is my body. He foresaw his pale body reclined in it at full, naked, in a womb of warmth, oiled by scented melting soap, softly laved. He saw his trunk and limbs rippled over and sustained, buoyed lightly upward, lemon yellow, his navel, bud of flesh, and saw the dark tangled curls of his bush floating hair of the stream around the limp father of thousands, a languid floating flower. Martin Cunningham, first, poked his silk-hatted head into the creaking carriage and, entering deftly, seated himself. Mr. Power stepped in after him, curving his height with care. Come on, Simon. After you, Mr. Bloom said. Mr. Dedalus covered himself quickly and got in, saying, Yes, yes. Are we all here now? Martin Cunningham asked. Come along, Bloom. Mr. Bloom entered and sat in the vacant place. He pulled the door to after him and slammed it twice till it shut tight. He passed an arm through the arm strap and looked seriously from the open carriage window at the lowered blinds of the avenue. One dragged aside, an old woman peeping. Nose white flattened against the pane. Thanking her stars she was passed over. Extraordinary the interest they take in a corpse. Glad to see us go, we give them such trouble coming. Job seems to suit them. Hugger-mugger in corners. Slop about in slipper-slappers for fear he'd wake. Then getting it ready. Laying it out. Molly and Mrs. Fleming making the bed. Pull it more to your side. Our winding sheet. Never know who will touch you dead. Wash and shampoo. I believe they clip the nails and the hair. Keep a bit in an envelope. Grows all the same after. Unclean job. All waited. Nothing was said. Stowing in the wreaths probably. I am sitting on something hard. Ah, that soap, in my hip pocket. Better shift it out of that. Wait for an opportunity. All waited. Then wheels were heard from in front, turning, then nearer, then horses' hoofs. A jolt. Their carriage began to move, creaking and swaying. Other hoofs and creaking wheels started behind. The blinds of the avenue passed and number 9 with its grape knocker, door ajar. At walking pace. They waited still, their knees jogging, till they had turned and were passing along the tram tracks. Tritonville Road. Quicker. The wheels rattled rolling over the cobbled causeway and the crazy glasses shook rattling in the door frames. What way is he taking us? Mr. Power asked through both windows. Irish Town, Martin Cunningham said. Ringsend. Brunswick Street. Mr. Dedalus nodded, looking out. That's a fine old custom, he said. I am glad to see it has not died out. All watched a while through their windows, caps and hats lifted by passers. Respect. The carriage swerved from the tram track to the smoother road past Watery Lane. Mr. Bloom at gaze saw a lithe young man, clad in mourning, a wide hat. There's a friend of yours gone by, Dedalus, he said. Who is that? Your son and heir. Where is he? Mr. Dedalus said, stretching over across. The carriage, passing the open drains and mounds of ripped-up roadway before the tenement houses, lurched round the corner and, swerving back to the tram track, rolled on noisily with chattering wheels. Mr. Dedalus fell back, saying, was that Mulligan cad with him? His Fidus Achates. No, Mr. Bloom said. He was alone. Down with his Aunt Sally, I suppose, Mr. Daedalus said, the Goulding faction, the drunken little cost-drayer and Chrissy, Papa's little lump of dung, the wise child that knows her own father. Mr. Bloom smiled joyously on Ringsend Road. Wallace Brothers, the Bottle Works, Dodder Bridge. Richie Goulding and the legal bag. Goulding, Collis and Ward he calls the firm. His jokes are getting a bit damp. Great card he was. Waltzing in Stamer Street with Ignatius Gallagher on a Sunday morning, the landlady's 2 hats pinned on his head. Out on the rampage all night. Beginning to tell on him now, that backache of his, I fear. Wife ironing his back. Thinks he'll cure it with pills. All breadcrumbs they are. About 600% profit. He's in with a low-down crowd, Mr. Daedalus snarled. That Mulligan is a contaminated bloody doubly-dyed ruffian by all accounts. His name stinks all over Dublin. But with the help of God and his blessed mother I'll make it my business to write a letter one of those days to his mother or his aunt or whatever she is that will open her eye as wide as a gate. I'll tickle his catastrophe, believe you me. He cried above the clatter of the wheels, I won't have her bastard of a nephew ruin my son. A counter-jumper's son. Selling tapes in my cousin, Peter Palmswiny's. Not likely. He ceased. Mr. Bloom glanced from his angry mustache to Mr. Power's mild face and Martin Cunningham's eyes and beard, gravely shaking. Noisy self-willed man. Full of his son. He is right. Something to hand on. If little Rudy had lived. See him grow up. Hear his voice in the house. Walking beside Molly in an Eton suit. My son. Me in his eyes. Strange feeling it would be. From me. Just a chance. Must have been that morning in Raymond Terrace she was at the window watching the 2 dogs at it by the wall of the cease to do evil. And the sergeant grinning up. She had that cream gown on with a rip she never stitched. Give us a touch, Poldy. God, I'm dying for it. How life begins. Got big then. Had to refuse the Greystones concert. My son inside her. I could have helped him on in life. I could. Make him independent. Learn German too. Are we late? Mr. Power asked. 10 minutes, Martin Cunningham said, looking at his watch. Molly. Millie. Same thing watered down. Her tomboy oaths. Oh jumping Jupiter. Ye gods and little fishes. Still, she's a dear girl. Soon be a woman. Mullinger. Dearest Papley. Young student. Yes, yes. A woman too. Life, life. The carriage heeled over and back, their 4 trunks swaying. Corny might have given us a more commodious yoke, Mr. Power said. He might, Mr. Daedalus said, if he hadn't that squint troubling him. Do you follow me? He closed his left eye. Martin Cunningham began to brush away crust crumbs from under his thighs. What is this? He said, in the name of God. Crumbs? Someone seems to have been making a picnic party here lately, Mr. Power said. All raised their thighs and eyed with disfavor the mildewed buttonless leather of the seats. Mr. Daedalus, twisting his nose, frowned downward and said, unless I'm greatly mistaken. What do you think, Martin? It struck me too, Martin Cunningham said. Mr. Bloom set his thigh down. Glad I took that bath. Feel my feet quite clean. But I wish Mrs. Fleming had darned these socks better. Mr. Daedalus sighed resignedly. After all, he said, it's the most natural thing in the world. Did Tom Kernan turn up? Martin Cunningham asked, twirling the peak of his beard gently. Yes, Mr. Bloom answered. He's behind with Ned Lambert and Hines. And Corny Kelleher himself? Mr. Power asked. At the cemetery, Martin Cunningham said. I met McCoy this morning, Mr. Bloom said. He said he'd try to come. The carriage halted short. What's wrong? We're stopped. Where are we? Mr. Bloom put his head out of the window. The Grand Canal, he said. Gasworks. Whooping cough they say it cures. Good job Millie never got it. Poor children. Doubles them up black and blue in convulsions. Shame really. Got off lightly with illnesses compared. Only measles. Flaxseed tea. Scarlatina, influenza epidemics. Canvassing for death. Don't miss this chance. Dog's home over there. Poor old Athos. Be good to Athos, Leopold, is my last wish. Thy will be done. We obey them in the grave. A dying scrawl. He took it to heart, pined away. Quiet brute. Old men's dogs usually are. A raindrop spat on his hat. He drew back and saw an instant of shower spray dots over the gray flags. Apart. Curious. Like through a colander. I thought it would. My boots were creaking, I remember now. The weather is changing, he said quietly. A pity it did not keep up fine, Martin Cunningham said. Wanted for the country, Mr. Power said. There's the sun again coming out. Mr. Daedalus, peering through his glasses towards the veiled sun, hurled a mute curse at the sky. It's as uncertain as a child's bottom, he said. We're off again. The carriage turned again its stiff wheels and their trunks swayed gently. Martin Cunningham twirled more quickly the peak of his beard. Tom Kernan was immense last night, he said. And Paddy Leonard taking him off to his face. Oh, draw him out, Martin, Mr. Power said eagerly. Wait till you hear him, Simon, on Ben Dollard's singing of the Cry Boy. Immense, Martin Cunningham said pompously. His singing of that simple ballad, Martin, is the most trenchant rendering I ever heard in the whole course of my experience. Trenchant, Mr. Power said laughing. He's dead nuts on that. And the retrospective arrangement. Did you read Dan Dawson's speech? Martin Cunningham asked. I did not. The N, Mr. Daedalus said. Where is it? In the paper this morning. Mr. Bloom took the paper from his inside pocket. That book I must change for her. No, no, Mr. Daedalus said quickly. Later on please. Mr. Bloom's glance traveled down the edge of the paper, scanning the deaths, Callan, Coleman, Dignam, Fawcett, Lowry, Nauman, Peake. What Peake is that? Is it the chap was in Crosby and Allane's? No, Sexton, Bright. Inked characters fast fading on the frayed breaking paper. Thanks to the little flower. Sadly missed. To the inexpressible grief of his. Aged 88 after a long and tedious illness. Month's mind, Quinlan. On whose soul sweet Jesus have mercy. It is now a month since dear Henry fled to his home up above in the sky while his family weeps and mourns his loss, hoping someday to meet him on high. I tore up the envelope. Yes. Where did I put her letter after I read it in the bath? He patted his waistcoat pocket. They're all right. Dear Henry fled. Before my patients are exhausted. National School. Meads Yard. The Hazard. Only two there now. Nodding. Full as a tick. Too much bone in their skulls. The other trotting round with a fare. An hour ago I was passing there. The Jarvies raised their hats. A pointsman's back straightened itself upright suddenly against a tramway standard by Mr. Bloom's window. Couldn't they invent something automatic so that the wheel itself much handier? Well, but that fellow would lose his job then. Well, but then another fellow would get a job making the new invention? Ancient concert rooms. Nothing on there. A man in a buff suit with a crepe armlet. Not much grief there. Quarter morning. People in law perhaps. They went past the bleak pulpit of St. Mark's, under the railway bridge, past the Queen's Theatre, in silence. Hoardings, Eugene Stratton, Mrs. Bandman Palmer. Could I go to Celia tonight, I wonder? I said I. Or the Lily of Killarney. Elster Grimes Opera Company. Big powerful change. Wet bright bills for next week. Fun on the Bristol. Martin Cunningham could work a pass for the Gaiety. Have to stand a drink or two. As broad as it's long. He's coming in the afternoon. Her songs. Plastos. Sir Philip Crampton's memorial fountain bust. Who was he? How do you do? Martin Cunningham said, raising his palm to his brow in salute. He doesn't see us, Mr. Power said. Yes, he does. How do you do? Who? Mr. Daedalus asked. Blazes Boylan, Mr. Power said. There he is airing his quiff. Just that moment I was thinking. Mr. Daedalus bent across to salute. From the door of the red bank the white disk of a straw hat flashed reply, spruce figure, past. Mr. Bloom reviewed the nails of his left hand, then those of his right hand. The nails, yes. Is there anything more in him that she sees? Fascination. Worst man in Dublin. That keeps him alive. They sometimes feel what a person is. Instinct. But a type like that. My nails. I am just looking at them, well paired. And after, thinking alone. Body getting a bit softy. I would notice that, from remembering. What causes that? I suppose the skin can't contract quickly enough when the flesh falls off. But the shape is there. The shape is there still. Shoulders. Hips. Plump. Night of the dance dressing. Shift stuck between the cheeks behind. He clasped his hands between his knees and, satisfied, sent his vacant glance over their faces. Mr. Power asked, "How is the concert tour getting on, Bloom?" "Oh, very well," Mr. Bloom said. "I hear great accounts of it. It's a good idea, you see. Are you going yourself?" "Well, no," Mr. Bloom said. "In point of fact, I have to go down to the County Clare on some private business. You see, the idea is to tour the chief towns. What you lose on one you can make up on the other." "Quite so," Martin Cunningham said. "Mary Anderson is up there now. Have you good artists?" "Louis Werner is touring her," Mr. Bloom said. "Oh yes, we'll have all top knobbers. J. C. Doyle and John McCormack, I hope, and the best, in fact." "And Madam," Mr. Power said, smiling. "Last but not least." Mr. Bloom unclasped his hands in a gesture of soft politeness and clasped them. "Smith O'Brien. Someone has laid a bunch of flowers there. Woman. Must be his death day. For many happy returns." The carriage willing by Farrell's statue united noiselessly their unresisting knees. Oet, a dull-garbed old man from the curbstone, tendered his wares, his mouth opening. Oet. 4 bootlaces for a penny. Wonder why he was struck off the rolls. Had his office in Hume Street. Same house as Molly's namesake, Tweedy, Crown Solicitor for Waterford. Has that silk hat ever since. Relics of old decency. Morning too. Terrible come down, poor wretch. Kicked about like snuff at a wake. O'Callaghan on his last legs. And Madam. 11:20. Up. Mrs. Fleming is into clean. Doing her hair, humming. Voglio e non vorrei. No. Vorrei e non. Looking at the tips of her hairs to see if they are split. Mi trima un poco il. Beautiful on that tray her voice is, weeping tone. A thrush. A throstle. There is a word throstle that expresses that. His eyes passed lightly over Mr. Power's good-looking face. Grayish over the ears. Madam, smiling. I smiled back. A smile goes a long way. Only politeness perhaps. Nice fellow. Who knows, is that true about the woman he keeps? Not pleasant for the wife. Yet they say, who was it told me, there is no carnal. You would imagine that would get played out pretty quick. Yes, it was Crofton met him one evening bringing her a pound of rump steak. What is this she was? Barmaid in Juries. Or the Moira, was it? They passed under the huge cloaked Liberator's form. Martin Cunningham nudged Mr. Power. Of the tribe of Reuben, he said. A tall black-bearded figure, bent on a stick, stumping round the corner of Elvery's Elephant House, showed them a curved hand open on his spine. In all his pristine beauty, Mr. Power said. Mr. Daedalus looked after the stumping figure and said mildly, "The devil break the hasp of your back." Mr. Power, collapsing in laughter, shaded his face from the window as the carriage passed Gray's statue. "We have all been there," Martin Cunningham said broadly. His eyes met Mr. Bloom's eyes. He caressed his beard, adding, "Well, nearly all of us." Mr. Bloom began to speak with sudden eagerness to his companions' faces. "That's an awfully good one that's going the rounds about Reuben J. and the Son." "About the boatman?" Mr. Power asked. "Yes. Isn't it awfully good? What is that? Mr. Dedalus asked. I didn't hear it. There was a girl in the case, Mr. Bloom began, and he determined to send him to the Isle of Man out of harm's way, but when they were both, what? Mr. Dedalus asked. That confirmed bloody hobbledehoy, is it? Yes, Mr. Bloom said. They were both on the way to the boat and he tried to drown Barabbas. Mr. Dedalus cried. I wish to Christ he did. Mr. Power sent a long laugh down his shaded nostrils. No, Mr. Bloom said, the son himself. Martin Cunningham thwarted his speech rudely. Reuben and the son were piking it down the quay next the river on their way to the Isle of Man boat, and the young chiseler suddenly got loose and over the wall with him into the Liffey. For God's sake! Mr. Dedalus exclaimed in fright. Is he dead? Dead! Martin Cunningham cried. Not he. A boatman got a pole and fished him out by the slack of the breeches, and he was landed up to the father on the quay more dead than alive. Half the town was there. Yes, Mr. Bloom said. But the funny part is, and Reuben J., Martin Cunningham said, gave the boatman a florin for saving his son's life. A stifled sigh came from under Mr. Power's hand. Oh, he did, Martin Cunningham affirmed. Like a hero. A silver florin. Isn't it awfully good? Mr. Bloom said eagerly. 1 and 8pence too much, Mr. Dedalus said dryly. Mr. Power's choked laugh burst quietly in the carriage. Nelson's pillar. 8 plums a penny. 8 for a penny. We had better look a little serious, Martin Cunningham said. Mr. Dedalus sighed. Ah then indeed, he said, poor little Patty wouldn't grudge us a laugh. Many a good one, he told himself. The Lord forgive me. Mr. Power said, wiping his wet eyes with his fingers. Poor Patty. I little thought a week ago when I saw him last and he was in his usual health that I'd be driving after him like this. He's gone from us. As decent a little man as ever wore a hat, Mr. Dedalus said. He went very suddenly. Breakdown, Martin Cunningham said. Heart. He tapped his chest sadly. Blazing face, red hot. Too much John Barleycorn. Cure for a red nose. Drink like the devil till it turns a delight. A lot of money he spent coloring it. Mr. Power gazed at the passing houses with rueful apprehension. He had a sudden death, poor fellow, he said. The best death, Mr. Bloom said. Their wide-open eyes looked at him. No suffering, he said. A moment and all is over. Like dying in sleep. No one spoke. Dead side of the street this. Dull business by day, land agents, Temperance Hotel, Falconer's Railway Guide, Civil Service College, Gill's, Catholic Club, the industrious blind. Why? Some reason. Sun or wind. At night too. Chummies and slaveys. Under the patronage of the late Father Matthew. Foundation stone for Purnell. Breakdown. Heart. White horses with white frontlet plumes came round the rotunda corner, galloping. A tiny coffin flashed by. In a hurry to bury. A mourning coach. Unmarried. Black for the married. Piebald for bachelors. Done for a nun. Sad, Martin Cunningham said. A child. A dwarf's face, mauve and wrinkled like little Rudy's was. Dwarf's body, weak as putty, in a white-lined deal box. Burial-friendly society pays. Penny a week for a sod of turf. Our. Little. Beggar. Baby. Meant nothing. Mistake of nature. If it's healthy it's from the mother. If not from the man. Better luck next time. Poor little thing, Mr. Dedalus said. It's well out of it. The carriage climbed more slowly the hill of Rutland Square. Rattle his bones. Over the stones. Only a pauper. Nobody owns. In the midst of life, Martin Cunningham said. But the worst of all, Mr. Power said, is the man who takes his own life. Martin Cunningham drew out his watch briskly, coughed and put it back. The greatest disgrace to have in the family, Mr. Power added. Temporary insanity, of course, Martin Cunningham said decisively. We must take a charitable view of it. They say a man who does it is a coward, Mr. Dedalus said. It is not for us to judge, Martin Cunningham said. Mr. Bloom, about to speak, closed his lips again. Martin Cunningham's large eyes. Looking away now. Sympathetic human man he is. Intelligent. Like Shakespeare's face. Always a good word to say. They have no mercy on that here or infanticide. Refuse Christian burial. They used to drive a stake of wood through his heart in the grave. As if it wasn't broken already. Yet sometimes they repent too late. Found in the riverbed clutching rushes. He looked at me. And that awful drunkard of a wife of his. Setting up house for her time after time and then pawning the furniture on him every Saturday almost. Leading him the life of the damned. Wear the heart out of a stone, that. Monday morning. Start afresh. Shoulder to the wheel. Lord, she must have looked a sight that night. Daedalus told me he was in there. Drunk about the place and capering with Martin's umbrella. And they call me the jewel of Asia, the geisha. He looked away from me. He knows. Rattle his bones. That afternoon of the inquest. The red-labeled bottle on the table. The room in the hotel with hunting pictures. Stuffy it was. Sunlight through the slats of the Venetian blind. The coroner's sunlit ears, big and hairy. Boots giving evidence. Thought he was asleep first. Then saw like yellow streaks on his face. Had slipped down to the foot of the bed. Verdict, overdose. Death by misadventure. The letter. For my son Leopold. No more pain. Wake no more. Nobody owns. The carriage rattled swiftly along Blessington Street. Over the stones. We are going the pace, I think, Martin Cunningham said. God grant he doesn't upset us on the road, Mr. Power said. I hope not, Martin Cunningham said. That will be a great race tomorrow in Germany. The Gordon Bennett. Yes, by Jove, Mr. Daedalus said. That will be worth seeing, Faith. As they turned into Berkeley Street, a street organ near the basin sent over and after them a rollicking rattling song of the halls. Has anybody here seen Kelly? K-E-double-L way. Dead March from Saul. He's as bad as old Antonio. He left me on my onio. Pirouette. The Mater Misericordiae. Eccles Street. My house down there. Big place. Ward for incurables there. Very encouraging. Our Lady's Hospice for the dying. Dead house handy underneath. Where old Mrs. Reardon died. They look terrible, the women. Her feeding cup and rubbing her mouth with the spoon. Then the screen round her bed for her to die. Nice young student that was dressed that bite the bee gave me. He's gone over to the lying in hospital, they told me. From one extreme to the other. The carriage galloped round a corner, stopped. What's wrong now? A divided drove of branded cattle passed the windows, lowing, slouching by on padded hoofs, whisking their tails slowly on their clotted bony croups. Outside them and through them ran rattled sheep bleating their fear. Immigrants, Mr. Power said. Who are you? The drover's voice cried, his switch sounding on their flanks. Who are you? Out of that. Thursday, of course. Tomorrow is killing day. Springers. Cuff sold them about 27 quid each. For Liverpool probably. Roast beef for old England. They buy up all the juicy ones. And then the fifth quarter lost, all that raw stuff, hide, hair, horns. Comes to a big thing in a year. Dead meat trade. Byproducts of the slaughterhouses for tanneries, soap, margarine. Wonder if that dodge works now, getting dicky meat off the train at Clonzilla. The carriage moved on through the drove. I can't make out why the corporation doesn't run a tramline from the park gate to the quays, Mr. Bloom said. All those animals could be taken in trucks down to the boats. Instead of blocking up the thoroughfare, Martin Cunningham said. Quite right. They ought to. Yes, Mr. Bloom said, and another thing I often thought, is to have municipal funeral trams like they have in Milan, you know. Run the line out to the cemetery gates and have special trams, hearse and carriage and all. Don't you see what I mean? Oh, that be damned for a story, Mr. Daedalus said. Pullman car and saloon dining room. A poor lookout for Corny, Mr. Power added. Why? Mr. Bloom asked, turning to Mr. Dedalus. Wouldn't it be more decent than galloping two abreast? Well, there's something in that, Mr. Dedalus granted. And, Martin Cunningham said, we wouldn't have scenes like that when the hearse capsized round Dunphy's and upset the coffin onto the road. That was terrible, Mr. Power's shocked face said, and the corpse fell about the road. Terrible. First round Dunphy's, Mr. Dedalus said, nodding. Gordon Bennett Cup. Praises be to God. Martin Cunningham said piously. Bomb. Upset. A coffin bumped out onto the road. Burst open. Paddy Dignam shot out and rolling over stiff in the dust in a brown habit too large for him. Red face, grey now. Mouth fallen open. Asking what's up now. Quite right to close it. Looks horrid open. Then the insides decomposed quickly. Much better to close up all the orifices. Yes, also. With wax. The sphincter loose. Seal up all. Dunphy's, Mr. Power announced as the carriage turned right. Dunphy's corner. Mourning coaches drawn up, drowning their grief. A pause by the wayside. Tip-top position for a pub. Expect we'll pull up here on the way back to drink his health. Pass round the consolation. Elixir of life. But suppose now it did happen. Would he bleed if a nail say cut him in the knocking about? He would and he wouldn't, I suppose. Depends on where. The circulation stops. Still some might ooze out of an artery. It would be better to bury them in red, a dark red. In silence they drove along Phibsborough Road. An empty hearse trotted by, coming from the cemetery, looks relieved. Cross Guns Bridge, the Royal Canal. Water rushed roaring through the sluices. A man stood on his dropping barge, between clamps of turf. On the towpath by the lock a slack-tethered horse. Aboard of the Bugaboo. Their eyes watched him. On the slow weedy waterway he had floated on his raft coastward over Ireland drawn by a haulage rope past beds of reeds, over slime, mood-coked bottles, carrion dogs. Athlone, Mullinger, Moively, I could make a walking tour to see Millie by the canal. Or cycle down. Hire some old crock, safety. Wren had won the other day at the auction but a ladies. Developing waterways. James Mca's hobby to row me or the ferry. Cheaper transit. By easy stages. Houseboats. Camping out. Also hearses. To heaven by water. Perhaps I will without writing. Come as a surprise, like Slup, Clonzilla. Dropping down lock by lock to Dublin. With turf from the Midland bogs. Salute. He lifted his brown straw hat, saluting Paddy Dignam. They drove on past Brian Burham House. Near it now. I wonder how is our friend Fogarty getting on, Mr. Power said. Better ask Tom Kernan, Mr. Dedalus said. How is that? Martin Cunningham said. Left him weeping, I suppose? Though lost to sight, Mr. Dedalus said, to memory dear. The carriage steered left for Finglas Road. The stone-cutter's yard on the right. Last lap. Crowded on the spit of land silent shapes appeared, white, sorrowful, holding out calm hands, knelt in grief, pointing. Fragments of shapes, hewn. In white silence, appealing. The best obtainable. Thomas H. Denny, monumental builder and sculptor. Passed. On the curbstone before Jimmy Geary, the sexton's, an old tramp sat, grumbling, emptying the dirt and stones out of his huge dust-brown yawning boot. After life's journey. Gloomy gardens then went by, one by one, gloomy houses. Mr. Power pointed. That is where Childs was murdered, he said. The last house. So it is, Mr. Dedalus said. A gruesome case. Seymour Bushe got him off. Murdered his brother. Or so they said. The Crown had no evidence, Mr. Power said. Only circumstantial, Martin Cunningham added. That's the maxim of the law. Better for 99 guilty to escape than for one innocent person to be wrongfully condemned. They looked. Murderer's ground. It passed darkly. Shuttered, tenantless, unweeded garden. Whole place gone to hell. Wrongfully condemned. Murder. The murderer's image in the eye of the murdered. They love reading about it. Man's head found in a garden. Her clothing consisted of. How she met her death. Recent outrage. The weapon used. Murderer is still at large. Clues. A shoelace. The body to be exhumed. Murder will out. Cramped in this carriage. She mightn't like me to come that way without letting her know. Must be careful about women. Catch them once with their pants down. Never forgive you after. 15. The high railings of Prospect rippled past their gaze. Dark poplars, rare white forms. Forms more frequent, white shapes thronged amid the trees, white forms and fragments streaming by muley, sustaining vain gestures on the air. The filly harshette against the curbstone, stopped. Martin Cunningham put out his arm and, wrenching back the handle, shoved the door open with his knee. He stepped out. Mr. Power and Mr. Dedalus followed. Change that soap now. Mr. Bloom's hand unbuttoned his hip pocket swiftly and transferred the paper-stuck soap to his inner handkerchief pocket. He stepped out of the carriage, replacing the newspaper his other hand still held. Paltry funeral, coach and 3 carriages. It's all the same. Pallbearers, gold reins, requiem mass, firing a volley. Pomp of death. Beyond the hind carriage a hawker stood by his barrow of cakes and fruit. Simnel cakes those are, stuck together, cakes for the dead. Dog biscuits. Who ate them? Mourners coming out. He followed his companions. Mr. Kernan and Ned Lambert followed, Hines walking after them. Corny Kelleher stood by the opened hearse and took out the 2 wreaths. He handed one to the boy. Where is that child's funeral disappeared to? A team of horses passed from Finglas with toiling plodding tread, dragging through the funereal silence a creaking wagon on which lay a granite block. The wagoner marching at their head saluted. Coffin now. Got here before us, dead as he is. Horse looking round at it with his plumes skioways. Dull eye, collar tight on his neck, pressing on a blood vessel or something. Do they know what they cart out here every day? Must be 20 or 30 funerals every day. Then Mount Jerome for the Protestants. Funerals all over the world everywhere every minute. Shoveling them under by the cartload double quick. Thousands every hour. Too many in the world. Mourners came out through the gates, woman and a girl. Lean-jawed harpy, hard woman at a bargain, her bonnet awry. Girl's face stained with dirt and tears, holding the woman's arm, looking up at her for a sign to cry. Fish's face, bloodless and livid. The mutes shouldered the coffin and bore it in through the gates. So much dead weight. Felt heavier myself stepping out of that bath. First the stiff, then the friends of the stiff. Corny Kelleher and the boy followed with their wreaths. Who is that beside them? Ah, the brother-in-law. All walked after. Martin Cunningham whispered, I was in mortal agony with you talking of suicide before Bloom. What? Mr. Power whispered. How so? His father poisoned himself, Martin Cunningham whispered. Had the Queen's Hotel in Ennis. You heard him say he was going to Clare. Anniversary. Oh God, Mr. Power whispered. First I heard of it. Poisoned himself? He glanced behind him to where a face with dark thinking eyes followed towards the Cardinal's mausoleum. Speaking. Was he insured? Mr. Bloom asked. I believe so, Mr. Kernan answered. But the policy was heavily mortgaged. Martin is trying to get the youngster into Artan. How many children did he leave? 5. Ned Lambert says he'll try to get one of the girls into Tud's. A sad case, Mr. Bloom said gently. 5 young children. A great blow to the poor wife, Mr. Kernan added. Indeed yes, Mr. Bloom agreed. Has the laugh at him now? He looked down at the boots he had blacked and polished. She had outlived him. Lost her husband. More dead for her than for me. One must outlive the other. Wise men say. There are more women than men in the world. Condole with her. Your terrible loss. I hope you'll soon follow him. For Hindu widows only. She would marry another. Him? No. Yet who knows after? Widowhood not the thing since the old queen died. Drawn on a gun carriage. Victoria and Albert. Frogmore Memorial Morning. But in the end she put a few violets in her bonnet. Vain in her heart of hearts. All for a shadow. Consort not even a king. Her son was the substance. Something new to hope for, not like the past she wanted back, waiting. It never comes. One must go first, alone, under the ground, and lie no more in her warm bed. "How are you, Simon?" Ned Lambert said softly, clasping hands. "Haven't seen you for a month of Sundays." "Never better. How are all in Cork's own town?" "I was down there for the Cork Park races on Easter Monday," Ned Lambert said. "Same old 6 and 8pence. Stopped with Dick Tivy." "And how is Dick, the solid man?" "Nothing between himself and heaven," Ned Lambert answered. "By the Holy Paul," Mr. Dedalus said in subdued wonder. "Dick Tivy bald? Martin is going to get up a whip for the youngsters," Ned Lambert said, pointing ahead. "A few bob a skull. Just to keep them going till the insurance is cleared up." Yes, Mr. Dedalus said dubiously. "Is that the eldest boy in front?" "Yes," Ned Lambert said, "with the wife's brother. John Henry Menton is behind. He put down his name for a quid." "I'll engage he did," Mr. Dedalus said. "I often told poor Paddy he ought to mind that job. John Henry is not the worst in the world." "How did he lose it?" Ned Lambert asked. "Liquor, what?" "Many a good man's fault," Mr. Dedalus said with a sigh. They halted about the door of the mortuary chapel. Mr. Bloom stood behind the boy with the wreath, looking down at his sleek combed hair and at the slender furrowed neck inside his brand new collar. Poor boy. Was he there when the father? Both unconscious. Lighten up at the last moment and recognize for the last time. All he might have done. "I owe 3 shillings to O'Grady." Would he understand? The mutes bore the coffin into the chapel. "Which end is his head?" After a moment he followed the others in, blinking in the screened light. The coffin lay on its bier before the chancel, 4 dull yellow candles at its corners. "Always in front of us." Corny Kelleher, laying a wreath at each 4 corner, beckoned to the boy to kneel. The mourners knelt here and there in prayings. Mr. Bloom stood behind near the font and, when all had knelt, dropped carefully his unfolded newspaper from his pocket and knelt his right knee upon it. He fitted his black hat gently on his left knee and, holding its brim, bent over piously. A server bearing a brass bucket with something in it came out through a door. The white-smocked priest came after him, tidying his stole with one hand, balancing with the other a little book against his toad's belly. "Who'll read the book?" "I," said the rook. They halted by the bier and the priest began to read out of his book with a fluent croak. "Father Coffee. I knew his name was like a coffin. Romini Naaman. Bully about the muzzle he looks. Boss is the show. Muscular Christian. Woe betide anyone that looks crooked at him, priest. Thou art Peter. Burst sideways like a sheep in clover, Dedalus says he will. With a belly on him like a poisoned pup. Most amusing expressions that man finds. HHHN, burst sideways. Non enters in judicium cum servotio, domini. Makes them feel more important to be prayed over in Latin. Requiem Mass. Crepe weepers. Black-edged notepaper. Your name on the altar list. Chilly place this. Want to feed well, sitting in there all the morning in the gloom, kicking his heels waiting for the next please. Eyes of a toad too. What swells him up that way? Molly gets swelled after cabbage. Air of the place maybe. Looks full up of bad gas. Must be an infernal lot of bad gas round the place. Butchers, for instance, they get like raw beefsteaks. Who was telling me? Mervyn Brown. Down in the vaults of St. Werburgh's lovely old organ 150 they have to bore a hole in the coffins sometimes to let out the bad gas and burn it. Out it rushes, blue. One whiff of that and you're a goner. My kneecap is hurting me. Ow! That's better. The priest took a stick with a knob at the end of it out of the boy's bucket and shook it over the coffin. Then he walked to the other end and shook it again. Then he came back and put it back in the bucket. As you were before you rested. It's all written down, he has to do it. Et ne nos inducus intentationem. The server piped the answers in the treble. I often thought it would be better to have boy servants. Up to 15 or so. After that, of course, holy water that was, I expect. Shaking sleep out of it. He must be fed up with the job, shaking that thing over all the corpses they trot up. What harm if he could see what he was shaking it over? Every mortal day a fresh batch, middle-aged men, old women, children, women dead in childbirth, men with beards, bald-headed businessmen, consumptive girls with little sparrows' breasts. All of the year round he prayed the same thing over them all and shook water on top of them. Sleep. Undignam now. In paradise. Said he was going to paradise or is in paradise. Says that over everybody. Tiresome kind of a job. But he has to say something. The priest closed his book and went off, followed by the server. Corny Kelleher opened the side doors and the gravediggers came in, hoisted the coffin again, carried it out and shoved it on their cart. Corny Kelleher gave one wreath to the boy and one to the brother-in-law. All followed them out of the side doors into the mild grey air. Mr. Bloom came last, folding his paper again into his pocket. He gazed gravely at the ground till the coffin cart wheeled off to the left. The metal wheels ground the gravel with a sharp grating cry and the pack of blunt boots followed the trundled barrow along a lane of sepulchres. The ra the roo. Lord, I mustn't lilt here. The O'Connell Circle, Mr. Dedalus said about him. Mr. Power's soft eyes went up to the apex of the lofty cone. He's at rest, he said, in the middle of his people, old Dana. But his heart is buried in Rome. How many broken hearts are buried here, Simon? Her grave is over there, Jack, Mr. Dedalus said. I'll soon be stretched beside her. Let him take me whenever he likes. Breaking down, he began to weep to himself quietly, stumbling a little in his walk. Mr. Power took his arm. She's better where she is, he said kindly. I suppose so, Mr. Dedalus said with a weak gasp. I suppose she is in heaven if there is a heaven. Corny Kelleher stepped aside from his rank and allowed the mourners to plod by. Sad occasions, Mr. Kernan began politely. Mr. Bloom closed his eyes and sadly twice bowed his head. The others are putting on their hats, Mr. Kernan said. I suppose we can do so too. We are the last. This cemetery is a treacherous place. They covered their heads. The reverend gentlemen read the service too quickly, don't you think? Mr. Kernan said with reproof. Mr. Bloom nodded gravely, looking in the quick bloodshot eyes. Secret searching. Mason, I think, not sure. Beside him again. We are the last. In the same boat. Hope he'll say something else. Mr. Kernan added, the service of the Irish Church used in Mount Jerome is simpler, more impressive, I must say. Mr. Bloom gave prudent assent. The language, of course, was another thing. Mr. Kernan said with solemnity, I am the resurrection and the life. That touches a man's inmost heart. It does, Mr. Bloom said. Your heart perhaps, but what price the fellow in the 6 feet by 2 with his toes to the daisies? No touching that. Seat of the affections. Broken heart. A pump after all, pumping thousands of gallons of blood every day. One fine day it gets bunged up, and there you are. Lots of them lying around here, lungs, hearts, livers. Old rusty pumps, damn the thing else. The resurrection and the life. Once you are dead, you are dead. That last day idea. Knocking them all up out of their graves. Come forth, Lazarus. And he came fifth and lost the job. Get up. Last day. Then every fellow mousing around for his liver and his lights and the rest of his traps. Find damn all of himself that morning. Pennyweight of powder in his skull. 12 grams 1 pennyweight. Troy measure. Corny Kelleher fell into step at their side. Everything went off A1, he said. What? He looked on them from his drawling eye. Policeman's shoulders. With your ta'er alum. As it should be, Mr. Kernan said. What? Eh? Corny Kelleher said. Mr. Kernan assured him. Who was that chap behind with Tom Kernan? John Henry Menton asked. I know his face. Ned Lambert glanced back. Bloom, he said, Madam Marion Tweedy that was, is, I mean, the soprano. She's his wife. Oh, to be sure, John Henry Menton said. I haven't seen her for some time. He was a fine-looking woman. I danced with her, 15-17 golden years ago, at Matt Dillon's in Round Town. And a good armful she was. He looked behind through the others. What is he? He asked. What does he do? Wasn't he in the stationery line? I fell foul of him one evening, I remember, at bowls. Ned Lambert smiled. Yes, he was he said, in wisdom Helly's. A traveler for blotting paper. In God's name, John Henry Menton said, what did she marry a coon like that for? She had plenty of game in her then. Has still, Ned Lambert said. He does some canvassing for ads. John Henry Menton's large eyes stared ahead. The barrow turned into a side lane. A portly man, ambushed among the grasses, raised his hat in homage. The gravediggers touched their caps. John O'Connell, Mr. Power said pleased. He never forgets a friend. Mr. O'Connell shook all their hands in silence. Mr. Dedalus said, I am come to pay you another visit. My dear Simon, the caretaker answered in a low voice. I don't want your custom at all. Saluting Ned Lambert and John Henry Menton, he walked on at Martin Cunningham's side, puzzling two long keys at his back. Did you hear that one? He asked them, about Mulcahy from the Coombe. I did not, Martin Cunningham said. They bent their silk hats in concert and Hines inclined his ear. The caretaker hung his thumbs in the loops of his gold watch chain and spoke in a discreet tone to their vacant smiles. They tell the story, he said, that two drunks came out here one foggy evening to look for the grave of a friend of theirs. They asked for Mulcahy from the Coombe and were told where he was buried. After traipsing about in the fog they found the grave sure enough. One of the drunks spelt out the name, Terence Mulcahy. The other drunk was blinking up at a statue of Our Savior the widow had got put up. The caretaker blinked up at one of the sepulchres they passed. He resumed, and, after blinking up at the sacred figure, not a bloody bit like the man, says he. That's not Mulcahy, says he, whoever done it. Rewarded by smiles he fell back and spoke with Corny Kelleher, accepting the ducats given him, turning them over and scanning them as he walked. That's all done with a purpose, Martin Cunningham explained to Hines. I know, Hines said. I know that. To cheer a fellow up, Martin Cunningham said. It's pure good-heartedness, damn the thing else. Mr. Bloom admired the caretaker's prosperous bulk. All want to be on good terms with him. Decent fellow, John O'Connell, real good sort. Keys, like Keys's ad, no fear of anyone getting out. No pass-out checks. Habeas corpus. I must see about that ad after the funeral. Did I write Ballsbridge on the envelope I took to cover when she disturbed me writing to Martha? Hope it's not chucked in the dead letter office. Be the better of a shave. Grey sprouting beard. That's the first sign when the hairs come out grey. And temper getting cross. Silver threads among the grey. Fancy being his wife. Wonder he had the gumption to propose to any girl. Come out and live in the graveyard. Dangle that before her. It might thrill her first. Courting death, shades of night hovering here with all the dead stretched about. The shadows of the tombs when churchyards yawn, and Daniel O'Connell must be a descendant, I suppose. Who is this? Used to say he was a queer breedy man, great Catholic all the same, like a big giant in the dark. Will-o'-the-wisp. Gas of graves. Want to keep her mind off it to conceive it all. Women especially are so touchy. Tell her a ghost story in bed to make her sleep. Have you ever seen a ghost? Well, I have. It was a pitch dark night. The clock was on the stroke of 12. Still they'd kiss all right if properly keyed up. Whores in Turkish graveyards. Learn anything if taken young. You might pick up a young widow here. Men like that. Love among the tombstones. Romeo. Spice of pleasure. In the midst of death we are in life. Both ends meet. Tantalizing for the poor dead. Smell of grilled beefsteaks to the starving. Gnawing their vitals. Desire to grig people. Molly wanting to do it at the window. 8 children he has anyway. He has seen a fair share go under in his time, lying around him field after field. Holy fields. More room if they buried them standing. Sitting or kneeling you couldn't. Standing? His head might come up someday above ground in a landslip with his hand pointing. All honeycombed the ground must be, oblong cells. And very neat he keeps it too, trim grass and edgings. His garden Major Gamble calls Mount Jerome. Well, so it is. Ought to be flowers of sleep. Chinese cemeteries with giant poppies growing produce the best opium, Mastiansky told me. The botanic gardens are just over there. It's the blood sinking in the earth gives new life. Same idea those Jews they said killed a Christian boy. Every man his price. Well-preserved fat corpse, gentleman, epicure, invaluable for fruit garden. A bargain. By carcass of William Wilkinson, auditor and accountant, lately deceased, £3 13 6. With thanks. I dare say the soil would be quite fat with corpse manure, bones, flesh, nails. Charnel houses. Dreadful. Turning green and pink decomposing. Rot quick in damp earth. The lean old ones tougher. Then a kind of a tallowy kind of a cheesy. Then begin to get black treacle oozing out of them. Then dried up. Death moths. Of course the cells or whatever they are go on living. Changing about. Live forever practically. Nothing to feed on themselves. But they must breed a devil of a lot of maggots. Soil must be simply swirling with them. Your head it simply swirls. Those pretty little seaside girls. He looks cheerful enough over it. Gives him a sense of power seeing all the others go under first. Wonder how he looks at life. Cracking his jokes too, warms the cockles of his heart. The one about the bulletin. Spurgeon went to heaven 4 a.m. this morning. 11 p.m., closing time. Not arrived yet. Peter. The dead themselves, the men anyhow, would like to hear an odd joke, or the women to know what's in fashion. A juicy pear or ladies' punch, hot, strong and sweet. Keep out the damp. You must laugh sometimes, so better do it that way. Grave diggers in Hamlet. Shows the profound knowledge of the human heart. Daren't joke about the dead for 2 years at least. De mortuis nil nisi prius. Go out of mourning first. Hard to imagine his funeral. Seems a sort of a joke. Read your own obituary notice, they say you live longer. Gives you second wind. New lease of life. How many have you for tomorrow? The caretaker asked. 2, Corny Kelleher said. 10:30 and 11. The caretaker put the papers in his pocket. The barrow had ceased to trundle. The mourners split and moved to each side of the hole, stepping with care round the graves. The grave diggers bore the coffin and set its nose on the brink, looping the bands round it. Burying him. We come to bury Caesar. His Ides of March or June. He doesn't know who is here nor care. Now who is that lank-looking galoot over there in the mackintosh? Now who is he, I'd like to know? Now I'd give a trifle to know who he is. Always someone turns up you never dreamt of. A fellow could live on his lonesome all his life. Yes, he could. Still he'd have to get someone to sod him after he died, though he could dig his own grave. We all do. Only man buries. No, ants too. First thing strikes anybody. Bury the dead. Say Robinson Crusoe was true to life. Well then Friday buried him. Every Friday buries a Thursday if you come to look at it. Oh, poor Robinson Crusoe. How could you possibly do so? Poor Dignam. His last lie on the earth in his box. When you think of them all it does seem a waste of wood. All gnawed through. They could invent a handsome bier with a kind of panel sliding, let it down that way. But they might object to be buried out of another fellow's. They're so particular. Lay me in my native earth. Bit of clay from the Holy Land. Only a mother and dead-born child ever buried in the one coffin. I see what it means. I see. To protect him as long as possible even in the earth. The Irishman's house is his coffin. Embalming in catacombs, mummies the same idea. Mr. Bloom stood far back, his hat in his hand, counting the bared heads. 12. I'm 13. No. The chap in the Macintosh is 13. Death's number. Where the deuce did he pop out of? He wasn't in the chapel, that I'll swear. Silly superstition that about 13. Nice soft tweed Ned Lambert has in that suit. Tinge of purple. I had one like that when we lived in Lombard Street West. Dressy fellow he was once. Used to change 3 suits in the day. Must get that grey suit of mine turned by Mesias. Hello. It's died. His wife, I forgot he's not married, or his landlady ought to have picked out those threads for him. The coffin dived out of sight, eased down by the men straddled on the grave trestles. They struggled up and out, and all uncovered. 20. Pause. If we were all suddenly somebody else. Far away a donkey brayed. Rain. No such ass. Never see a dead one, they say. Shame of death. They hide. Also poor Papa went away. Gentle sweet air blew round the bared heads in a whisper. Whisper. The boy by the grave ahead held his wreath with both hands, staring quietly in the black open space. Mr. Bloom moved behind the portly kindly caretaker. Well-cut frock coat. Weighing them up perhaps to see which will go next. Well, it is a long rest. Feel no more. It's the moment you feel. Must be damned unpleasant. Can't believe it at first. Mistake must be, someone else. Try the house opposite. Wait, I wanted to. I haven't yet. Then darken death chamber. Light they want. Whispering around you. Would you like to see a priest? Then rambling and wandering. Delirium all you hid all your life. The death struggle. His sleep is not natural. Press his lower eyelid. Watching, is his nose pointed, is his jaw sinking, are the soles of his feet yellow? Pull the pillow away and finish it off on the floor, since he's doomed. Devil in that picture of sinner's death, showing him a woman. Dying to embrace her in his shirt. Last act of Lucia. Shall I never more behold thee? Bam. He expires. Gone at last. People talk about you a bit, forget you. Don't forget to pray for him. Remember him in your prayers. Even Parnell. Ivy Day dying out. Then they follow, dropping into a hole, one after the other. We are praying now for the repose of his soul. Hoping you're well and not in hell. Nice change of air. Out of the frying pan of life into the fire of purgatory. Does he ever think of the hole waiting for himself? They say you do when you shiver in the sun. Someone walking over it. Call boys warning. Near you. Mine over there towards Finglas, the plot I bought. Mama, poor Mama, and little Rudy. The grave diggers took up their spades and flung heavy clods of clay in on the coffin. Mr. Bloom turned away his face. And if he was alive all the time? Phew. By jingo, that would be awful. No, number he is dead, of course. Of course he is dead. Monday he died. They ought to have some law to pierce the heart and make sure, or an electric clock or a telephone in the coffin, and some kind of a canvas air hole. Flag of distress. 3 days. Rather long to keep them in summer. Just as well to get shut of them as soon as you are sure there's no. The clay fell softer. Begin to be forgotten. Out of sight, out of mind. The caretaker moved away a few paces and put on his hat. Had enough of it. The mourners took heart of grace, one by one, covering themselves without show. Mr. Bloom put on his hat and saw the portly figure make its way deftly through the maze of graves. Quietly, sure of his ground, he traversed the dismal fields. Hines jotting down something in his notebook. Ah, the names. But he knows them all. Number coming to me. I am just taking the names, Hines said below his breath. What is your Christian name? I'm not sure. L, Mr. Bloom said. Leopold. And you might put down McCoy's name too. He asked me to. Charlie, Hines said, writing. I know. He was on the Freeman once. So he was before he got the job in the morgue under Louis Byrne. Good idea, a post-mortem for doctors. find out what they imagine they know. He died of a Tuesday. Got the run. Levanted with the cash of a few ads. Charlie, you're my darling. That was why he asked me to. Oh well, does no harm. I saw to that, McCoy. Thanks, old chap, much obliged. Leave him under an obligation, costs nothing. And tell us, Hines said, do you know that fellow in the, fellow was over there in the, he looked around. Macintosh. Yes, I saw him, Mr. Bloom said. Where is he now? Mintosh, Hines said scribbling. I don't know who he is. Is that his name? He moved away, looking about him. No, Mr. Bloom began, turning and stopping. I say, Hines. Didn't hear. What? Where has he disappeared to? Not a sign. Well, of all the. Has anybody here seen? K-E-double-L. Become invisible. Good Lord, what became of him? A seventh gravedigger came beside Mr. Bloom to take up an idle spade. Oh, excuse me. He stepped aside nimbly. Clay, brown, damp, began to be seen in the hole. It rose. Nearly over. A mound of damp clods rose, and the gravediggers rested their spades. All uncovered again for a few instants. The boy propped his wreath against a corner, the brother-in-law his on a lump. The gravediggers put on their caps and carried their earthy spades towards the barrow. Then knocked the blades lightly on the turf, clean. One bent to pluck from the haft a long tuft of grass. One, leaving his mates, walked slowly on with shouldered weapon, its blade blue glancing. Silently at the grave ahead another coiled the coffin band. His navel cord. The brother-in-law, turning away, placed something in his free hand. Thanks in silence. Sorry, sir, trouble. Head shake. I know that. For yourselves just. The mourners moved away slowly without aim, by devious paths, staying at whiles to read a name on a tomb. Let us go round by the chief's grave, Hines said. We have time. Let us, Mr. Power said. They turned to the right, following their slow thoughts. With all Mr. Power's blank voice spoke, some say he is not in that grave at all. That the coffin was filled with stones. That one day he will come again. Hines shook his head. Parnell will never come again, he said. He's there, all that was mortal of him. Peace to his ashes. Mr. Bloom walked unheeded along his grove by saddened angels, crosses, broken pillars, family vaults, stone hopes praying with upcast eyes, old Ireland's hearts and hands. More sensible to spend the money on some charity for the living. Pray for the repose of the soul of. Does anybody really? Plant him and have done with him. Like down a coal chute. Then lump them together to save time. All Souls' Day. 27th I'll be at his grave. 10 shillings for the gardener. He keeps it free of weeds. Old man himself. Bent down double with his shears clipping. Near death's door. Who passed away. Who departed this life. As if they did it of their own accord. Got the shove, all of them. Who kicked the bucket. More interesting if they told you what they were. So and so, wheelwright. I travelled for Cork lino. I paid 5 shillings in the pound. Or a woman's with her saucepan. I cooked good Irish stew. Eulogy in a country churchyard. It ought to be that poem of whose is it Wordsworth or Thomas Campbell. Entered into rest the Protestants put it. Old Dr. Murrins. The great physician called him home. Well, it's God's acre for them. Nice country residence. Newly plastered and painted. Ideal spot to have a quiet smoke and read the church times. Marriage ads they never try to beautify. Rusty wreaths hung on knobs, garlands of bronze foil. Better value that for the money. Still, the flowers are more poetical. The other gets rather tiresome, never withering. Expresses nothing. Immortals. A bird sat tamely perched on a poplar branch. Like stuffed. Like the wedding present Alderman Hooper gave us. Ho! Not a budge out of him. Knows there are no catapults to let fly at him. Dead animal even sadder. Silly Millie burying the little dead bird in the kitchen matchbox, A daisy chain and bits of broken chainies on the grave. The sacred heart that is, showing it. Heart on his sleeve. Ought to be sideways and red, it should be painted like a real heart. Ireland was dedicated to it or whatever that. Seems anything but pleased. Why this infliction? Would birds come then and peck like the boy with the basket of fruit, but he said no because they ought to have been afraid of the boy. Apollo that was. How many? All these here once walked round Dublin. Faithful departed. As you are now so once were we. Besides, how could you remember everybody? Eyes, walk, voice. Well, the voice, yes, gramophone. Have a gramophone in every grave or keep it in the house. After dinner on a Sunday. Put on poor old great-grandfather. Crarark. Hello I'm awfully glad awfully glad osigan hello I'm off krpthsth. Remind you of the voice like the photograph reminds you of the face. Otherwise you couldn't remember the face after 15 years, say. For instance who? For instance some fellow that died when I was in Wisdom Hellies. RTSTSDR. A rattle of pebbles. Wait. Stop. He looked down intently into a stone crypt. Some animal. Wait. There he goes. An obese grey rat toddled along the side of the crypt, moving the pebbles. An old stager, great-grandfather, he knows the ropes. The grey alive crushed itself in under the plinth, wriggled itself in under it. Good hiding place for treasure. Who lives there? Are laid the remains of Robert Emery. Robert Emmett was buried here by torchlight, wasn't he? Making his rounds. Tail gone now. One of those chaps would make short work of a fellow. Pick the bones clean no matter who it was. Ordinary meat for them. A corpse is meat gone bad. Well, and what's cheese? Corpse of milk. I read in that Voyages in China that the Chinese say a white man smells like a corpse. Cremation better. Priests dead against it. Deviling for the other firm. Wholesale burners and Dutch oven dealers. Time of the plague. Quicklime fever pits to eat them. Lethal chamber. Ashes to ashes. Or bury at sea. Where is that Parsi tower of silence? Eaten by birds. Earth, fire, water. Drowning they say is the pleasantest. See your whole life in a flash. But being brought back to life no. Can't bury in the air however. Out of a flying machine. Wonder does the news go about whenever a fresh one is let down? Underground communication. We learned that from them. Wouldn't be surprised. Regular square feed for them. Flies come before he's well dead. Got wind of Dignam. They wouldn't care about the smell of it. Salt white crumbling mush of corpse, smell, taste like raw white turnips. The gates glimmered in front, still open. Back to the world again. Enough of this place. Brings you a bit nearer every time. Last time I was here was Mrs. Sineko's funeral. Poor Papa too. The love that kills. And even scraping up the earth at night with a lantern like that case I read of to get at fresh buried females or even putrefied with running grave sores. Give you the creeps after a bit. I will appear to you after death. You will see my ghost after death. My ghost will hunt you after death. There is another world after death named Hell. I do not like that other world she wrote. No more do I plenty to see and hear and feel yet. Feel live warm beings near you. Let them sleep in their maggoty beds. They are not going to get me this innings. Warm beds, warm full-blooded life. Martin Cunningham emerged from a side path, talking gravely. Solicitor, I think. I know his face. Menton, John Henry, Solicitor, Commissioner for Oaths and Affidavits. Dignam used to be in his office. Matt Dillon's long ago. Jolly Matt. Convivial evenings. Cold fowl, cigars, the Tantalus glasses. Heart of gold really. Yes, Menton. Got his rag out that evening on the Bowling Green because I sailed inside him. Pure fluke of mine, the bias. Why he took such a rooted dislike to me. Hate at first sight. Molly and Floey Dillon linked under the lilac tree, laughing. Fellow always like that, mortified if women are by. Got a dinge in the side of his hat. Carriage probably. Excuse me, sir, Mr. Bloom said beside them. They stopped. Your hat is a little crushed, Mr. Bloom said, pointing. John Henry Menton stared at him for an instant without moving. There, Martin Cunningham helped, pointing also. John Henry Menton took off his hat, bulged out the dinge and smoothed the nap with care on his coat sleeve. He clapped the hat on his head again. It's all right now, Martin Cunningham said. John Henry Menton jerked his head down in acknowledgement. Thank you, he said shortly. They walked on towards the gates. Mr. Bloom, chapfallen, drew behind a few paces so as not to overhear. Martin laying down the law. Martin could wind a sappy head like that round his little finger, without his seeing it. Oyster eyes. Never mind. Be sorry after, perhaps, when it dawns on him. Get the pull over him that way. Thank you. How grand we are this morning. In the heart of the Hibernian metropolis, before Nelson's pillar tram slowed, shunted, changed trolley, started for Blackrock, Kingstown, and Dalkey, Clonskeagh, Rathger, and Terenure, Palmerston Park and Upper Rathmines, Sandymount Green, Rathmines, Ringsend, and Sandymount Tower, Harold's Cross. The Horse Dublin United Tramway Company's timekeeper bawled them off, Rathger and Terenure. Come on, Sandymount Green. Right and left parallel clanging ringing, a double-decker and a single-deck moved from their railheads, swerved to the down line, glided parallel. Start, Palmerston Park. The wearer of the crown under the porch of the General Post Office, shoeblacks called and polished. Parked in North Prince's Street His Majesty's vermilion mail cars, bearing on their sides the royal initials, E.R., received loudly flung sacks of letters, postcards, letter cards, parcels, insured and paid, for local, provincial, British and overseas delivery. Gentlemen of the press gross-booted draymen rolled barrels dull-thudding out of Prince's stores and bumped them up on the brewery float. On the brewery float bumped dull-thudding barrels rolled by gross-booted draymen out of Prince's stores. There it is, Red Murray said. Alexander Keyes. Just cut it out, will you? Mr. Bloom said, and I'll take it round to the telegraph office. The door of Rutledge's office creaked again. Davy Stevens, minute in a large cape coat, a small felt hat crowning his ringlets, passed out with a roll of papers under his cape, a King's Courier. Red Murray's long shears sliced out the advertisement from the newspaper in 4 clean strokes. Scissors and paste. I'll go through the printing works, Mr. Bloom said, taking the cut square. Of course, if he wants a par, Red Murray said earnestly, a pen behind his ear, we can do him one. Right, Mr. Bloom said with a nod. I'll rub that in. William Braden, Esquire, of Oaklands, Sandymount. Red Murray touched Mr. Bloom's arm with the shears and whispered, Braden. Mr. Bloom turned and saw the liveried porter raise his lettered cap as a stately figure entered between the newsboards of the Weekly Freeman and National Press and the Freeman's Journal and National Press. Dull-thudding Guinness's barrels. It passed statelily up the staircase, steered by an umbrella, a solemn beard-framed face. The broadcloth back ascended each step, back. All his brains are in the nape of his neck, Simon Dedalus says. Welts of flesh behind on him. Fat folds of neck, fat neck, fat neck. Don't you think his face is like our Savior? Red Murray whispered. The door of Rutledge's office whispered, Cree. They always build one door opposite another for the wind to. Way in. Way out. Our Savior, beard-framed oval face, talking in the dusk. Mary, Martha. Steered by an umbrella soared to the footlights, Mario the tenor. Or like Mario, Mr. Bloom said. Yes, Red Murray agreed. But Mario was said to be the picture of our Savior. Jesus Mario with ruddy cheeks, doublet and spindle legs. Hand on his heart. In Martha. Coom thou lost one, coom thou dear one. The crozier and the pen his grace phoned down twice this morning, Red Murray said gravely. They watched the knees, legs, boots vanish. Neck. A telegram boy stepped in nimbly, threw an envelope on the counter and stepped off post-haste with a word, "Freeman." Mr. Bloom said slowly, "Well, he is one of our saviors also." A meek smile accompanied him as he lifted the counter flap, as he passed in through a side door and along the warm dark stairs and passage, along the now reverberating boards. But will he save the circulation? Thumping. Thumping. He pushed in the glass swing door and entered, stepping over strewn packing paper. Through a lane of clanking drums he made his way towards Nanetti's reading closet. With unfeigned regret it is we announce the dissolution of a most respected Dublin Burgess Hines here too, account of the funeral probably. Thumping. Thump. This morning the remains of the late Mr. Patrick Dignam. Machines. Smash a man to atoms if they got him caught. Rule the world today. His machineries are pegging away too. Like these, got out of hand, fermenting. Working away, tearing away. And that old grey rat tearing to get in. How a great daily organ is turned out. Mr. Bloom halted behind the foreman's spare body, admiring a glossy crown. Strange he never saw his real country. Ireland my country. Member for College Green. He boomed that workaday worker tack for all it was worth. It's the ads and side features sell a weekly, not the stale news in the official gazette. Queen Anne is dead. Published by authority in the year 1000 and. Domain situate in the townland of Rosenallis, barony of Tinnahinch. To all whom it may concern, schedule pursuant to statute showing return of number of mules and jennets exported from the Ina. Nature notes. Cartoons. Phil Blake's weekly Pat and Bull story. Uncle Toby's page for tiny tots. Country bumpkins queries. Dear Mr. Editor, what is a good cure for flatulence? I'd like that part. Learn a lot teaching others. The personal note. M.A.P. mainly all pictures. Shapely bathers on Golden Strand. World's biggest balloon. Double marriage of sisters celebrated. Two bridegrooms laughing heartily at each other. Cuprony 2, printer. More Irish than the Irish. The machines clanked in 3 for a time. Thump, thump, thump. Now if he got paralyzed there and no one knew how to stop them, they'd clank on and on the same, print it over and up and back. Monkey doodle the whole thing. Want a cool head? Well, get it into the evening edition, Counselor, Hines said. Soon be calling him my Lord Mayor. Long John is backing him, they say. The foreman, without answering, scribbled press on a corner of the sheet and made a sign to a typesetter. He handed the sheet silently over the dirty glass screen. Right, thanks, Hines said, moving off. Mr. Bloom stood in his way. If you want to draw, the cashier is just going to lunch, he said, pointing backward with his thumb. Did you? Hines asked. Mr. Bloom said. Look sharp and you'll catch him. Thanks, old man, Hines said. I'll tap him too. He hurried on eagerly towards the Freeman's Journal. 3 bob I lent him in Mars. 3 weeks. Third hint. We see the canvasser at work. Mr. Bloom laid his cutting on Mr. Nanetti's desk. Excuse me, Counselor, he said. This ad, you see. Keys, you remember? Mr. Nanetti considered the cutting a while and nodded. He wants it in for July, Mr. Bloom said. The foreman moved his pencil towards it. But wait, Mr. Bloom said. He wants it changed. Keys, you see. He wants 2 keys at the top. Hell of a racket they make. He doesn't hear it. Nanan. Iron nerves. Maybe he understands what I. The foreman turned round to hear patiently and, lifting an elbow, began to scratch slowly in the armpit of his alpaca jacket. Like that, Mr. Bloom said, crossing his forefingers at the top. Let him take that in first. Mr. Bloom, glancing sideways up from the cross he had made, saw the foreman's sallow face, think he has a touch of jaundice, and beyond the obedient reels feeding in huge webs of paper. Clank it. Clank it. Miles of it unreeled. What becomes of it after? Oh, wrap up neat, parcels, various uses, 1001 things. Slipping his words deftly into the pauses of the clanking, he drew swiftly on the scarred woodwork. House of Keys like that, see? Two crossed keys here. A circle. Then here the name. Alexander Keys, T, wine and spirit merchant. So on. Better not teach him his own business. You know yourself, counselor, just what he wants. Then round the top inletted, the House of Keys. You see? Do you think that's a good idea? The foreman moved his scratching hand to his lower ribs and scratched there quietly. The idea, Mr. Bloom said, is the House of Keys. You know, counselor, the Manx Parliament. Innuendo of Home Rule. Tourists, you know, from the Isle of Man. Catches the eye, you see. Can you do that? I could ask him perhaps about how to pronounce that voglio. But then if he didn't know, only make it awkward for him. Better not. We can do that, the foreman said. Have you the design? I can get it, Mr. Bloom said. It was in a Kilkenny paper. He has a house there too. I'll just run out and ask him. Well, you can do that and just a little calling attention. You know the usual. High-class licensed premises. Long felt want. So on. The foreman thought for an instant. We can do that, he said. Let him give us a 3 months renewal. A typesetter brought him a limp galley page. He began to check it silently. Mr. Bloom stood by, hearing the loud throbs of cranks, watching the silent typesetters at their cases. Orthographical want to be sure of his spelling. Proof fever. Martin Cunningham forgot to give us his Spinby conundrum this morning. It is amusing to view the unper 1r alleled imbera 2r's, is it? Double S meant of a harassed peddler while gauging the cemetery with a Y of a peeled pear under a cemetery wall. Silly, isn't it? Cemetery put in of course on account of the symmetry. I should have said when he clapped on his topper. Thank you. I ought to have said something about an old hat or something. No. I could have said. Looks as good as new now. See his fizz then. SLLT. The nethermost deck of the first machine jogged forward its flyboard with SLLT, the first batch of quire-folded papers. SLLT. Almost human the way it SLLT to call attention. Doing its level best to speak. That door to SLLT creaking, asking to be shut. Everything speaks in its own way. SLLT. Noted churchman and occasional contributor. The foreman handed back the galley page suddenly, saying, Wait. Where's the Archbishop's letter? It's to be repeated in the Telegraph. Where's what's his name? He looked about him round his loud unanswering machines. Monks, sir? A voice asked from the casting box. Where's Monks? Monks. Mr. Bloom took up his cutting. Time to get out. Then I'll get the design, Mr. Nanetti, he said, and you'll give it a good place, I know. Monks. Yes, sir. 3 months renewal. Want to get some win off my chest first. Try it anyhow. Rub in August, good idea, horse show month. Ballsbridge. Tourists over for the show. A day farther he walked on through the casroom passing an old man, bowed, spectacled, aproned. Old Monks, the day father. Queer lot of stuff he must have put through his hands in his time, obituary notices, pubs ads, speeches, divorce suits, found drowned. Nearing the end of his tether now. Sober serious man with a bit in the savings bank, I'd say. Wife a good cook and washer. Daughter working the machine in the parlor. Plain Jane, no damn nonsense. And it was the feast of the Passover. He stayed in his walk to watch a typesetter neatly distributing type. Reads it backwards first. Quickly he does it. Must require some practice that. Mingjadgsert. Poor Papa with his Haggadah book, reading backwards with his finger to me. Pesach. Next year in Jerusalem. Dear, oh dear. All that long business about that brought us out of the land of Egypt and into the house of bondage. Alleluia. Shema Israel Adonai Elohenu. No, that's the other. Then the 12 brothers, Jacob's sons. And then the lamb and the cat and the dog and the stick and the water and the butcher. And then the angel of death kills the butcher and he kills the ox and the dog kills the cat. Sounds a bit silly till you come to look into it well. Justice it means, but it's everybody eating everyone else. That's what life is after all. How quickly he does that job. Practice makes perfect? Seems to see with his fingers. Mr. Bloom passed on out of the clanking noises through the gallery onto the landing. Now am I going to tram it out all the way and then catch him out perhaps? Better phone him up first. Number? Yes. Same as Citron's house. 28. 2844. Only once more that Soapy went down the house staircase. Who the deuce scrawled all over those walls with matches? Looks as if they did it for a bit. Heavy greasy smell there always is in those works. Lukewarm glue in Tom's next door when I was there. He took out his handkerchief to dab his nose. Citronelman? Ah, the soap I put there. Lose it out of that pocket. Putting back his handkerchief, he took out the soap and stowed it away, buttoned, into the hip pocket of his trousers. What perfume does your wife use? I could go home still, tram, something I forgot. Just to see, before dressing. No. Here. No. A sudden screech of laughter came from the Evening Telegraph office. Know who that is? What's up? Pop in a minute to phone. Ned Lambert it is. He entered softly. Aaron, green gem of the Silver Sea, the ghost walks, Professor McHugh murmured softly, biscuitfully to the dusty window pane. Mr. Daedalus, staring from the empty fireplace at Ned Lambert's quizzing face, asked of it sourly, agonizing Christ, wouldn't it give you a heartburn on your ass? Ned Lambert, seated on the table, read on, or again, note the meanderings of some purling rill as it babbles on its way, though quarreling with the stony obstacles, to the tumbling waters of Neptune's blue domain, mid mossy banks, fanned by gentlest zephyrs, played on by the glorious sunlight or 'neath the shadows cast o'er its pensive bosom by the overarching leafage of the giants of the forest. What about that, Simon? He asked over the fringe of his newspaper. How's that for high? Changing his drink, Mr. Daedalus said. Ned Lambert, laughing, struck the newspaper on his knees, repeating, the pensive bosom and the overarching leafage. Oh boys. Oh boys. And Xenophon looked upon Marathon, Mr. Daedalus said, looking again on the fireplace and to the window, and Marathon looked on the sea. That will do, Professor McHugh cried from the window. I don't want to hear any more of the stuff. He ate off the crescent of water biscuit he had been nibbling and, hungered, made ready to nibble the biscuit in his other hand. Highfalutin stuff. Bladderbags. Ned Lambert is taking a day off, I see. Rather upsets a man's day, a funeral does. He has influence, they say. Old Chatterton, the vice-chancellor, is his granduncle or his great-granduncle. Close on 90, they say. Subleader for his death written this long time perhaps. Living to spite them. Might go first himself. Johnny, make room for your uncle. The Right Honourable Hedges Eyre Chatterton. Dare say he writes him a nod shaky check or two on gale days. Windfall when he kicks out. Alleluia. Just another spasm, Ned Lambert said. What is it? Mr. Bloom asked. A recently discovered fragment of Cicero, Professor McHugh answered with pomp of tone. Our lovely land. Short but to the point, whose land? Mr. Bloom said simply. Most pertinent question, the professor said between his chews. With an accent on the whose. Dan Dawson's land, Mr. Daedalus said. Is it his speech last night? Mr. Bloom asked. Ned Lambert nodded. But listen to this, he said. The doorknob hit Mr. Bloom in the small of the back as the door was pushed in. Excuse me, J. O'Malloy said, entering. Mr. Bloom moved nimbly aside. I beg yours, he said. Good day, Jack. Come in. Come in. Good day. How are you, Daedalus? Well. And yourself? J. O'Malloy shook his head. Sad cleverest fellow at the junior bar he used to be. Decline, poor chap. That hectic flush spells finish for a man. Touch and go with him. What's in the wind, I wonder? Money worry. Or again if we but climb the serried mountain peaks. You're looking extra. Is the editor to be seen? J. O'Malley asked, looking towards the inner door. Very much so, Professor McHugh said. To be seen and heard. He's in his sanctum with Lenihan. J. O'Malley strolled to the sloping desk and began to turn back the pink pages of the file. Practice dwindling. A might have been. Losing heart. Gambling. Debts of honor. Reaping the whirlwind. Used to get good retainers from D&T Fitzgerald. Their wigs to show the grey matter. Brains on their sleeve like the statue in Glenavine. Believe he does some literary work for the Express with Gabriel Conroy. Well-read fellow. Miles Crawford began on The Independent. Funny the way those newspaper men veer about when they get wind of a new opening. Weathercocks. Hot and cold in the same breath. Wouldn't know which to believe. One story good till you hear the next. Go for one another bald-headed in the papers and then all blows over. Hail fellow well met the next moment. Ah, listen to this for God's sake, Ned Lambert pleaded. Or again if we but climb the serried mountain peaks, bombast. The professor broke in testily. Enough of the inflated windbag. Peaks, Ned Lambert went on, towering high on high, to bathe our souls, as it were, bathe his lips, Mr. Dedalus said. Blessed and eternal God. Yes? Is he taking anything for it? As 'twere, in the peerless panorama of Ireland's portfolio, unmatched, despite their well-praised prototypes in other vaunted prize regions, for very beauty, of bosky grove and undulating plain and luscious pastureland of vernal green, steeped in the transcendent translucent glow of our mild mysterious Irish twilight, his native Doric the moon, Professor McHugh said. He forgot Hamlet. That mantles the vista far and wide and wait till the glowing orb of the moon shine forth to irradiate her silver effulgence. Oh! Mr. Dedalus cried, giving vent to a hopeless groan. Shite and onions. That'll do, Ned. Life is too short. He took off his silk hat and, blowing out impatiently his bushy mustache, Welsh combed his hair with raking fingers. Ned Lambert tossed the newspaper aside, chuckling with delight. An instant after a hoarse bark of laughter burst over Professor McHugh's unshaven black-spectacled face. "Doe-da!" he cried. "What Weatherip said all very fine to jeer at it now in cold print, but it goes down like hot cake, that stuff. He was in the bakery line too, wasn't he? Why they call him Doe-da. Feathered his nest well anyhow. Daughter engaged to that chap in the Inland Revenue Office with the motor. Hooked that nicely. Entertainments. Open house. Big blowout. Weatherip always said that. Get a grip of them by the stomach." The inner door was opened violently and a scarlet-beaked face, crested by a comb of feathery hair, thrust itself in. The bold blue eyes stared about them and the harsh voice asked, "What is it?" "And here comes the Shan Squire himself," Professor McHugh said grandly. "Get on off that, you bloody old pedagogue," the editor said in recognition. "Come, Ned," Mr. Dedalus said, putting on his hat. "I must get a drink after that." "Drink?" the editor cried. "No drinks served before Mass." "Quite right too," Mr. Dedalus said, going out. "Come on, Ned." Ned Lambert sidled down from the table. The editor's blue eyes roved towards Mr. Bloom's face, shadowed by a smile. "Will you join us, Miles?" Ned Lambert asked. Memorable battles recalled North Cork militia. The editor cried, striding to the mantelpiece. "We won every time. North Cork and Spanish officers." "Where was that, Miles?" Ned Lambert asked with a reflective glance at his toe caps. "In Ohio." The editor shouted. "So it was, begad," Ned Lambert agreed. Passing out he whispered to J. O'Malley, incipient jigs. "Sad case. Ohio." The editor crowed in high treble from his uplifted scarlet face. "My Ohio. A perfect craddock," the professor said. "Long, short and long. Oh, Harpalion." He took a reel of dental floss from his waistcoat pocket and, breaking off a piece, twanged it smartly between two of his resonant unwashed teeth. Bing bang, bang bang. Mr. Bloom, seeing the coast clear, made for the inner door. "Just a moment, Mr. Crawford," he said. "I just want to phone about an ad." He went in. "What about that leader this evening?" Professor McHugh asked, coming to the editor and laying a firm hand on his shoulder. "That'll be all right," Miles Crawford said more calmly. "Never you fret." "Hello, Jack." "That's all right." "Good day, Miles, J. O'Malloy said, letting the pages he held slip limply back on the file. "Is that Canada's swindle case on today?" The telephone warden sighed. 28, no, 20, 44, yes. Spot the winner. Lenihan came out of the inner office with sports tissues. "Who wants a dead cert for the Gold Cup?" he asked. "Scepter with O'Madden up." He tossed the tissues onto the table. Screams of newsboys barefoot in the hall rushed near and the door was flung open. "Hush," Lenihan said. "I hear feet stoops." Professor McHugh strode across the room and seized the cringing urchin by the collar as the others scampered out of the hall and down the steps. The tissues rustled up in the draft, floated softly in the air. Blue scrawls and under the table came to earth. "It wasn't me, sir. It was the big fellow shoved me, sir." "Throw him out and shut the door," the editor said. "There's a hurricane blowing." Lenihan began to paw the tissues up from the floor, grunting as he stooped twice. "Waiting for the racing special, sir," the newsboy said. "It was Pat Farrell shoved me, sir." He pointed to two faces peering in round the door frame. "Him, sir." "Out of this with you," Professor McHugh said gruffly. He hustled the boy out and banged the door to. J. O'Malloy turned the files crackingly over, murmuring, "Seeking," continued on page 6, column 4. "Yes, Evening Telegraph here," Mr. Bloom phoned from the inner office. "Is the boss?" "Yes, telegraph, to where?" "Aha. Which auction rooms?" "Aha. I see, right. I'll catch him." A collision ensues. The bell whirred again as he rang off. He came in quickly and bumped against Lenihan, who was struggling up with the second tissue. "Pardon, monsieur," Lenihan said, clutching him for an instant and making a grimace. "My fault," Mr. Bloom said, suffering his grip. "Are you hurt?" "I'm in a hurry." "Knee," Lenihan said. He made a comic face and whined, rubbing his knee, the accumulation of the Anno Domini. "Sorry," Mr. Bloom said. He went to the door and, holding it ajar, paused. J. O'Malloy slapped the heavy pages over. The noise of two shrill voices, a mouth organ, echoed in the bare hallway from the newsboys squatted on the doorsteps. "We are the boys of Wexford who fought with heart and hand." "Exit Bloom. I'm just running round to Bachelor's Walk," Mr. Bloom said, "about this ad of Keyes's. Want to fix it up. They tell me he's round there in Dillon's." He looked indecisively for a moment at their faces. The editor, who, leaning against the mantel shelf, had propped his head on his hand, suddenly stretched forth an arm amply. "Begone," he said. "The world is before you." "Back in no time," Mr. Bloom said, hurrying out. J. O'Malloy took the tissues from Lenihan's hand and read them, blowing them apart gently, without comment. "He'll get that advertisement," the professor said, staring through his black-rimmed spectacles over the cross-blind. "Look at the young scamps after him." "Show. Where?" Lenihan cried, running to the window. A street cortege. Both smiled over the cross-blind at the file of capering newsboys in Mr. Bloom's wake, the last zigzagging white on the breeze, a mocking kite, a tail of white poke knots. "Look at the young gutter snipe behind him hue and cry," Lenihan said, "and you'll kick. Oh, my ribrizable." Taking off his flat spugs and the walk. "Small nines. Steal upon larks." He began to mazurka in swift caricature across the floor on sliding feet past the fireplace to J. O'Malloy, who placed the tissues in his receiving hands. "What's that?" Miles Crawford said with a start. "Where are the other two gone?" "Who?" the professor said, turning. "They're gone round to the Oval for a drink. Paddy Hooper is there with Jack Hall. Came over last night." "Come on then, Miles Crawford said. "Where's my hat?" He walked jerkily into the office behind, parting the vent of his jacket, jingling his keys in his back pocket. They jingled then in the air and against the wood as he locked his desk drawer. "He's pretty well on," Professor McHugh said in a low voice. "Seems to be, J. O'Malley said, taking out a cigarette case in murmuring meditation, "but it is not always as it seems. Who has the most matches?" The Calumet of Peace. He offered a cigarette to the professor and took one himself. Lenihan promptly struck a match for them and lit their cigarettes in turn. J. O'Malley opened his case again and offered it. "Thank you," Lenihan said, helping himself. The editor came from the inner office, a straw hat awry on his brow. He declaimed in song, pointing sternly at Professor McHugh, "'Twas rank and fame that tempted thee, 'twas empire charmed thy heart." The professor grinned, locking his long lips. "Eh? You bloody old Roman Empire?" Miles Crawford said. He took a cigarette from the open case. Lenihan, lighting it for him with quick grace, said, "Silence for my brand new riddle." "Imperium Romanum, J. O'Malley said gently. "It sounds nobler than British or Brixton. The word reminds one somehow of fat in the fire." Miles Crawford blew his first puff violently towards the ceiling. "That's it," he said. "We are the fat. You and I are the fat in the fire. We haven't got the chance of a snowball in hell." "The grandeur that was Rome." "Wait a moment," Professor McHugh said, raising two quiet claws. "We mustn't be led away by words, by sounds of words. We think of Rome, imperial, imperious, imperative." He extended elocutionary arms from frayed stained shirt cuffs, pausing. "What was their civilization? Vast, I allow, but vile. Cloaky, sewers. The Jews in the wilderness and on the mountaintop said, 'It is meet to be here. Let us build an altar to Jehovah.' The Roman, like the Englishman who follows in his footsteps, brought to every new shore on which he set his foot. On our shore he never set it, only his cloacal obsession. He gazed about him in his toga and he said, 'It is meet to be here. Let us construct a water closet.' Which they accordingly did do," Lenihan said. "Our old ancient ancestors, as we read in the first chapter of Genesis, were partial to the running stream. They were nature's gentlemen," J. O'Malley murmured. "But we have also Roman law. And Pontius Pilate is its prophet," Professor McHugh responded. "Do you know that story about Chief Baron Paz?" J. O'Malley asked. "It was at the Royal University dinner. Everything was going swimmingly. First my riddle," Lenihan said. "Are you ready?" Mr. O'Madden Burke, tall and copious grey of Donegal tweed, came in from the hallway. Stephen Dedalus, behind him, uncovered as he entered. "Interez, Mzong Fawn!" Lenihan cried. "I escort a suppliant," Mr. O'Madden Burke said melodiously. "Youth led by experience visits notoriety. How do you do?" the editor said, holding out a hand. "Come in. Your governor is just gone?" Lenihan said to all. Silence. "What opera resembles a railway line? Reflect, ponder, excogitate, reply." Stephen handed over the typed sheets, pointing to the title and signature. "Who?" the editor asked. "Bit torn off. Mr. Garrett D.C., Stephen said. "That old Belters," the editor said. "Who tore it? Was he short taken? On swift sail flaming from storm and south he comes, pale vampire, mouth to my mouth." "Good day, Stephen," the professor said, coming to peer over their shoulders. "Foot and mouth? Are you turned, bullock befriending bard? Shindy in well-known restaurant." "Good day, sir," Stephen answered blushing. "The letter is not mine. Mr. Garrett D.C. asked me to." "Oh, I know him," Miles Crawford said, "and I knew his wife too." "The bloodiest old Tartar god ever made. By Jesus, she had the foot and mouth disease and no mistake. The night she threw the soup in the waiter's face in the Star and Garter. Oh. A woman brought sin into the world. For Helen, the runaway wife of Menelaus, 10 years the Greeks. O'Rourke, Prince of Breffni. Is he a widower? Stephen asked. A grass one, Miles Crawford said, his eye running down the typescript. Emperor's horses. Habsburg. An Irishman saved his life on the ramparts of Vienna. Don't you forget. Maximilian Carl O'Donnell, Graf von Turkel in Ireland. Sent his heir over to make the king an Austrian field marshal now. Going to be trouble there one day. Wild geese. Oh yes, every time. Don't you forget that. The moot point is, did he forget it? J. O'Malley said quietly, turning a horseshoe paperweight. Saving princes is a thank you job. Professor McHugh turned on him. And if not? He said. I'll tell you how it was, Miles Crawford began. A Hungarian it was one day. Lost causes. Noble Marquis mentioned we were always loyal to lost causes, the professor said. Success for us is the death of the intellect and of the imagination. We were never loyal to the successful. We serve them. I teach the blatant Latin language. I speak the tongue of a race the acme of whose mentality is the maxim, time is money. Material domination. Dominus. Lord. Where is the spirituality? Lord Jesus. Lord Salisbury? A sofa in a West End club. But the Greek. Kyrie eleison. A smile of light brightened his dark-rimmed eyes, lengthened his long lips. The Greek. He said again. Kyrios. Shining word. The vowels the Semite and the Saxon know not. Kyrie. The radiance of the intellect. I ought to profess Greek, the language of the mind. Kyrie eleison. The closet maker and the cloak maker will never be lords of our spirit. We are liege subjects of the Catholic chivalry of Europe that foundered at Trafalgar and of the empire of the spirit, not an imperium, that went under with the Athenian fleets at Agospotami. Yes. They went under. Pyrrhus, misled by an oracle, made a last attempt to retrieve the fortunes of Greece. Loyal to a lost cause. He strode away from them towards the window. They went forth to battle, Mr. O'Madden Burke said greyly, but they always fell. Boo! Lenihan wept with a little noise. Owing to a brick received in the latter half of the matinee. Poor Pyrrhus. He whispered then near Stephen's ear, Lenihan's limerick. There's a ponderous pundit McHugh who wears goggles of ebony hue. As he mostly sees double to wear them, why trouble? I can't see the Joe Miller. Can you? In mourning for Sust, Mulligan says. Whose mother is beastly dead. Miles Crawford crammed the sheets into a side pocket. That'll be all right, he said. I'll read the rest after. That'll be all right. Lenihan extended his hands in protest. But my riddle. He said. What opera is like a railway line? Opera? Mr. O'Madden Burke's sphinx face riddled. Lenihan announced gladly, the Rose of Castile. See the wheeze? Rose of Castile. Gee. He poked Mr. O'Madden Burke mildly in the spleen. Mr. O'Madden Burke fell back with grace on his umbrella, feigning a gasp. Help. He sighed. I feel a strong weakness. Lenihan, rising to tiptoe, fanned his face rapidly with the rustling tissues. The professor, returning by way of the files, swept his hand across Stephen's and Mr. O'Madden Burke's loose ties. Paris, past and present, he said. You look like communards. Like fellows who had blown up the Bastille. J. O'Malley said in quiet mockery. Or was it you shot the Lord Lieutenant of Finland between you? You look as though you had done the deed. General Bobrikov. Omnium gatherum, we were only thinking about it, Stephen said. All the talents, Miles Crawford said. Law, the classics, the turf, Lenihan put in. Literature, the press. If Bloom were here, the professor said. The gentle art of advertisement. And Madame Bloom, Mr. O'Madden Burke added. The vocal muse. Dublin's prime favorite. Lenihan gave a loud cough. Ahem. He said very softly. Oh, for a fresh of breath air. I caught a cold in the park. The gate was open. You can do it. The editor laid a nervous hand on Stephen's shoulder. I want you to write something for me, he said. Something with a bite in it. You can do it. I see it in your face. In the lexicon of youth, see it in your face. See it in your eye. Lazy idle little schemer. Foot and mouth disease. The editor cried in scornful invective. Great nationalist meeting in Boris in Osri. All balls. Bull dissing the public. Give them something with a bite in it. Put us all into it, damn its soul. Father, Son and Holy Ghost and Jakes McCarthy. We can all supply mental pabulum, Mr. O'Madden Burke said. Stephen raised his eyes to the bold unheeding stare. He wants you for the press gang, J. O'Malloy said. The great Gallagher, you can do it, Miles Crawford repeated, clenching his hand in emphasis. Wait a minute. We'll paralyze Europe, as Ignatius Gallagher used to say when he was on the shore doing billiard marking in the Clarence. Gallagher, that was a pressman for you. That was a pen. You know how he made his mark? I'll tell you. That was the smartest piece of journalism ever known. That was in a Tyone, 6th of May, time of the Invincibles, murder in the Phoenix Park, before you were born, I suppose. I'll show you. He pushed past them to the files. Look at here, he said, turning. The New York World cabled for a special. Remember that time? Professor McHugh nodded. New York World, the editor said, excitedly pushing back his straw hat. Where it took place. Tim Kelly, or Kavanaugh, I mean. Joe Brady and the rest of them. Where Skin the Goat drove the car. Whole route, see? Skin the Goat, Mr. O'Madden Burke said. Fitzharris.